sisters, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out this afternoon. You're about to be treated with words of wisdom and knowledge from my brother, Father Hemmitt, who comes to us from Atlanta, Georgia. Open up your minds, your hearts, and let's give this brother a warm welcome.
Right, Bobby.
I don't know if it's African or the movie Car Wash. Yeah, you can hear me. Testing.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's good.
You guys get
That's
it?
good.
My voice carries anyway. It's a little small room. I really, get down in auditoriums, no microphone. I did that in Tennessee. They had a black college, had a big auditorium. Is this the stuff right here? Yeah. Oh, you on time. You on time. And they had a big auditorium and forgot the microphones. It didn't even matter. I guess I was born with that, what you call it, megaphone voice. Yeah, and actually it's an open heart chakra, a throat chakra, which was probably the first to open up because of the simple fact, I had to start lecturing. So it's good to be here. We're back here in Cleveland, Ohio, which is always a real powerful place. We never really have bad lectures in places like Cleveland and Detroit, because of you all being third world countries. And third world country is where black people suffer the most. I'm quite sure black people have done some suffering up in this place.
Yes, sir.
It's amazing. Y'all got a beautiful skyscraper downtown. It's a jail. I tell people, I say they got what's white skyscraper. That's a jail. And I thought we got an Egyptian temple that was a jail. And I was telling people they built an Egyptian temple down in Atlanta. That's a jail. But you all outdid us because you got a skyscraper. That's a jail.
Yes, they made it like a labyrinth on the inside.
So, jail is big business. And we're here in the aftermath of Katrina, which in actuality, although it was a tragedy, it was something of a spiritual cleansing in one aspect also too, which means that there's something that happened to us that this country will never be the same after that, and it is even white folks say this is the beginning of the end. I said, no, this is the end of the end. Because we've been in this thing here, but I've never seen it before for a few minutes, for that I think about a month. The deadest Negroes on the planet woke up for a minute, and that means something. That means something. So we're going to go into a lot of that, as well as the other stuff that's the spiritual aspect of that. There's several people that have our tapes on this. My forte is the spiritual aspect of this, which is actually a continuation of the lecture I did here in June when I started. I came with the goddess Izuli. Well, I didn't know it at the time, but and I told you in May, I became obsessed with building an altar in this shrine in the house that I'm in. I had a shrine of the goddess Lakshmi, and the goddess Lakshmi, and I've been for about a year, and that's been pretty good an experience. And then in the spring of the year, the goddess Izuli came, and the goddess Izuli came, and I had to build a shrine to her. I didn't know that she was actually contacting me, and her presence was being known. But it's interesting, in June, the end of June, she came through, and she kept saying, I'm in exile, I'm in exile. And I didn't know that was a precursor to Katrina. because by her being the voodoo goddess or the goddess of that land, you see what I'm saying? And there's even word that Marie Laveau was an incarnation of her. You see. And she being a goddess of that land, before the storm came, she went in exile. You see what I'm saying? And it's ironic that Atlanta would get 37,000 of the evacuees. You see what I'm saying? So this story is not over yet. But she said, I'm in exile. And I'm like, well, I know of the spiritual aspect of the Shekinah being in exile. And then when the word Katrina came up, which is Russian, you get the word Katrina, you get the Hebrew word Shekinah, you get the Hopi Indian word Kachina. All of them probably meaning something. Well, we know two of them, the Hebrew one, Shekinah, and the Hopi Indian one, Kachina, means the end time result of what you would call something coming in from the exile. But Shekinah in the Hebrew lore, or what you call a Kabbalistic lore, literally means she who is in exile, a fallen daughter. I'm going to go into some of this in this whole voodoo mysteries. I'm happy to be here. I see we have in this Moorish science abode and the tradition of that, because it's just interesting here because I'm going to pull libation in a few minutes, but it's interesting here because there's a movie you need to see called Earth Sea. It came out last fall on the Sci-Fi Channel. Earth Sea. Yeah, C-S-E-A. Earth Sea. Now I'm into this movie about 30 minutes into this movie, and I realized what the white boys are trying to say. They literally made a movie of their experiences with the Moors in Spain that ruled the 16 universities, ruled Europe and set up the 16 universities. And they made a whole movie on it, and how they do, how Hollywood does, they have one central character. They had Danny Glover playing the Moor, and he had on the skull cap, what you call it, the Islamic skull cap? The job?
The fez.
No, not the fez. He had on, is that also a kufi too, the Islamic skull cap?
Skull cap.
Yeah, well, skull cap, I guess. But anyway, he had on the skull cap, and he had this little white boy that had on the skull cap that he was teaching. And then he referred to the white boy didn't want to spend a couple of years, so Danny Glover said, well, I know a school that can give you more of a faster pace, you see what I'm saying, of learning. So they sent him to another school, and although the school is all white, you understand in this movie what they're trying to say. See, Hollywood would give you the one figure that was black, Danny Glover, who had on the Islamic skull cap, and his student to have on the Islamic skull cap. Then he sends this student to his particular university, and is trying to tell you that this is a whole story of the history of the Moors in Europe. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way Hollywood does it. If you get past the color, you see what I'm saying? And understand the story and what they're trying to say, and that's the way they do things. You see, then come to find out that Harry Potter, the Harry Potter series, is the history of the Europeans going to whatever the school was called and getting the training. And it was the secret societies that commissioned the white girl, whatever named Rollins, to write the books and later on do the 4 movies. And that was a whole history of the Moors. You see, a whole history of the Moors. And if you get past the characters and understanding, all you got to do is just, well, it was white folks being trained. You understand what I'm saying? So those are the students, and then understand, but in this movie, the one Earth Sea, they actually showed Danny Glover as the teacher. You see, they always do this. It's like the movie Rob Roy. Go rent that movie, and you'll see the guy that's the king of the land, or the nobleman of the land, and he has a little black boy, you know, with a fez on. You see, standing beside him or behind him. And remember what Hakeem Bey said that whenever you see that person that is behind the white boy, either in the pictures or either in movies and stuff, that is his teacher. You see what I'm saying? So it's just interesting, as you know, Morgan Freeman played the Moor twice, also in Robin Hood, and also in a movie called Maul Flanders. Another movie that's out called Titus with Anthony Hopkins, and then there the black Moor shows up in the movie. And at the end of the movie, although they killed the Moor in the movie, later on they killed the Moor. It's the same brother that played, remember the brother in Matrix, the one that was opposed to Larry Fishburne, and both of them, you know, the guy that didn't want Larry Fishburne, you know, the one in the Matrix 2 and 3. That brother. Anyway, he plays the Moor in the movie Titus, and it has a son at the end, and this white boy at the end, when all things was done and a lot of people killed, they saved that little black boy, and they showed this white boy walking off into the sunset. You see what I'm saying, with this black boy. But that has a lot to do with America, and it has a lot to do with the legacy. The legacy is in one of the Moorish doctrines. Anytime you get the Grail mythology, anything on the Grail mythology is Moorish science. Grail mythology, King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, Excalibur, all that's Moorish science. It had one on recent, and they tied Queen of Sheba in first, and then King Arthur. Yes. And I think it'll be on all this month probably. It'll come back on. Anyway, I recorded it, so I always get things recorded. That's why they're trying to slow you down with the DVDs. You see what I'm saying? I get into that in a few minutes. Although you can record with the DVDs, you can't get stuff as fast off that TV. You see what I'm saying? As you can with a VCR. Hang on to your VCRs. Hang on to your VCRs. That's one of the keys on that. And I'll tell you, and I'll give you the science on that also. But anytime you get the Knights of the Round Table and the Arthurian mythology, that is Moorish science introduced by the Moors into France and into Ireland, and then the British took it over and tried to claim a history, carve a history out of it. But it was an actual prophecy of a land that wasn't in existence called Camelot that would exist in the future. Once Upon a Future King is a book. And Camelot, which means Cam, black, and Lot, New Lot of Egypt. You see what I'm saying? New Lot of Egypt. There's a book called People of the Secret. I can't think of who did that book. I talked about it for years on my tapes. People of the Secret. And he documents that in there. But New Lot of Egypt. And so the New Lot of Egypt was America. So, which has a lot to do with what Bush's whole thing is. Bush is sent by the Illuminati and by the secret societies, and his job is to destroy America. Now don't get all upset about that because Elijah Muhammad had a book, The Fall of America, and there's several prophecies that's even coming out of the Apocrypha, which is, you know, some of the books that was never added into the Bible. The Apocrypha, and in that Apocrypha they talked about a great eagle ruling the world. But in its twilight years, a great and powerful lion will rise up and crush the eagle. Now that's in the Apocrypha, so one of the missing books of the Bible, or the books. Some books are missing that they took out at the conference in Nicaea, and some other books never was added. The Apocrypha is some of those particular things that was going around that they didn't add, supposedly. But they talk about a great eagle ruling in the twilight years or at the end of the world, or during the latter part of what you call civilization, ruling the world, and then a great and mighty lion coming up and crushing the eagle. So this is in the Apocrypha. You see, this is all this stuff is this stuff that's out of the Library of Alexandria. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, so this whole Moorish paradigm of what you call Camelot that was introduced into Europe and later on Britain trying to take it and make them a history of its own. It's just like, you know, they try to do everything, you know, just like they're doing it now with the South Africans. They had a special on Discovery Times or either on History International channel, and they was talking about the Europeans in South Africa already writing a revised history that will write them into the South African history as they have been there all the time. They call themselves the missing white Africans of this time. The lost white Africans. And they've already built theme parks. And right now people think it is theme parks, but there's a whole history of this theme park, and you go there and it tells this history of white people always being there. But if they have their way 100 years from now, people will think that the indigenous people of South Africa was white folks. You know what I'm saying? Was white folks. I remember when I was young, I heard some Duke Ellington and I was mad. Show you how mind control goes. Heard some Duke Ellington and was mad because I got mad at myself for liking this white person's music. You see what I'm saying? So this was around probably the late 60s, early 70s. And just in a few short years, you see what I'm saying? What you see in the face of Benny Goodman and Glenn Miller and all that type of thing, how they can take music and make it their own. You see, so big band, just in a few short years, became a white phenomenon. You see what I'm saying? Until my historical aspect came in and understood that, you know, hey, this is our stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just like the classical music, which came out of Hemmitt and brought into Europe by the Moors. You see? So they can redo history, revise history, you see what I'm saying, to fit themselves in it. Well, it's the same thing with this Camelot thing, which is very interesting here, because Camelot was supposed to be this land in America. You can see it in the movie Highlander 1. In the movie Highlander 1, they said that we are immortal, and we're supposed to walk the earth, which we are immortal. And we're supposed to walk the earth until a day comes and a great event happened in a land that has not been established yet. Well, this was something like the 1400s when Sean Connery was telling this to the guy. And said that and the land has not been established yet, but in those days when this land far away, there will be a great quickening. You see what I'm saying? The quickening. So here's the same Camelot story of Camelot as supposed to be a future king or a round table type of people rising up in the future. Rising up in the future. So it's just interesting, which has a lot to do with the Katrina thing, and we're not off, and has a lot to do with the government decisions to even make Hart produce a hurricane. You see what I'm saying? And we got too much evidence on that. Now, Phil Valentine did a tape on the whole Hart incident, and basically, he basically, after seeing that tape alone, you basically know that we're talking about the doings of Hart as far as this thing being contrived and man-made. Or let's put it this way, man-directed. But they can take a natural hurricane and make it into and send it where they want to go after it forms. So we do know that, but all this stuff ties in. All this ties in. So it's just interesting here. There's another book I was reading called Gnostic Tarot. And the white boy decided to tell the truth for a minute, and he even said that, well, when we studied the origins of this tarot, he said it probably came out of Moorish Spain. You see, well, I've been talking about that for years, that you hold tarot cards and you're playing cards and all of that, came out of Moorish Spain, as well as I talk about the art of distillation, which is alcohol, which was a science that came out of that was introduced to the Europeans in Spain, and alcohol being a spiritus, which is spirits. That's why they call it, the spirit store. They say wine and spirits, and different things. So all this stuff is actually tied in when we go into what we're going to deal with. So in this particular case, since I started with alcohol, I said we need to. We just do it off the head and stuff at this particular time. Want to give some libations to the gods. This is some stuff coming from Jamaica, right? This is coming from Jamaica. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Is that a lady? No, they got this one. They got this from Jamaica, right? You got it from.
I think she got it in Cleveland.
But anyway, it talks about there's some history on the back on how they used to use this for rituals. How they used to use this for rituals. We'll get into that now. A couple things happened, a lot of interesting information. There was a brother named Azariah that used to have me to come lecture in New York and Harlem. And then in around 99 or 2000, he started lecturing. And has done a lot of good information. And on his recent tape, I have to send it up. Which is interesting because he's also confirming certain things that I mentioned before. And in this particular case, he's confirming certain things with when it comes to technology. And he's talking about they have a gun. The government, the secret societies, or the powers that be. Because when you say the government, you're talking when you look at it as a government, you're looking at just the surface. We're talking about the global elite. You see what I'm saying? The global elite. And see, this is what black people got to understand when you're talking about the global elite. They'll kill up a couple million white folks. You see what I'm saying? That's not a part of the global elite. And then you confused when you see the white folks dying because you don't understand that this, it ain't even about color to them no more. It's all about the global elite. You see what I'm saying? And if you're not a part of that global elite and you can't trace your God connection to that, it don't matter even if you're white. They go, you're expendable. But I like to call them the global elite other than just the American government because it's bigger than that. But it talks about this gun that Al-Raya was talking about, this gun that they developed. It's a gun, an invisible ray in this gun that can shoot you in the head, and all of a sudden you come down with aneurysms. So they shot Johnny Cochran in the head. He comes down with aneurysm. Khalid Muhammad shot him in the head. You see, he comes down with an aneurysm. What's the other guy? They did the Beatrice. Reginald Lewis. And then I've also found out that they also, to activate it, they can shoot you in the head and then send a signal through your cell phone to activate it. But they got this gun that can give you aneurysms and different things like that too. So just showing you the technology of this government, and he has a tape out on this particular information.
Is it like a ray gun?
It's like a ray gun, but it's invisible. You don't even know they can shoot you in the head. You don't even know. That's why it's good at this particular time to have some type of magical system in dealing with something spiritual. And you're having a certain amount of guards that either can block with you or can heal you and you don't even know it. All I know is some nights I'm being healed and I'll happen to wake up and somebody's working on me. Somebody's working on me. That means the spirits is doing a certain amount of things. You see. A lot of sisters, the ones that still do have menstrual cycles, watch your menstrual cycles now, because that's how you're going to gauge around spiritual activities when you have these irregular cycles and different things that's going on.
What is an irregular cycle of the heavy blood flow?
Well, not even a heavy blood flow. Sometimes people just don't get their cycle, don't be pregnant, and don't get their cycle for a month or 2 months. People, they all worried and stuff like that. And that is like something that's the body is shifting from one phase, from one physical phase to another physical phase. See, in so many words, what happens here is we go through several initiations. And these initiations that we go through have a lot to do with our DNA and our glands in different aspects. So we're constantly changing into new species. You see what I'm saying? So this is something to look out for, and so you need to get articles of protection. Now, take for instance, the last time I was here, I talked about the Temple of Denver, which we still have some of those, but I made mention that I went to this Egyptian, I went to this Camite, I went to this Egyptian show that they had at the museum down in Atlanta called The Splendors of Egypt. And they had this particular doorway that you look into. And they said, well, the doorway is walled up. They said that means the doorway is not meant for you to walk through physically. It's for you to go through astrally or spiritually. And so we projected into the doorway. And after that, me, my queen, the other sister that was with me, Kimberly, we started going, and my queen Linda, we started going through metamorphosis. All types of things started happening to us. You see what I'm saying? With our physical bodies. So it means it was a form of initiation. So, and I talked about that, so the goddess, and it was a doorway for the priest Het Heru. For a priest of Het Heru, Hathor. And so Hathor said, well, you know, you had my, we got to do it. You had my temple for years, since 91. Those engravings of the temples, that will suffice. Well, lo and behold, always good to have brothers in certain places. A brother was working at a school, or working at this university, and kicked open this door. He was doing like construction work, and there was a place and there was a room in there with old books falling apart. And they just threw them out in some rooms and stuff, you see what I'm saying, before they dumped them. And these were the books that had stuff on Hemmitt, India, even going to Asia and stuff around the world. Samaria, Mexico, Mesoamerica. And the Hemmitt book, old book in German, about this thick, looked in and lo and behold, they had the doorways, the same doorways. And so this is exactly one of the ones that is one of the ones. It's walled up. And this was one of the ones that we stared into. So I said, oh, this is spirit. So the door, about a year after receiving, about a year after going through that doorway, the doorways actually came. And they had 3 different ones. This one, and I have another one of doorways. But this was the actual one we saw. So we now have these doorways of a rare book that was in Germany that was probably printed in the 1920s. You see what I'm saying? So we have these types of things. And so this Canaanite doorway, so people are interested in this doorway, we have, and the Spirit brought it to us. So these are things, these are tools you can work with. You see, by taking that doorway and projecting what you want in it. You see what I'm saying? And so we have 3 different types. We have 3 different types in the doorway. Okay, up on top of it, let me see if I can find the other one. Here's the other one. There's 3 different types of this one. These are doorways that you can project your images into. You see what I'm saying? So basically, let's say you need to be healed. Basically, you would imagine yourself going through these doorways, and these things work. Because right now, the magic is up for grabs on the planet, and the magic is the most strong for the people whose DNA is the DNA that countless of laboratories is now in America to study, and that's African Americans. You see, especially ours. You see, so this stuff will work for you if it didn't work for anybody. You see, this is key. You see, so let's so I'll explain all of these in a few minutes, but let's just spit some to the entities. We're talking, so we talking about healing yourself with things like this. You see, and stuff works. So stuff works. There's nothing that can't be healed. And at this particular time, doctors and even what you call shamans is just basically you going to them for them to help do things for you that you can do yourself and you don't have confidence to do. You see, so it's real key. We basically have the power now. All of the power we basically have. You see, and so this is the type of stuff that's going on. We got to be creative. Like I said, I lost my ID, left my damn ID in the fucking post office. And the lady forgot to give me back my ID, and I was in such a rush until I didn't realize that she didn't give me back my ID until I was on the train going out to the airport. And so I called this brother on the train. I didn't have a cell phone. I told the brother, give you $1 to use your cell phone. So he gave me $1. I used the cell phone, called his brother. He picked me up, went back to the house. And that's when I realized that I didn't leave it at the house. I actually just got the woman and give it to me. So, to make a long story short, when I got out to the airport, because I missed my flight and they couldn't put my bags on the flight that was leaving, that meant that I would have to go the next day. Now, all day, if you miss a flight, they'll put you on the next flight. But because it was the next day, they wanted to charge me $175. So I already had my lie made up because I made the lie up in 94, flying and stuff. And it's all part of politics and science on how you do things. So I told them, some black guy snatched my bag. And my bag had my ID. I said he was dark skinned. And the guy typed all that shit in the computer. And the shit, he said, we can waive your fee. See what I'm saying? So he said, now you gotta go and get a police report from the subway people tomorrow. So I went down and got a police report. You see what I'm saying? No problem. So I know how white folks think. And although these were two black sisters saying, we're gonna try to get it for you. And it's Mexican. And it wasn't a decision with them. They had to key all that in the computer. The computer said, let this motherfucker go away to sleep. You see, because the laws are set up against black people. So I said, no, he's black and he was dark skinned. You see what I'm saying? Automatically, I became an honorary white person by being mugged. You see, imaginary Negro. What's that, bro? Yeah, an honorary white person. This brother must don't know. I must be new to this brother here. I understand. Well, I'm being very mild. Anyway, you know, an honorary white folk. You see what I'm saying? So what happened was that I was able to get on the plane. You see, and get on the plane and stuff like that. Now, with a college ID, I guess an alumni at Clark University. But I was able to do all that. It's like the road was open. So my point here is that's a form of magic. You see what I'm saying? That's a form of magic. You see, on that particular level. You see, but in order to get this thing to work, you must redo yourself. And redoing yourself means, be honest with you, you must come out of what you call all traditions. Because those traditions are what you function in on the earth. But those are traditions that you created after coming here, or after the fall. You see what I'm saying? So, you shouldn't claim yourself to be nothing but a deity. You see what I'm saying? And claiming yourself to be anything earthly, these earthly traditions, cuts your energy. You see what I'm saying? You see, cuts your energy. You see, so I know we use these things to function, all these categories and all this stuff to function on the earth plane, but my point here about it here is, you can be Yoruba, you can be Egyptian, you can be Moor, you can be Nation of Islam, you can be Islamic this, you can be Buddha this, and you can be Hindu this. You can be all these traditions. You can be all these traditions. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this tradition, I'm that tradition. But when you go to the spirit world, and the plateau that the spirit world is on now, in order for you to lock into that spirit world, you can't come with no earthly traditions. Those are what you did in your history of the earth. You gotta come with straight up deity. See what I'm saying? You gotta come straight up deity. You see what I'm saying? So let me just right quick pour this and stuff so we can get into some things. Y'all all right?
All right.
Oh, that's got a good taste. I couldn't even spit that good. Frankly, it wouldn't even want to come out of my mouth. So, with these traditions, Christians, you see what I'm saying? We got to go above that. So let's give some energy to the deities. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Lakshmi.
I say.
We're going to give one a shout out to Izuli because of the whole voodoo thing. Izuli.
I say. I say. I say. I say. I say. I say. I say.
Shiva.
I say.
Give one out to the god Shiva. Is known in Tibet and on into Asia. This god Shiva is known as Sambo. Before there was any god, there was Sambo. So this particular god is also known as Sambo. Anybody seen the movie that take Africans in Asia? And they say before there was any god, there was Sambo. You get the word Sambo Asia.
Okay.
You see, Sambo is nothing but an earlier form of a form of the god Rudra. Rudra becomes Shiva, or Rudra Shiva, but in Asia, that same Shiva is called Sambo, or Sambu. You see what I'm saying? So, this is the one, this is the dancing Shiva, Naharaja. That's why I got very powerful entity, very powerful energies. You see what I'm saying? That we're producing, especially this one at this particular time, this dancing Shiva, because a lot of energy on the earth is based on the dancing Shiva. When this Shiva dances, he destroys things. And this Shiva is connected with the bull and connected with the phallus. So you trace that back to Kemet, that's none other than Osiris. You see what I'm saying? None other than Osiris. So if you want to know more about Osiris, or you want to know an extension of Osiris, when you just study the Kemet thing, you need to read and do more research on Shiva. You see what I'm saying? You want to know more about Horus, you do more research on Krishna. And Vishnu, because Krishna is an incarnation of Vishnu. Some people say, wait, why are you doing all the East Indian stuff? I'm like, we did Kemet for the last 12, 13 years. You see what I'm saying? And we must understand that the globe is ours. And we got to get out of this continental way of thinking. You see what I'm saying? This continental way of thinking. You see. And try to understand that wherever you are is your home. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Even if you in doggone Switzerland, wherever you are is your home. You see, so we got to get out of this type of thinking of just the continental Africa, because that's the European triangle, or what we call the global elite, trying to get you centered on one aspect and make you abandon all your homeland, which is you in Russia, Siberia, Iceland, Greenland, wherever. South Pole, North Pole is still the land of the black man and black woman. You see what I'm saying? Or the indigenous people. So you need to get out of this type of thing, you see what I'm saying? And we don't need to, and we don't need to run to the global elite to somehow try to convince them that we exist. You see what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I don't make no announcement of who I am or whatever I am to no person to say, accept me for who I am. You understand what I'm saying? If you God of the universe, what you need the acceptance from a Johnny come lately. You see what I'm saying? So now, here we go. We talking about Sambo Asia. So we talking about the god Shiva. So we're going to deal with Shiva, Kavadi, Sadi. Bass, punches and humans. Tamassis, Sabu, Sutnesi, Johnesi, Barnesi. The word Satan is nothing but a derivative of the word Bishatan, which is Shiva. Where they got it from? You see, you scared of your own stuff. So Sutan, Shaitan, Leviathan, Beelzebub, all that is Osiris. You see, but Osiris. And, you see, so, we got to get out of this being scared of stuff. And all divine, we the divine and sacred and do right people, and as we can see, being all these so-called people, it don't really matter. In the particular aspect of being you the most divine people, but you dying like flies. You see what I'm saying? So you got to get out of all that foolishness. And also, now, okay, so going right along, here's some new deities. Oh, teacher, Alcala, Mateo, Carlo, Lavado, Demetrius, Arthur, Colorado, Koa, Ewa, Iwasa, Hamilton, Hooligan, Zarabanda, Los Antisimos, Los Spiritus and Tranquilis. Let's see. Mama Shola. Mami Wanta. Dan Balaveno, Lasari. Olakun. Yeminya. Nomo. Alfio Lukea. Exantes. Casimir. Let's see, my Kingi. We're going to deal with this one here, Saint Tamar. This originates out of New Orleans, that Afro there. Protection. You got some of these, you can use this goddess of protection. She's a form of Berzuli, Denta, Santa Martha is her name. So we're going to deal with her. And we're going to give a shout out today to the goddess Kuan Yin. We're going to deal with her because she's the god of compassion. The goddess of compassion and the female Buddha. You see what I'm saying? They don't talk about the female Buddhas, but this is one of the female Buddhas and stuff like that. So these are some of the new ones we want you to sell. Now it's interesting. I talk about the doorways, and this is very interesting here because I showed you the picture of Izuli when I put up the baby the last time. See if I can find her baby. The last time I was here, you know the baby of Izuli, but this time I put another form of a baby up when it was made. This is one of a black woman dancing naked with a chicken. And it says that voodoo dancer, she's in sexual ecstasy possessed by the voodoo lord Izuli, the goddess of sexual love. The chicken she holds in her hand will be sacrificed to a later, sacrifice later to the goddess. So people say, animal sacrifice, well, you eat animals every damn day. So you talk about animal sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? My point here is, whenever they would sacrifice it, they would have a meal, and they would cook the thing and they would eat it. So you might as well get something spiritual out of it. But I want to see if I can find this particular picture. I should have pulled it out because something happened in the course of making this. We had to get this out of a book, and it was this small, and we had to blow it up this big. We had to blow it up this big. But I want to show you something here, because the book didn't come with this particular veve symbol. I had to add that to it. But the moment I added it to it, a certain thing happened, and I hope that I can find this picture for you, one of these pictures, to show you this particular fascinating thing. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Show you this fascinating piece. I think I got it right here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, well, let's see. It should be in here. Show you this fascinating. Yeah. Let's see. Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. You ain't got to do no work right now. This is all leisure time. But I want to show you this picture. And if I can't find it right now, what I'll do is I'll show it to you after the break. But in so many words, when I was doing this particular picture, her spirit, her Zulu spirit, can't hear it is. It can't, I did a lecture in Virginia and I didn't have these with me. But a Zulu spirit came into the actual Xerox machine. To show you how to magic. You know, the sad part about it is we have been turned into these monsters of Victorian white folks, which is hard to convince us of anything that's spiritual outside of religion.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Outside of religion. You see, something that should be abandoned at this particular time and understand spirituality.
Ashe.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Religion has killed more black people than the Ku Klux Klan or any other type of high blood pressure or any other type.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And you've got to understand the difference between spirituality, you see, and not a dogma doctrine. And so now we are the 19th century white person Well, I only have one. I might have two. And white folks is into all of our stuff. You see what I'm saying? Here is the picture after. When I added this symbol, if you see right quick here, here's a good one. When I added this symbol, her spirit came into the Xerox machine. I didn't know it until after I got home. And it started here. It was three pictures. I left one of them. But it ended up like this. And as you can see, this is an actual picture of these waves you see of the spirit being captured. You see what I'm saying? You know, these white folks got all these shows on ghost hunters, and they got all this technology to do all this stuff here. And she just reminded me, remember, I blew this up, and I added this one symbol. Once I added this symbol, she came. Now, there's a young brother down in Atlanta named Owen. I'm going to bust him out on the film, but he got this thing here set up and put it on his shrine. The next thing he knows, somebody was on him riding him like a... I said, man, you riding him, you know, getting busy. I said, that was Zuli, man. You know, so she came to him. So this was a very powerful talisman. You see what I'm saying? Based on what the sister's actually doing.
They actually have television shows on now.
Yeah, exactly.
With the very same stuff.
With the very same. Well, this happened to me haphazardly. I didn't even know it until I got home. You see, so this one is not for sale. But you can get these particular, what you want me to put that on there or something? Okay, you can get these particular, I want to show you how the actual spirit world works. You see what I'm saying? But now, whenever you, so there's different cycles and different levels. One cycle, the spirit world coexisted with the human world.
Check.
Now, the spirit world is now an alternative dimension, and this human world is dissipating. So all of those, so whenever you come to the spirit realm, all of your labels, I'm Yoruba, I'm this, I'm that. You see what I'm saying? Or whatever label you might call yourself under, that shit ain't gonna wash you the expression in the spirit world. Because what we're talking about here is something beyond the human experience. We're talking about something we're going back to. So the identification, that's one aspect of you identifying on the earth plane. But when you talk about the spirit world, you got to be non-entity. Let me give you an example. As I went more and more up into the spirit world, you get out of religion, there's no such thing as judgment as far as being judgmental. You understand what I'm saying? Those things are the judgmental things, is things that have happened based on traditions and late traditions. You see what I'm saying? Late traditions. You see. When you get in this world, they don't even recognize, y'all all right? Because this is important stuff.
I'm all right.
You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, you get a lot of people, but, you know, I'm for results. And so basically what I do is be quiet as kept. It's been reporting my spiritual experience for the last 13 years. And my development. The whole judgmental thing, it doesn't wash. That's religion. The spirit world, be honest with you, what you do down here, there's only one thing that can judge that, and that is your own heart. You see. And if you are true to the heart and true to self, you see what I'm saying? What you do down here doesn't matter. Let me give you an example. Now I got a tape here. I saw this thing on National Geographic. Wait a minute. I thought that brother had some paper towel or something.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Yeah, just get me some paper towel. It's in the bathroom or whatever.
All right.
I don't need to too greasy up here.
That's okay, bro.
You know, niggas in that grease.
You look good, Bobby. We ain't gonna judge.
When you looking like Jermaine Jackson, you know, like Chris Rock, ain't that the greasiest nigga in the country? You know, but what the deal here is, give me there's a special name on National Geographic. And if you don't have a VCR, you can't get this stuff. You can't set it all up with a DVD player. You understand what I'm saying? Because let me explain something what happened to DVD. They fooled people. When people got into it, the DVDs were made to play bought commercial movies. It came out in 97, 98, 99. Then all of a sudden, in the 2000s, you start getting DVD recorders. And that's where it breaks down. Because when you talk about recording, we got these things freezing up on people. It's just a big mess. Some stuff don't work in one machine, don't work in the other. And they fool people. It was a whole thing to do that so that you wouldn't be able to record a lot of things, because our revolution started from either cassette or videotape. And you can record. And they said we got to get the recording aspect and slow it down. Now, you can't have DVD recorders, but they slow down what you can do on the VCR. So now, let me give you an example so I was up the other night and I saw this thing in India. In India, they have this particular part. Now, try to understand the science. You can debate it all you want. But then again, I say, well, you know, I'm looking at this thing and I say, well, this is going to be real hard on religious folks that's judgmental.
Sure.
What they were saying about this. But this is the Christ, more so than the Jesus Christ, that didn't exist. We're talking about an Egyptian principle, and when you read what the global elite say, they say Jesus Christ is an attainment or either a spiritual avatar in the future, or it's a whole race of people.
Sure.
And it's both. But it wasn't a person in the past. That's why you can't even get the Jews, you can't get the Muslims, you can't get nobody in the ancient world to make claims that there was a person walking around that was the Messiah back then. Nobody does that but a group of folks. You see what I'm saying? And in this particular case, we now know that the white Jesus fosters white supremacy. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And this is the only reason why they haven't abandoned it. It's a great tool for white supremacy.
Sure.
You see, now, if you got to understand that we suffer from black inferiority and the aspects of slavery, then you got to ask this question, and we're talking about to the 25th power, to the 2000th power since slavery. What do you think about the people that were in white supremacy? That's a disease too. So you're talking about something that's gotten out of hand on the earth plane, and as long as they have us identified with the image of God being this white boy, it fosters white supremacy subconsciously. You see what I'm saying? And you're talking about a sociopathic behavior. Now understand what a sociopath is. A sociopath is a person that no matter what they do to people, they never think that they're wrong.
Sure.
And we can look at that as an individual in psychology. What we don't understand, you can also have a race of sociopaths based on a European worldview. We're talking about people that had the majority of the movies, even up to now, that were mostly white. And although you've seen a lot of black faces in the last 30 years, you see what I'm saying? That's almost 1% compared to the majority of movies produced each year. It's all white, the majority of TV shows. So it can only lend to a sociopathic worldview to say, outside of my existence, there is no existence. You see what I'm saying? That's why on December the 1st, they're talking about taking niggas out of the hotels.
Check.
You see what I'm saying? But yet they said, Alabama and Mississippi, they can stay till January. We'll go into the concrete thing in a few minutes, but I want to show you this thing based on this sociopathic mindset. So we're talking about a sociopathic mindset, you see. And so that means, and you're sitting here with your mindset saying, well, there's great atrocities that's been done, and the world has to see to that. They don't have to see to nothing, because the people who run the world, there's nothing that's been done because they only monitor atrocities that's done to them. That's why World War II, you see what I'm saying? You see, it was a great atrocity, and then they said a great day of freedom. Remember I talked about this last time? They said great book. 1945, a great day of freedom. And yet the countries that were free had the entire indigenous world in slavery. They took a great day of freedom from Britain, and Britain had the entire globe in slavery in 1945. And yet it's a great day of freedom because freedom is only synonymous to them. Because the other people are not human. They don't exist. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why wars that have to be fought now, you see, can be predicated and fought and launched because those people are not somewhat white. You see what I'm saying? So you know, I don't want to raise stuff like this, but I want to show you something here to show you based on a certain world. Now let me explain something. So we know that the Christ figure is Horus, a Hebrew, and the Christ figure in India is Krishna. And combination of Shiva, Vishnu, and Krishna. But Vishnu has an incarnation as Krishna. But every now and then you'll see Shiva on some temples being portrayed as a woman. You'll see Vishnu on some temples being portrayed as a woman. Well, here's the new thing that's out, and this is interesting here, and I said, well, you know, this kind of makes some sense because whether we like it or not, people are in the world. So to say that people are in the world and therefore they shouldn't be counted as something is based on that worldview that's taught to you. Now, let me give you an example. Now, I think this is very important for me to talk about this because I'm a heterosexual male. Make no bones about it. You see what I'm saying? Heard me before. I'm a heterosexual male. But coming from me, a heterosexual male, this got to be spirit based on this particular information. Let me give you an example. They got a day set aside in India where all the homosexuals, bisexuals, eunuchs, and all of them come together and they celebrate the god Krishna. Okay. Now, there's a god called Arva. Arva was a great warrior, and he said that he would go to the spirit world, or he would sacrifice himself if he could have one night to get married, one day to get married, and one night to sleep with this I'm going to show you the traditional part. I'm going to show you something the government has did recently. And show you, well, if there ain't nothing spiritual about it, why the government did this. Let me tell you in a few minutes. So if he can get married for one day, and he can sleep with his wife that one night, he would go to the other world and leave the earth. Great warrior named Arva. So Krishna changes himself into a woman, and they have this night of passion. Now this is the Christ now. Remember now, there's more stuff to Krishna and Horus than Jesus Christ, which is a borrowed thing. You understand what I'm saying? Now the moral to the story is, you talk about the physical aspect of the gender, and in the spirit world it doesn't exist.
Teach Bobby.
That's why you can't be judgmental. So Krishna changes himself into a woman, and they have this night of homosexual love, or this love between Arva, this male deity, and Krishna, which is a male deity, changes himself into a woman, and then the next day Krishna slays Arva, and Arva goes to the other world. So every year in India, and it's against the law to be a homosexual in India, okay, they can go to jail. But they have this 1 year the government set aside because it's stuff that they've been doing for thousands of years, where they go in and all of the eunuchs and the bisexuals, homosexuals, and all, they go and they get married to Arva, but they are acting as Krishna, the Christ. But the Krishna, the Christ in this particular part is a homosexual because he's marrying this. You see what I'm saying? No, so I'm looking at this thing and I'm saying, well, what is the moral to this thing? It's saying that on the spirit realm, this story tells you that ultimately, in order to get to a high level, you got to get out of the judgmental shit. Well, let me tell you what's going on here. They had a movie called Paris is Burning. Anybody saw this movie? It came out in the early 90s. It's a movie about these gay guys that they all got talent. sew, one guy can dance, one guy can do this, one guy can do that. And so you probably saying, this was a movie about old gay black men, and they go into hell, and they're doing all this, and all this kind of thing here. Well, let me tell you something what happened. The brother named Panic that does lectures. He used to write music. He wrote songs for Public Enemy and all this type of thing. And so he called me up. He said, you ever seen Paris is Burning? I said, yeah, I saw it on cable. He said, you know the government is killed. The government came in and they killed them brothers one by one. He said, so when you was talking about you can't judge something, obviously, you must have was right about that. Because if it wasn't something to them brothers and what them brothers was doing, why did the government come in and feel threatened and came in and killed all the so-called gay guys that you so scared of, and you think it's abomination and they going to hell? Why did the government, who is master of cultures, and it is their job, you see what I'm saying, to learn, why did they come in and just about all them brothers was in that movie, they started knocking them off one by one? You see what I'm saying? So obviously they knew something. Remember, they got some overlords that they channel to, and these overlords saying, okay, he gay and he souls and he do all that, but he's a threat spiritually. You gotta kill him, because he got a certain energy to him. That's like that gatekeeper thing.
Teach, Bobby.
See what I'm saying? You see. And I'm looking at this thing, and the brother called me, he said, hey, the government started knocking them brothers off. I'm looking at this thing saying, and all these so-called religious people is looking at this stuff, and I'm saying, hey, you see, now I'm not, and I say this because I'm heterosexual. You see what I'm saying? But I'm talking about something on the spirit realm here. Why is it that these brothers that was in this movie, Paris is Burning, produced something that was so terrifying to the doggone power elite that they had to take most of the brothers out? Just interesting that way. I'm just throwing things out here to let you know how this thing goes.
They killed the producers of the movie.
No, they killed the brothers in the movie. They had a bunch of these gay guys, the actors, the guy who was actually doing it. And it was a documentary, so it was a real documentary. It wasn't like they was acting a script. It was a documentary of these guys' life in early 90s New York. And the dancing and all the different things they do in their whole system. And the government came and said, y'all got to take them brothers out. Because obviously they're producing a certain amount of energy that's dangerous for us. See what I'm saying?
Teach, Bobby.
It's dangerous, that's dangerous for us. Then you have to understand why, when you always look at these particular pictures of Shiva and other pictures, why they look like a woman. And why is it that you can't tell on the Egyptian temples sometimes you're looking at males, and you say, is this a woman or a man? You look at Ani, which is the papyrus of Ani in the Book of the Dead. When I first looked at her, I thought Ani was a sister. See what I'm saying? And what they're talking about here is the duality between both the male and the female energies being conjoined. You understand what I'm saying? And so, and like I said, everything you see on the temple walls is there for a reason. If they wanted a buff man, a Herculean looking type man, they would have shown that. And it's interesting because when you start getting into a lot of the Herculean manly man cultures, those are the real homosexual cultures.
Teach, Bobby.
See what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to say it's just a reason when you look at things. And in the spirit world, the brother called me a month ago. He was like, yo, man, they took out all the brothers in Paris is Burning. He said, you was right about the judgment of the thing. He said, but man, they roll on them. You see what I'm saying? They roll on them brothers like that. So just, you got to understand, just like that artist. What's the guy? Real big Andy Warhol. What's his name? Basquiat. How they took this brother out. You see what I'm saying? See, what he's supposed to commit suicide or something? Supposedly.
Supposedly, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That shit, man, come on. So I'm just trying to say how certain things go. You see, so that's when you deal with spirituality, you deal on the advanced level. You gotta get beyond the traditions of this dogma. You see what I'm saying? Who going to hell when we are all in hell? That's the first example. Who went to hell? Almost 6,000 couple of years ago, maybe 10,000, no, maybe 60,000 years ago when we fell into the physical world, the Hylite world, hell, hell. You see, so it's just interesting on how these particular things go. So this particular goddess here is the goddess Saint Martha. She's a form of Keteruk in Egypt. She's a form of Erzuli Dinta in Voodoo, and Saint Martha, her new name is Myrta. And she is Myrta, and she is you see, with the Afro goddess, with the snakes, and she's a goddess of protection. She's a goddess of protection, and she works. You see what I'm saying? And it's just interesting, she showed up right before Katrina. She popped up right before Katrina. So we got a lot of these particular voodoo entities that popped up right before Katrina. You see, and that's what we are. So we're gonna deal with some of that. Let me get my notes out here, and we're gonna deal with a lot of that type of stuff as we go on. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Because I realize now, in order to, like I say, in order to really access this, becoming these entities, you even also have to give up on family if family is not at a certain level. You see what I'm saying? It ain't about that. You see what I'm saying? You know, and you heard me say these things before, but I'm just trying to say, the identification cannot be in the human form. Now, you have to undo yourself. And you say, well, how do you undo yourself? Well, I'm saying, just the most bizarre stuff. You see what I'm saying? You got to break all these laws and these taboos. You see, because we're in a new paradigm. We're in a new paradigm. Now, when we get into this, I want to show you some things. I'm going to show you the mass rituals that went on with Katrina. Wow. These were mass rituals. And so we're going to go into all of this and stuff and to show you. But remember now, everything that is going on is so dismal. The government hand was forced. The government hand was forced. You know, they started out, like I said, this is a major year. You had the transition of, and it's interesting now, because you got to look at these cycles. Everything had a lot to do with cycles. You had the transition of Rosa Parks, who stepped on the bus on, it'll be December the 2nd. 50 years, testing. Testing to all. I knocked it off. Okay, 50 years, who stepped on the bus 50 years ago will be on December the 2nd. So that's a gateway. So that's the day you need to do some magic or do some things like that. That's a gateway. So she stepped on the bus on December the 2nd, 50 years ago. Emmett Till died 3-4 months before she did, which actually probably, they even said that might have prompted her to step on the bus and say, I ain't giving up my seat after they killed a 14-year-old boy. Emmett Till died on August the 29th, 1955, and 1955, which in some Kemetic calendars is the Egyptian New Year. And we talk about 10,000 years of history. So one of their New Years could have been July 23rd, Rising of Leo, but one of the Kemetic calendars, the Egyptian calendar, the Egyptian New Year was August the 29th. Marcus Garvey's birthday was on what? Anybody know that? It was in August. You know, and I think he died, I think he died in the 50s, wasn't it? Late 40s or something. But he said, look for me in a whirlwind. Sure. Before, you know, on his deathbed. So, August the 29th, you had Emmett Till making the transition, who, we was in a hotel room, remember the space shuttle blew up back here on the 1st of February? Well, on February, the 1st of February, but on January the 20th, no, January the 30th, they got 31 days in January, 30 days. January the 31st, because I think the space shuttle blew up on the 1st or something. January the 31st, I was in a hotel room. We went down to St. Louis. Me and a sister from Kansas named Olivia, and we went down and had I never been to St. Louis, and she had some free tickets to St. Louis, so we took this train ride down to St. Louis. And we were supposed to go that summer, but we ended up going, we got there on January the 29th for some reason, and as soon as we got there, about an hour after we got there, Hemmitt came through. He said, I was born, I came to the earth to be sacrificed for the whole civil rights movement. You see what I'm saying? And he said she's at a lofty position. And I think his mother had just made the transition. So he said, he was real happy because he was reunited with his mother. And so this is all in a cycle now. Hurricane Katrina first started towards New Orleans and actually hit on the 29th, 30th. Now, so to show you these particular cycles. So that Friday before Hurricane Katrina, a sister from Chicago showed you how the spirit world works. Because right now, I don't really, I'm just telling you how the spirit world works and my involvement in the spirit world and stuff like that. And so I don't really have to make try to explain myself or make some stuff up or try to explain myself and say, at this particular time, we're supposed to be at a certain level that we got to understand that we are more than just this physical, political, you see what I'm saying, type thing. We got to understand this. And we ain't doing no more than what our grandparents used to do, that we done got far away from. You understand what I'm saying? So a sister from Chicago named Ivana called and she said, I don't know, I done had some dreams about Emmett Till. I said, I'm going to look into it. And then Emmett Till came through again, and the seer down in Atlanta, one of the seers, the sister Kimberly said, something about Emmett Till's spirit is coming in. It's real powerful. Now, HARP, which is the people that do the weather modification thing, they decided that on 1 hour after Katrina hit Miami, it just so happened that when it hit Miami, and this is just interesting too, it hit the black community only. Gorgeous Miami, it only destroyed the black community. But 1 hour after it hit the black community in Atlanta, they started talking about New Orleans. Well, it can become a Category 5 and hit New Orleans. Yeah. Wait a minute, it just left. It ain't been going an hour and you already predicted New Orleans? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And yet they got a movie that came on in June about a hurricane hit New Orleans and the gas going up. What was the name of that movie? Hurricane 5 or something. No. That was the name of it? In June, because they had one Category 7 that was recent.
That just came out.
Just Category 5. Right. So they had this thing of and what hits New Orleans a Category 5? So I'm like, wait a minute now, hold on now. You got this movie come out and they talking about the gas gonna go up and all this kind of stuff, and the barrels of oil and stuff. So the next thing we know, they talking about, it's going to New Orleans 1 hour after Miami. I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold on now. Then the Spirit came through and said, no, there's two things that's going on. See, the government is able to take a hurricane that comes off the coast of Africa. They're able to take this thing and with their weather modification, they're able to direct it and send it where they want to go. So they can actually drive these things. So they were going to send it so that Ray Nager, this fool here, Ray Nager, he part of government too now. Don't let nobody fool you. That's Goulet. They don't let nobody come up here in that TV screen that ain't been bought and sold. The mayor down there. So Mayor Nagin, I take a no mind if I do. Mayor Nagin, you know, came on and told the people, this thing is going to hit New Orleans head on. But it didn't hit New Orleans head on. And what had happened is Hemmitt and a bunch of spirits from the spirit world, it was supposed to hit New Orleans head on. They had predicted it that Saturday. They had Mayor Nagin and all of them. They're talking about evacuating all this kind of thing here. But it didn't hit New Orleans. It hit Mississippi, the death place of Emmett Till. So Emmett Till's spirit, along with other spirits, and that's how these things are, their spirits, directed it. So the government directed it towards New Orleans. And if it would have hit New Orleans, it was bad enough what happened to New Orleans. They had 50,000 bodies. 50,000 people got killed. They ain't telling you that.
Sure didn't. It sure didn't. You're talking about something. 2,000
got killed. You see. And they ain't got, I'm quite sure they ain't up there up to what? It goes down every time they talk about it.
Right, 2,000.
2,000. 50,000. Now, it was going to, so what happened is that they wanted it to hit New Orleans head on. Emmett Till and them spirits sent it to Mississippi, and it hit Mississippi and Alabama 50 years after his death to the date.
Check.
So, the next morning, what was the word? New Orleans weathered the storm. And by that evening, it was drying up. So they came in and exploded the levees and blew up the levees. You see, now you know Farrakhan did this one. When it came to the Million Man March, he kind of buck danced a little bit because he did it right. See, people are down all around. Don't be no punk. Come out with it. You don't have to be politically correct. They're going to call you a fool anyway. Two people had this thing in American history. Jesse Jackson in 1994, Jesse Jackson in 1998, both Democratic conventions. Farrakhan in 1995, Farrakhan in 2000, and Farrakhan again in 2005. They have the world stage and don't do nothing with it. But he come out and said, give us the information on the levees, but he came to New Orleans and dropped on what he said, said that they had a diver from the, he came to, not New Orleans, he came to St. Louis. He said they had a diver from the, what they call it, military scientists. What do they call these people? Huh? The Corps Army Engineers that dove in, and he said one road went down and they saw this hole, they saw it was looking like it exploded. He got some of the rocks and put it in his swimming suit, and they took it to a lab, and it had two types of explosives in it. Now remember now, 5 white boys got there in New Orleans when they wasn't supposed to get there and came up on their levee, and what happened? They ended up getting killed. So now, so he talked about blowing the levees. They had the guy, Manny Payton said, and Manny Payton said that he heard explosives. I got a friend that's in Houston. He said every black person that got off them buses in Houston was saying that the levees was exploded. So they missed the mark, but they got mad in the next time, and the whole thing was, well, even if it doesn't hit, we gonna explode the levees in the 9th Ward and drown all the people. Now it's interesting here because now on cable now, and it only started with Katrina in now mark this down, how things. You got to be scientific in the particular aspect. We're non-analytical people. Everything is everything. That roach on the wall might tell you something. And if you think it's stupid, remember that white boy is studying that roach on the wall. Everything is everything. When you go and you see them hieroglyphics, and it's like John Henry Clark Mark say, if the Egyptians bumped their toe, they recorded it. Everything is everything.
You go around in a dizzying circle when an earthquake is on.
All kind of things. Now, where was I going with this?
It was all they blew up those levees, and it was going to blow them up.
Yeah, right. It was going to blow them anyway. Now, what happened was, they was going to blow the levees. They blew them 3 times before. You see what I'm saying? Now, everything is everything. When Katrina hit, a week after Katrina hit, because the cable and all that type of stuff is all run by Global Elite, they started showing this movie, and it's on Starz Network now. Starz got about 7 channels, because they can be on any one of them. It's a movie that came out in 1992 called Storyville with James Spader. And in the movies in New Orleans, all these white folks is getting killed. And James Spader is in all this conspiracy. He might go to jail because some people ended up dead in his apartment or whatever. And he goes through the whole movie. And at the end of the movie, it was a plot to steal old black people's land because the land was rich with oil. See what I'm saying? A movie called Storyville. It's on the Starz Network now. And don't worry, because I got a recording of it. I saw it in 94, and when it came on again, I'll make sure I get it. You see what I'm saying? I get it off of there. That's like Satchmo. Satchmo used to give people some Hemmitt or some type of thing. He said, you got to get it out of you. Used to give him some bowel movements, and you got to get it out. They say he was around the Queen of England and all them tables. And was passing out this gum, and they was eating the thing, and it was some laxative. That's why you give us that. He said, you got to get it out of you. Even Satchmo knew. See what I'm saying? Satchmo, they said, what's up, Satchmo? They said, what's up, Satchmo? We think this man is Uncle Tom. What do you say? White folks still in control. You see what I'm saying? Now, so they got this movie Storyville, and they're talking about this stuff, and it's playing right now. They always do that. Okay, let's go on. Number one, and this is the craziest thing, and why it's good to be conscious. There's some these black women are standing up, and they look at the story. They got a white woman sitting on a bridge with a dog in her hand, with a dog. And they said, why you didn't rescue you? Why you didn't get rescued? The helicopter came. And she said, I was going to go, but they wanted to take this dog, and I ain't going nowhere without this dog. That's what it is about being a free person, free in the mind. And here it is, black women get ready to get on the bus. And you know you got to be savage when somebody tell you to give your baby up to get on the bus. And they get their babies up. And they got 200 babies missing. They take them out to Bohemian Grove out in California. And they sacrifice these babies in big rituals. Eat them and all kinds of things. Raise them as sex slaves. And they sacrifice them. And they got 200 babies, and these niggas. But they say it was some of the worst type of black people. The utter poverty and savagery that you ain't that conscious that it's just human nature. You don't separate from your baby. You die with the baby. And the man will tell you to get on the bus and say, but give up your babies. And these fools handed over their babies, and they got 200 of them missing.
That's crazy. Right here in the city of Cleveland, this is fact. Right in the city of Cleveland, Cleveland got 1,000 kids that came up out of that. 300, we don't know where they are, but they got 700 still right here in Cleveland. I want anybody ready to get with me so we can go get them babies, let me know.
Well, good luck. I'm just saying though, you gotta be, it's just human nature. You know, this white woman here now ain't gonna leave a dog.
Right.
They got white people trying to commit suicide because little be no German Shepherd, terriers and stuff been left behind. And Negroes gonna give up their children. You see what I'm saying? You see, so. But the point about it here is, now, let me explain something. So they killed, the story is, because you can't wait on NBC News, ABC News, and CNN to give you your reality. They got 50,000 people died. Now, if you notice, they're marking the houses. Move this over. They're marking the houses with some little X thing like this and some numbers. 645, all over the houses. This is a sacrifice thing that they're dealing with. The skull and bones of Yale University, they have usurped the god Baron Samedi in voodoo. And they worship Baron Samedi. You got to understand the ritualistic thing that's going on here. And so you say, well, what is all this about? So there's two wars going on. There's a spirit war going on. They're losing ground. This earth is going, and the DNA in us and all this stuff is going to another level. Meanwhile, the power elite want to keep their rule going. So they have gotten these. These power elite, they don't even use white deities or no kind of Nordic stuff like that. They use straight up old African deities. And they get a deity, and you got to understand the spirit world. There's deities. You got to understand, this is some amazing stuff. If you study it long enough, you'll understand the spirit realm. When I talk about religion. So, if you don't understand this, you just locked out because you've been messing around with the wrong stuff. The spirit realm, these spirits are just like anything else. These centrifugal forces. And these forces, after thousands of years, they get old and they get senile. Just like you get senile, they get senile. So what happens here with these particular spirit forces, although they might have been originally African, because that's all they ever was. I don't want to use the word African, original, indigenous. Get out of that word African. You see what I'm saying? And all this kind of thing here. You see. We need to call that Christian land now. You go to the bush, they talking about Jesus. And they ain't talking about no black Jew, they talking about white man Jesus. They did a job on them. You see. Now, but these entities, they start to die. They hold these spaces together in the mundane realm, the matrix. So they get so old, got 5 minutes, they get so old until they say, we don't care who sacrificed to us, black or white or whatever, and most black people, you see what I'm saying, they ain't even into that. So like they made the thing, the preachers, them people in New Orleans, see, this is when you know you're ignorant. People in New Orleans died because they messing with that voodoo, and that's what did it. And I'm saying, you are an idiot. 98%. Oh, I got to go up and down, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, turn it up, yeah, okay. Yeah, 98% of all black people in New Orleans and Louisiana is 100% Christian. 85% of all voodoo practitioners in the New Orleans area is white. It's white. Now don't get mad at white folks. You gotta understand something about the spirit world. When you abandon stuff, these spirits, they have to survive. They tell you even in Africa, or they tell you even in ancient Egypt, even with the ancestral thing, or whether they say, in order for these spirits to survive, you got to call their name. Otherwise, they go into ether. That's why you have dead gods. You do something to them, and they don't even respond no more. Because there's been a 1,000-year period where nobody called their names. And they just went into energy. It's thought, and it's a consciousness, but if you don't practice with them or have the practitioner with them, then they become dead. Then there's some, okay, how many, you got 5? How many minutes?
3.
Okay, yeah. Then there's some, over the course of years of people, when you have too many people practicing them, they become saturated. You see, so Baron Samdi in them, most black people don't even know what that is. They got a 85% white base, and Baron Samdi is the God. You have the top hat, and it's the God of the dead. You saw him in the movie Sugar Hill, the one from the 70s.
Okay.
So the Skull and Bones with George Bush and all them in the Skull and Bones, they say, hey, and it's got bones. Got this. Baron Samdi is a God with bones, cross bones. Right. So they say, hey, we can take this God and sacrifice to him, and as a result, try to keep him alive. And as a result, they get energy from that stuff. So they will sacrifice the babies, and they did a grand sacrifice ritual to Baron Samdi. Because those entities are dying because there's a new God that's supposed to replace them. Well, who are the new gods?
Come on, Bob.
New gods is the DNA in you. You see what I'm saying? You are the new gods. You see. So this is like Custer's last stand. Just raise your hand when it runs out. You see what I'm saying? It's like Custer's last. And so you got a spirit war going on. There's a whole spirit war going on. And as a result, it was a grand ritual that had to be made. Let me show you how bad this spirit war is not working for them. They had to turn back around. You know, they did a mass ritual at 9/11. It's interesting here. It's interesting. You got your boy Alex Jones.
Right.
He just did a new tape and came to find out that George Bush's youngest brother was over security during 9/11. His last day ran out the day of 9/11. Somebody asked him, how do you know that? She said, I didn't know it until Barbara Bush wrote her book and said it in the book. See, the global elite is so infallible, or they think they're so infallible until they can say what they want to say and they don't care nothing about it. Because the people are the sheeple. Useless eaters is what they call them. And in so many words, for all intents and purposes, that's what we are. Useless eaters. You know, masses of people come down here and you don't know no knowledge. That's like being on this earth without an owner's manual. That's like being on a computer without the manual. You see what I'm saying? You a computer, ain't got no manual, and thinking you a transistor radio. Go ahead. Question about about what now?
Yeah, I was asking about you just speaking about the 200 babies.
Oh,
Stand up and ask your question.
Stand up.
Yeah, so we can hear you.
He was telling us about the 200 babies that got sacrificed, which I didn't even know anything about that.
it's probably more than that. That's right. Yeah.
But, I mean, you just made made a light bulb go over my head, because they also had a show on television not too long before that saying that Africans, some of our people, were raping babies to get rid of AIDS, and that they had to have virgins in order to rid themselves of AIDS.
Yeah, I heard all kind of crazy stuff like that.
And
Yeah.
that after they raped the babies to rid themselves of AIDS, they would also mutilate and kill the baby afterwards.
There's all kind of things going on.
The babies is because they can't find a virgin under 11 years old.
You know what? These people live for millions of years. All of a sudden they just turn savage like that. Anytime you get something that happen overnight like that, like it's not in a vacuum. See, in order to get something that's natural, you have to trace it at least about 100 years back to have a pattern that way got to the worst point. Anytime you got some stuff like that, that's government induced. Or world, that's artificial induced. When people just turn to savagery like that. You see what I'm saying? Now they came on TV the other night and they always come on and they'll give you the truth. One night, they might say it once. They came on TV the other night and they said, and this is astonishing. They say the amount of Africans die a week. They got more Africans dying a week than all the Asians that died, or the people that died in the whole tsunami. And they had over 100,000 something people that died. They're saying they're losing almost 100,000 Africans a week. Well, 3 years ago, it was 70,000. And they're just killing them and calling it AIDS.
Yeah.
So anything you got that's just straight up, that's just straight up the government doing that. They always, it's always the government that's induced in doing stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? You see, but like I said, now they were sacrificing these bodies. That's why they're coming up now and saying, well, we might not be able to identify them and stuff because the bodies are already decomposed. See, come on now. Whenever they do this stuff, man, these people can identify mummies. They can identify races that ain't even around no more. Tell you all about them, how they live, what kind of bread they cooked, and all kind of stuff. You can't identify somebody that died 2 months ago in a certain area. So they got to go find these mummies and find all kind of fossils and stuff and dig up the earth and stuff and identify that. Make a whole special on it. And they got people in the morgues up there that say, we can't do nothing about it. Come on, man. It was all a sacrifice. All the grand sacrifice that was going down here. It was a ritual. Now, it's multifaceted. It's more than just, it was for the oil, because like I say, it's all ritual. Let me give you another political thing, economic thing. They came in and they said, Mississippi and Alabama got gambling. And these ain't nothing but some of the backwoods people from England and from Europe. This is the scum. They ain't got no history, they got gambling. They say, what you think could happen in New Orleans? It's got the Mardi Gras, jazz, spiritual hoodoo. They got all of this stuff that's going on. Even got their own cuisine. They said they ain't got no state that got their own cuisine. All the cuisines that came up in this country is been implanted here. They said they got their own cuisine. They got everything. They said, what happened if they get hammered? They said it would be another Vegas. But it won't be in the theme of Vegas, because we'll have a Vegas with a whole nother theme that we don't have to copy Vegas. And they said it would be great. They said good. They said we down with it, but you got 60% black people there. Probably, they said they got to go, and all we gonna do this thing. You got to relocate him.
Okay, also, Bobby, I was probably on the internet, and the guy from Houston said that it was a group of people that was missing in the evacuation, and that was the young boys with the sagging pants and the rags,
Another thing, too, check this out. This is what's scary. Part of the voodoo thing of Haiti, you had the Haitian Revolution. Part of the voodoo thing of Haiti. Now let me give you this here. There's a brother named Arlene that said this. We need to get into some more research on this. There's a brother named Arlene Bay. I think he's in his 30s, late 30s, mid 30s, and he did a tape called Hurricane Katrina. What's up with Hurricane Katrina? Hawk and Hurricane Katrina. His name is Arlene Bay. Moorish brother, Moorish, Hemmitt, Kemetic brother out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. I've been knowing him for years. So he did a tape right after Katrina. And he made an astonishing thing, and I said, we need to do some more research in this, because it's talking about, well, first of all, the History Channel came on back in 2003. And they said that in so many words, I give you both aspects of this. They said that in so many words, they wouldn't have a Louisiana Purchase if it wasn't for a little small island called Haiti. Because Napoleon and them, when they was getting their behinds whipped in Haiti, they lost all, he had to go to war with Europe, but all of his greatest generals and soldiers before they went to war in Europe, they went to Haiti, and he lost half of the soldiers to warfare, even yellow fever, and they just got their behinds whipped. And he lost all of the soldiers and the best stuff, and it weakened them so bad until they had to get the money to recuperate. And thus, that led to the Louisiana Purchase. You see what I'm saying? Now, what the brother Ali Bay is saying when he did his tape was based on, and I don't know whether he got it from the Moorish history or where he got it from, but apparently it was saying that they paid France in gold, and the gold sank beneath the Atlantic Ocean, and as a result, the land, because they didn't purchase it, it belongs back to the Washita, or the original black inhabitants of the Louisiana territory. You see what I'm saying? Which goes all the way to what, Canada or whatever? So whether you talk about the Washita or whether you talk about some other indigenous black people there, and we need to do some research on this, because if that's true, then we got a whole other history that's going on and a fight that's going on here, because that means that the stuff still belongs to these so-called black people, or these indigenous people. Or you call them Washita, it might be a multi-platinum, a multi-level aspect of some things going on, but it's just curious that he made this. I kind of understand the science. He made this, and then the white boy, and the Moorish Science Temple been talking about this for years, and people was laughing at him. And ironically, we hear, and then the white boy came out with something in July where they admitted, they said, well, when you paying homage to the pilgrims in that Turkey, you might have to stop that and start paying homage to the real founders of this land. Called the Melungeons.
Yes.
Now, gotta understand the science. So they came in, and they invited a DNA expert from Britain, came over to the University of Tennessee, and they called them triracial people. Now, I grew up with some of these people. We had a guy named Fat Charles and his family all in. They didn't even wear no shoes, like Indians. But we call them Croatan. And they called triracial people, and I'm from South Carolina. It was in South Carolina, North Carolina, and all up in Virginia. Now, understand this now, because all this stuff is mixing in. See, everything is an upheaval. And so they said they had these people, people had been knowing about the so-called Melungeons, or what we call them down south, Croatans. They got several names. But they finally, in 2001, they had the guy from Britain come in and do the DNA testing on these so-called Melungeons. And he said that they were African American, Native American, Northern European, Mediterranean. Well, there you go, right there. That's the Moorish thing right there. And they said, well, who are the famous Melungeons? They said, Elvis Presley, Abraham Lincoln, and Ava Gardner.
What?
I remember something about Ava Gardner. Ava Gardner, because it was Lena Horne, she said, Lena Horne said, I used to hang out with Ava Gardner, and we was real good tight friends. And they said, and Ava Gardner said, you know, we got to stick together because we from the South. And I'm like, the white South and black South is two different histories.
Thank you.
But what Ava Gardner now was telling her was, and Ava Gardner knew this thing, because Ava Gardner had a black woman that was with her, and she wasn't no maid, she just handled all the affairs. And she was with her till the day she died. Even when she moved to Europe, this black woman, and in so many words, these was family members. She was a black woman. Carol Channing's father was black, as well as Eisenhower's mama was mulatto. The point is, they were saying, well, there's Melungeons, and so it's none other than the Moors. So they're saying, when you start, this white boys on TV in July, next Thanksgiving you might be dealing with the Melungeons or the Moors other than the Pilgrims, when you talk about who founded America.
Thank you.
Now let's trace this thing, because they said they went to Virginia, and I'm trying to understand this now. Y'all all right? They went to Virginia, And they got this line out of Virginia. And they did the testing on them. And then it makes sense on how you would have these poor white folks up in Appalachian, Virginia, which is supposed to be the same people they call Melungeon, because they said that Elvis Presley was from Appalachia, his family. And I said, oh, it makes sense now, because I understand this here. Why is it that they would have all this rich here, and these white folks will remain poor up to this day? Those white folks was remaining poor in the Appalachians and stuff like that because they was mixed. They had the tainted, what they call contaminated blood. You see, they had that Negro up in them. You see what I'm saying? And I said, this makes sense. And then we see the migration pattern from the Appalachians to Baltimore, Maryland. Anybody been to Baltimore? Anybody from Baltimore, Maryland? Anybody been to Baltimore, Maryland and saw this thing? They got about 3, 4, 5 blocks of a white ghetto. They did a movie called White Man's Burden where they had the white folks in the ghetto. No, they ain't got to do no movie. Go to Baltimore, Maryland. I'm up in Baltimore doing an election back in '97. I said, who are these people? The guy said, man, the cops hate them. They beat them down like dogs. He said, all they do is drink. They lazy and they shiftless. And it's a whole ghetto. They don't even show it at all. And what it is these Appalachians, which is black, migrated up to Baltimore and set up their ghetto, and they treat them like dogs. And I said, yeah, I can understand why they keep these people poor. You understand what's going on here? So they said, well, since you got these Melungeons, they said, we got closet Melungeons. So they said, we got closet Melungeons. They said, well, since we did this test and got these things, these people, they said, we're going to have more of them coming out of the closet. I'll give you one right now. That's Sandra Bullock. Dark hair from Virginia. See what I'm saying? Dark hair from Virginia. You see. And if they was ever show their breasts, if anybody you see when they take off and they show their breasts, if they got brown nipples, that's black. Yeah. Oh yeah, shoot, I see, man. Yeah. Yeah. They black. So it's some stuff that's going on. Now going back to this. Now let's go back to this Katrina thing. What led to the Haitian Revolution was some of those particular people that was in Haiti can trace their stuff back to Maroon societies. And the Maroon societies are supposed to be the people that gave the rise of the locks in the Western Hemisphere. And they said, well, one of the histories of the dreadlock, why they call it dreadlocks, they said because the white man dreaded those locked warriors. Okay, now, you go to the Haitian Revolution. Before the Haitian Revolution was finished and the Haitians won, some of the warriors who did their fighting and had to escape, one wave escaped to New Orleans, and they called them refugees.
Okay.
Here's a book. Get this book right here. Let me see if I got the book. It's in the history of this book. Voodoo Hoodoo. Voodoo Hoodoo by Jim Haskins. Haskins. Jim Haskins. Voodoo Hoodoo. Get this book. And on page 59, they go into the whole aspect. You see what I'm saying now? They go into the whole aspect of the first wave that escaped. They call them refugees. Now follow me on this. The second wave migrated 1 year after the Haitian Revolution. Well, the Haitian Revolution was in 1794. They celebrated the 200-year Haitian Revolution in what? 2004. And the whole Hurricane Katrina incident started a year ago, where they sent HARP up into Haiti into a storm and kill off who they want to kill off, just like they did in Miami. They killed the black community. They hit there. They can kill off who they want to kill off. And people don't know, the island Haiti is shared with who? The Dominican Republic. They didn't even get hit. Nothing but a storm. You understand how this thing goes? So it started with the Haitian Revolution, but if you sit down and try to understand, you got to understand the science cycle. The Haitian Revolution was in 17, what was it, 17, no, excuse me, the Haitian Revolution was in, was it 1804? Let's see, let me get this right. 1804, I think. There was a 200-year anniversary. 1804. Okay. 200-year anniversary, 1904. They send a hurricane there. Now go back. 1 year after 1804, you had another form of black migrants that came to New Orleans in 1805. So in 2005, Katrina hits New Orleans. Y'all, you catching me here? They followed the trail of these dreadlock warriors. It's a war there going on. The white man never forgives or forgets. Now follow me on this. Got a brother named Tony down in Houston. He called me up because all the evacuees is coming in. He knows some stuff about New Orleans. He said they had a bunch of brothers down in New Orleans. Brothers walking around the streets. Hundreds of them. They had long dreadlocks and gold teeth. And said when it hit, Hurricane Katrina hit, they wouldn't let them brothers get out of the quarantine. They wouldn't let them get on the buses or nothing. And Ray Nager was in on this thing too. They wouldn't let them brothers get on the buses. Okay. So after them buses left, and the governor already said shoot to kill, then the army came in, killed them all off. Yep. Remember now about a month after Katrina, and the chief of police stayed through all the stuff and all the people leaving. And he's a hero now, and then after Katrina he resigned because he saw what went down. There was black men that if you didn't have children, immediate family, you couldn't get on the bus. So they had thousands of black men that they wouldn't allow, including these hundreds of ones that got the long dreadlocks and the gold teeth. They was like, wait a minute, these are warriors. We got to kill them all. And so those black men that they didn't let get on the buses, they had 50,000 troops on the ground in 1 week. From all over America. These white folks, few Negroes, Mexicans, Israelis, everybody came. And then they had a doggone shooting gallery on the remainder of black men of a demographics of, let's say, from 18 to 40. Yeah. And they killed them all off. Yeah. They didn't survive.
And that's when they was announcing that there was gunfire. And that's at the time, that's when they were killing them.
They was killing them all up. You see, now, meanwhile, it was the summit. Now, the summit here is America is not trained in domestic warfare.
Looting.
They're trained in foreign warfare. So in order to get the American police force, or whatever you might have it, the overseers or whatever, to be trained in America in urban warfare, they had to have a summit. So they had 50,000 troops that came down there for 7 to 8 weeks, and they trained on a summit to come back to the cities, and now they're trained in urban warfare. Yeah, and domestic warfare. Domestic warfare. You see what I'm saying? So they had a whole summit. So they used all of this for that. So it's a multifaceted thing. It was a whole summit. Then they needed to enact the Rex 84, King Alfred plan, so they used the evacuations of all these particular people. And this Rex 84 was only on paper. They had to see did it really work. So they evacuated people, which was going to be easy because we were prepared for the simple fact because we've been in a certain amount of consciousness over the years.
Okay.
No matter what group you in, if it's alternative from the regular mammy-pammy Negro out here, then you are a part of the conscious. And so that was one of the reasons why it was important to be conscious. You see, in some kind of form, which means you live an alternative lifestyle even if it's in a thought. Even when you're working on the white man's job. Your eyes are open and you see certain things. Even when you get beat over your head by your family and other people saying, you know, all them niggas all into that black stuff. Whatever it is.
Right.
That old Muslim stuff. You see what I'm saying? The key here is they have this King Alfred plan, so they evacuated all the people. Now let's look at the spiritual side of this thing. And so we talk about 50,000 people that they killed off and they sacrificed thousands of bodies. So when they was going, when they brought that on the door dead, that is a sacrifice for a certain entity that they're trying to keep alive. But obviously it didn't work because about a month after that happened, they had to go and take Clark and take it to Pakistan. Was it Pakistan? And do the earthquake, and they killed, they hit a whole complex. See, they send their children to, they got a complex there where they might send 10 to 15,000 children on the weekends to this school. So they made sure they got that to get them bodies, them babies. So they killed 50,000 in Pakistan and 50,000 in New Orleans just to sacrifice these entities. But it ought to let you know that these entities that was helping them is dying because the simple fact they got to go so radical to come the next month. See, when they hit 9/11 and they sacrificed all their bodies, it took 4 years. You see what I'm saying? And that was a sacrificial stuff. You see, this white boy is on a whole nother level. You see what I'm saying? And because you're all in the political stuff and all, they're looking at you like, oh, you big stupid man. The earth ain't even functioning on that level no more. You into all this kind of thing and all this identity, and you into some stuff from the 1960s. They're like, man, we've been so far advanced from that stuff. We got laser guns can hit you in the head and give you aneurysms. You see what I'm saying? Let me tell you something about Tupac. Tupac died a week after he got shot. They killed him. You want to know how I know? Get a movie called, they always put it in their movies, a movie called Critical Care. All the stuff you want to know about the medical profession, get the movie Critical Care. And then the movie, they say, you know, pretty much we can keep anybody alive if we want to. Think about this. I want you to just use your brain. They do surgery where they got to rip your body open to do surgery. You bleed and everything else. How do you, and then you say, well, a bullet shot him and he died. I want to ask you something. This man just cut your guts out in surgery and you didn't die. Anybody ever thought about that? That means they have the ability to do what they want. They cauterize wounds. They got into a science that can stop them. You die because you bleed to death. You see what I'm saying? So they cauterize wounds. They can take your head and cut it off and put it on a damn skateboard. And you still be living. They can do monstrous stuff. So my point here is that Tupac lived a week. That means they could have saved him. You see what I'm saying? So we still on the minute level talking identity and I'm this and I'm that. And the white man knows all who you are. You still in this kind of, because it's ego tripping. And you doing this and the white man got some stuff where he go in there and stuff. And, you know, Michael Jackson get freed. And I'm going to tell you something about that too.
All right now.
But they said, no, we got to have some Negroes. Somebody got to leave. We can't have 10 years in a row. O.J. Simpson made it out of this, and then Michael Jackson. Somebody got to leave. So what they do is they go hit the hospital and kill Luther. Luther was killed.
I know that.
They got a black boy that got shot in the head and was living with a half a head. Breathing, talking, dancing, singing, drinking Kool-Aid. killed Luther. You see. So, let me tell you something about that Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson might have beat that thing because there's a tape out called, they did a tape out, it was selling in the Nexus magazine. I brought the DVD with me. They did a whole documentary on the Illuminati. This one here wasn't like the other stuff. Anthony Hilda, George Maxwell, David Icke, they did this thing and all, and they was flashing all the people who was part of the global elite.
Right.
And here come Michael Jackson face on there. And maybe when Michael Jackson was able to be freed is because that's what they do. They molest children. Now let me give you an example when I saw this. And normally I said, oh, they teasing on Michael Jackson again, but they play a hating on Michael again.
Oh, yeah.
But I remember something in 1999, downtown Atlanta. There's two brothers that migrated from New York City, but they was living in New York in 1980s, and they used to work for Madison Square Garden. And they tell this remarkable story. So when I saw this new thing, and they say Michael Jackson was a part of that global elite, and they showed Sammy Davis Jr. hooking Anton LaVey in the Church of Satan, and they flashing all these people. And when I saw that, I said, well, you can't believe what white folks say, but I remember what these two guys said. And it was like, look, downtown 1999, and it was like, look, we used to work for Madison Square Garden in the 80s. We used to do security. He said, and this white man used to follow Michael Jackson around with this bag. You might have heard me say this on some of my tapes. With this bag. You see, it was like a briefcase and stuff. They was like, that's the money man. They said, well, Michael Jackson is scheduled to come back here twice. So I think it was 90, he came in 84. I think he came back again in 85. They said, when he come back again, we gonna get that bag. So they said they followed that white boy, and a certain time when the white boy went, they got that bag. Black people, expert thieves. So they got that bag, and he said, we went in this little place where we go to security, and he said, we opened it up, and he said, we thought it was money. He said, we paid. He said, and they opened it up, it was a transmitter and a radio and a receiver, and it was connected with Michael Jackson. So that white man followed around with a radio. So I'm just trying to say here, there's all kind of serious type of insidious behavior going on. You see what I mean? And this is just some interesting stuff that's going on. Like, I just want to put that out there. But now going back, these people are doing major rituals and stuff like that. Now, let's go to the spiritual aspect of that. People said that the what you call the Superdome, they said it was no different than a slave ship. Remember they said that? They said people bodies everywhere and all this kind of thing, mostly black. And I still say this too. I still want to know, why is it, I remember the rest of you if I'm wrong, I want to say, if I was the brother from Katrina, I want to find out how many, I'm still baffled by this, how many light-skinned people was in that Superdome. I didn't hardly see any. Some poor whites, what I'm talking about, they got all these Creoles and all these people. Lives in New Orleans. And how many light-skinned people was in the Superdome? What I saw looked like Tanzania to me.
But I did see President Bush go and address some of the towns, and they were something like that.
There was some like, but I'm just trying to say it was very few. I'm not saying there weren't any. I'm just trying to say we talking about Malalo, capital of the world.
But what I'm saying is that once he addressed it, it looked like they weren't even a part of it. They were like.
But this one of the other parts too. My man said, well, the Malalo people are what you call it, Mayor Ray Nagin.
Yeah.
Got them up out of there along with the white folks.
Yeah.
See, the mulatto people are the people, the Creole people are the people, when they go back and rebuild it, they got to have a certain type of black people that they're going to say that this is New Orleans and the jazz. And those are the people that they're going to put back in New Orleans. As well as the upward mobile dark-skinned black people. They got a certain people, what they call landowners. Because the only real citizen is landowners.
Exactly.
All right.
You understand what I'm saying? In this country.
That's right.
You see, and you never really own the land, but still yet, people who have property, you see what I'm saying, whether they're privileged to have property, the privileged class, and those are the people, but the black poor people, they said, oh, they're not going to come back, because we're trying to make a Vegas, and we're trying to get this all up out of here, and like they said, no, they're not going to come back, but these light-skinned people, they had to get them up out of there, because there was going to be some people that they replaced.
Yeah.
Now, going back, the Superdome looked like a slave ship. We came in on a slave ship. Then they went to Texas, and it was called what? The Astrodome. That's like a mothership. The rescue. So a lot of spiritual things is playing out in this particular aspect. Now, the white preacher and your old boy Benny Hinn and them, they celebrating this because they finally got a preacher that has a prophecy that he spoke all on the TVN network last year saying that New Orleans was going to be purified. And so they're saying, well, it did happen, the rains came. Now you got to understand this. Now, understand the spiritual aspect. They got something called, in the Gnostic text, they talk about, before we go to the next level, it has to be a great purification. And so in so many words, what the preacher was talking about lining up with the Gnostic text, the purification, when you see the outside waters, no matter whether it was man-made or whatever, the hurricanes came.
Yeah.
And whether it was or not, when you see the outside waters, it's indication of a purification that's taken on the alchemical part of our bodies. So in so many words, we came out of this storm as a changed people, not necessarily, I'm not talking about based on your consciousness, I'm talking about by your biological structure. You see what I'm saying? By your biological structure. You see, we came out of this thing, so it's a great purification. Let me give you another thing, too, to understand something here. Now, we know based on the Gnostic text that Christianity was an Egyptian religion by the Coptics that the Roman government stole and historicalized a Horus figure and made him into a historical person, but it was talking about a future people or a future Messiah. It was not talking about a historical person that walked around in some sandals in Jerusalem. That's fake. They worked for 200 years. There's a new book I call The Laughing Jesus by Peter Gandy and Timothy Free. They worked for 200 years on that. But there was a Gnostic Messiah that came out of the Coptic Egyptians. The Coptic Egyptians. Now this, when they say pre-Christianity, well, how can it be pre-Christianity when you, I thought the Christians say that Christianity came because they celebrate when Jesus came. And Jesus said these sins that wasn't on the dog on earth, that we got libraries full of this stuff. And then they got some stuff called pre-Christianity you call Gnosticism. You understand what I'm saying? To play on words, and they basically stole these people's stuff and killed these people off.
Exactly.
So now, these texts, they put in this book called Ancient Christian Magic.
Yes.
The Coptic text of Ritual Power by Marvin Mayer, M-E-Y-E-R. It might still be in print. I got this in the 90s. And Richard Smith. Now, I want to show you something here. How much time? Oh, you want to show it up? Yeah. Now, I want to show you something in here. I might have to draw it because I didn't get a chance to. You don't have the overhead, but don't matter about that. I didn't get a chance to make an overlay out of it anyway, a transparency. But I want to show you this. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Y'all all right now? So I want y'all to get some of these. We got this a few of these Egyptian doorways. You need to get them because that's going to be some power. You need to get all this stuff. And that there's protection. You need some protection. St. Martha can do it. You know, and this Kuan Yin, very key now when it's talking about your heart chakra. And this is the one you want on your side, the God Hannah. We'll get into that. I talked about him the last time. And then nobody bought the picture. And I said, oh, you here again. That's what he does. He hides from the ones who ain't worthy of buying the pictures. You see, real powerful warrior. Now I want to show you something here. I'll put that back in a minute. But now, I'm going to draw this for you. power. And it's got the word I-C-X. It's supposed to be X-us. I'm going to show you this. And it's got another one here. It's two roosters. This is an ancient text. This is the ancient thing. And it's translated, these words are translated. Translate these words. It's translated Jesus Christ. You got two roosters. And this is a recipe. This is an ancient recipe. How do you cook chicken? I'm going to show you something here. How the spirit works. Okay, there's a book called The Gnostic View. Show you this picture. Y'all all right? I'm going to bring this home to you. Gnostic Union. Check this out. I'm going to show you this book here on a Gnostic text. The Gnostic Messiah coming out of Egypt, it used to be a hawk-headed mythical lord. Hawk-headed mythical lord or mystical lord called Horus. And in the later day Egyptians produced one which was a chicken or a rooster. Another picture, and his name is Abraxas. Now, Abraxas. Then this recipe show up on these ancient texts coming out of ancient Hemmitt of a little rooster. And I'm saying, everything is everything. These people can look thousands of years into the future. And it might not be an accident why you so fond of the damn barnyard pig. The chicken. Because the chicken in ancient Kemet was named Jesus Christ. Let me show you something here. All y'all vegetarians.
Hold on, Bobby.
Easy there.
One brother was getting real weak. And he got back on that barnyard pimp. And he gained all those shrimp back. Now there's a difference between the physical world and the spiritual world. Here's an ancient Egyptian recipe for chicken. Of all things. And I'm telling you, this recipe for chicken that they got in this ancient Coptic magic, in their magical text, they dug up in 1945 in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. The recipe for chicken is what they're trying to say here is, this is a magical cure-all. Now, let's go back. Let's go back now. They ran a special in the spring of the year called American Eats on the History Channel. And they showed all the food in this country and how it got here. I think I was here the last time I told you that they didn't even get real Chinese food here until 1972 or 3 after Nixon visited China. All that stuff that they were serving was Bruce Leroy's. And they were serving that to white folks. None of that was real until 1972. That's when Chinese food even got here. Now, but in American Eats, when they went to chicken, they said chicken originated with the slaves. That's how it was learned to be cooked. And the slaves, they needed a male meal. And they said not only that, they said it really took hold after slavery when black people were not allowed on the premises and in restaurants. And they had to eat on the street. So the lunch bucket was a black thing for people in segregation. And they said one thing that they could do that would keep and wouldn't spoil after you cook it was some chicken. So they would give them some chicken, an apple, and a banana, or orange and banana, and some fruits and some stuff like that, and the chicken. And this is what the white man said. Now, one brother, the brother named Rudra, you know, he was a vegetarian for 14 years. I used to be vegetarian. You see what I'm saying? He was a vegetarian for 14 years. I'm not talking against vegetarians. And my point is, for those people that are vegetarians, ain't no sense in you going back. I mean, you done got that much practice in it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all might just go ahead and just be miserable. I mean, it's kind of stupid, you know. So I ain't trying to advocate nothing here, but what I'm trying to tell you is this. Now let me show you metaphysical. This brother was vegetarian for 14 years, and he got back on when he got back on the chicken recently, and it was a spirit thing. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. In the spirit world, your soul might call for something. Your soul say, no, I don't need them giblets, them little nuts and barley and berry and all this kind of thing, and berries and all this stuff. I need something that's pleasing to the soul. And as a result, I can regenerate the elixirs in the body and regenerate the cells based on what you give me as a jump, as something. It's almost like an exciting, something like something that's pleasing to the soul. It's just like when women fall in love, their cells start to regenerate. And you see this, you got that glow about you, even men. That's because of an alchemical process that go on. You understand what I'm saying? Alchemical processes going on. And now you look you go to some of the worst looking people now, with all the melanin, is the black woman. You go to Atlanta, they tore up from the floor up. Like they said, they've been sucking exhaust fumes. And they got all this melanin stuff, and what it is they're not receiving love, so their body is shutting down. Because the black woman was made to receive love. You see? So, hey, get love any kind of way you can. See what I'm saying? You got to receive the love. You see? And so, my point here is, look, I'm sure you want to talk. Are y'all all right?
Yeah.
Sister came to the house. There was some sodas they had over in Germany and in Europe, some apple soda that Coke put out. Had it in Germany for years, and I went to the World of Coca-Cola in 91. I drank it and I said, man, this is awesome. But it wasn't in this country, so they brought it out in this country recently. You go to Family Dollar store, they got it in there. They got it in some soda machines, but it was one that Europe been having it for years. I came in and I had one of them apple sodas, and the sister was in the house. She drank, she said, give me one of them. And she drank that, and she was like, oh, this thing was like apple cider. It's magical. She went out and bought a six-pack and drank the thing again, and it didn't do nothing for her. But what it was is, in that zone, her soul saw it and wanted it, and it produced what it was supposed to do. So I'm trying to tell you, this magical talisman here, and in these particular deities with this rooster and stuff, and then the same rooster is called El Cristo Negro in Puerto Rico. And Brazil and Cuba and all of that. You see what I'm saying? Which is the rooster. It's called Abraxas or Mithra. And it's a form of Horus. You see what I'm saying? It's a form of Horus. Mithra, Abraxas, and December the 25th is the birthday of Mithra. A Persian form of Horus. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, it's just one thing about a lot of the chicken places, the commercial chicken places. After it get cold, it turn into something else. You can't eat it after it get cold. So that's a whole other thing that's going on. You see, that's a whole other thing that's going on. But I'm just saying, I just wanted to give you some of this thing. It's just, you know, that's what's going on. What's that?
What about this flu they got going on with the chicken?
All right, that's a good question. The bird flu, let me tell you what's going on with the bird flu. The bird flu, they got a whole scare about this bird flu. They only got 2 people that died on the planet. But they got this scare about the bird flu. And they been talking about bird flu, and they create this hysteria. So they telling you that the only cure for the bird flu is what? Prevention for the bird flu is what? Tamiflu. Guess who is the CEO of Tamiflu? Donald Rumsfeld. They get ready to have a cold payday.
Yeah.
They set you up for the scare, you run out there. The CEO of Tamiflu is Donald Rumsfeld. Do the math. Just like that Hollywood
That's right.
that Dick Cheney is over, got all the doggone grants for Katrina. Do the math on how this thing is. This white boy is diabolical. What's that?
But on WCPN a few weeks ago, they was talking about how groups of white folks, rich white folks, was buying up all the bird flu vaccines. And they were scared it wasn't going to have no vaccine for the
Right, they buying it all up, but it's still yet, it don't matter because it's a payday for Donald Rumsfeld and Bush and the boys. Huh?
That was all part of the warfare on the Tamiflu.
Right.
They played like they really cared that the poor people weren't going to get it. So they said, we're going to stop manufacturing it because all the elite are just buying it up. And then a few weeks later, come to find out, the people that did take it were getting sick from it. So like, now they were dying from it. And then another reality came on. They said, when you throw that chicken in some grease and fry it, ain't gonna be no flu left there. That are walking around intermingling with the live birds. Intermingling with the live birds. You don't throw all this
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, so what time is it?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. When you want to take a break? In about 5 minutes? About 10 minutes? Look. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, cause I got a lot to cover, but let's roll on. Okay. Moving right along. So in so many words, now, what are they fighting against? Why do they have to enact this particular deity called Baron Samedi, which is a deity? Sometimes you see him with a bone, sometimes you see him with a skeleton and a top hat. Baron Samedi. And the skull and bones took this particular deity over. And they got the bones and stuff like that. And they're marking all the doors. And each door that they mark, that's a veve. To say that they can come in, the spirits can come in and feed all of these particular bodies. You see what I'm saying? All of these particular bodies. You see what I'm saying? Now, the key here is, here's a book that was put out 10 years ago called Gert's Voodoo Wars. And because white folks have usurped voodoo, you see what I'm saying? Millions of practitioners. This thing here is trying to teach young white boys to get into the voodoo and use it against the enemy, which they call the enemy Palo. You see, Palo is poses a threat to them because Palo hadn't been usurped by masses of white folks. It's very dangerous and very powerful. So in here, Zarabanda, which is Congo god, Kumbanda is the enemy. You see, these are role-playing games. Now, voodoo has several components to it. You see, several components to it. Deities that's found in Europe, you see what I'm saying, Akan, you know, different ones and stuff. It's a multifaceted spiritual system. But this is one of the keys on what the whole Katrina thing was about. Now, they needed to try to save this God, but it's interesting because the movie, and it just came out on video, 2 weeks before Katrina hit, the movie came out called what? Skeleton Key. The baddest movies you're going to see. And in the movie, these black folks was snatching these white folks' bodies and stuff. And basically killing these white folks. Or it's a twist and everything, and they was using the whole voodoo thing, or what they was using called voodoo. Now understand the difference. Now, this particular book here, everything that went down in New Orleans, you can find in this particular book called Hoodoo Mistress by Ray Marlborough. To show you now, and read the introduction, and everything is in here. Hoodoo is completely Louisiana.
Okay.
Voodoo is an African composite spiritual system that was revised and put together in Haiti
Okay.
from the different spiritual systems, about 25 different spiritual systems from Africa. Hoodoo is a combination of voodoo, Catholicism with the candles, and Native American with some of the herbs. So what they're saying here is, number one, the only true religion that originated in America is Hoodoo and New Orleans. And this particular book was out, came out in 2003, came out in 2003, and it was out on the shelves at Borders Bookstore until Katrina hit, and they pulled every last one of them. But you can go on the internet and get them. And you might can find them in the Borders here, but in Atlanta, it was only, I bought one in June, and not only was it not in the store, it wasn't even in their system. So this whole thing based on the hoodoo, and hoodoo, what was the magic, was used in the movie The Skeleton Key. Now they had another movie that came out at the same time of The Skeleton Key, and it probably stayed in the movies about a week, and they pulled it. And it's called Venom.
Oh, yeah.
I got the bootleg. You know. Yeah. Did yours cut off at the end or did it play? Okay, cool. Mine cut off at the last 2 minutes.
Damn.
But I got the gist of what was going on. Now, gotta understand that, so this is a great mystery. This is a great mystery. Oops, almost. Let me get this damn shit. Hold on. Now, this is the great mystery. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Okay, now this is the great mystery here. In Venom, they talk about this black woman does this ritual to down Balawedo and Adawedo in the movie. And then this guy gets bit by the snakes that she does the stuff by, and he turns into this monster and starts killing everybody. And they got this black woman up in there, and it was her grandmother, so she knew all the secrets, but they killed her too. You know what I'm saying, like that now. So, but my point here is the gist of it is this, and this is what the New Orleans thing was about on the spirit level. You got the two twin serpents down Balawedo and Adawedo. Two twin serpents down Balawedo and Adawedo. They got a staff like this, and it go like this. Like this, yeah. And this is down Balawedo, Adawedo. Two twin serpents. You see what I'm saying? Now, I can draw better than this, but it's okay. Two twin serpents. Now, in a book called Sally Ann Glassman's book, Voodoo Visions, and also inside of the book, the New Orleans Voodoo Tarot Deck, there's a book in there that's superior. You see, there's a book in there that's superior. There's another book, there's another deck that's superior, but it's inside of the Tarot Deck. And it's probably the best research made on Egyptian magic and Hemmitt and Tarot, and it's called the Book of Doors. Anybody ever seen the Book of Doors? Out of sight, sensational. Wow. You know, but the New Orleans Voodoo Tarot Deck and the Sally Ann Glassman book, you got this. Now this is one part you got here. I'll put this down. I'll put you back up. You have what is called, you know, the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life.
Okay.
Y'all all right?
Yeah.
The Tree of Life. At the top of the Tree of Life, you know, you get the gist. Everybody know the Tree of Life.
Right.
At the top of the Tree of Life, you get his Kether. His Kether. At the top of the Tree of Life. Based on voodoo, this is supposed to be the ultimate aspect, or the ultimate reality of Godhead. So based on, in voodoo, they say that these two serpents equals Kether. Now, these two serpents has something to do with the DNA in the black people in America. saying? They was fighting a war against Dambalawado and Adawado, which you think in the spirit, but it's talking about this was a war over your DNA. I said it last time, your DNA is changing. And based on the 50th anniversary of Emmett Till and all this Katrina stuff, more than likely, well, ain't more than likely, when that storm came and they did what they had to do, they could time when your DNA changed completely. Now remember I said about there's a sister that works in a lab in Detroit, Michigan, and the sister, they understand about the DNA changing because it's all based on how much research they do on the amino acids that come off of the DNA. And based on that amino acids, they can tell when the DNA is changing. And they were saying it was dozens and dozens of amino acids popping up on black DNA. That was in 1998. So based on that, they can go and do a study and they can find out when they study the black DNA when it changed completely. So when it had this mutation of a transmutation into another species, they knew. And so the whole concept of the storm and stuff was to get ready. You see what I'm saying? Because this thing is coming down now. Now, try to understand this. Everybody look at 2012. And I told you before 2012 in the 90s, all the white folks were talking about 2000 and 2001. Then when 2001 got here, they want extended, and now it's all about 2012. And although the Mayan calendar is talking about 2012, remember now, 2012, when you look at the original calendars from Hemmitt and the indigenous calendars around the world, they all ran out. So 2012 has already passed. Well, based on 10 years on the Gregorian calendar, 2012 was July the 26th, 2005. And sure enough, based on July 26, 2005, and right as they studied that amino acids, the DNA changed in us. We just don't know it yet because you thinking you a human. You see what I'm saying? And ye are gods. So your DNA changed. You are the X-Men. You are the Fantastic Four. You are the Hulk. You see what I'm saying? And the rest of the people are Night of the Living Dead, the zombies. You see what I'm saying? The zombies. Come to find out in Sally Ann Glassman's book, and what the zombies that they was talking about in voodoo tradition was not talking about the zombies that they make these zombie-like people in Haiti. The zombies that they were talking about in the voodoo tradition was talking about dead black people. They zombies. And then they had Light of the Living Dead, they had Dawn of the Dead, they had all these movies, and they said, what, everything is dead, they just got a central nervous system that's controlling them, and all they want to do is just eat. Useless eaters. Now, the DNA changed, and when that DNA changed, that's called what? DMT, spirit molecule. Melanin is a dormant substance, but it has to be turned into something. So when the DNA changed, that's when this thing happened. Now there's a movie on TV. They got a TV show about invasion. And invasion, it all happened when they had a storm, a hurricane, and that's when the aliens invaded. Well, the aliens is inside of you, which is alien DNA, junk DNA. Now what is the junk DNA? They say that we got 2 DNA strands, but we're supposed to have original 12 DNA strands. That's your 12-12. And in the movie, they tried to show you the concept of that in the movie Fifth Element. They said, here's our DNA strands, and here's hers was hundreds. Well, guess what? If you understand mythology, and we say, well, what happened to the other DNA strands? If you understand mythology, they talk about the Titans being burned up. They called the Asuras in India. And they were burned up with a lightning bolt of Zeus, which is talking about electricity. And they were talking about electricity is what? The matrix. And so, in so many words, they were burned up when their primal substance became a substance of sleep. That's where you get your sleeping Buddha, sleeping Vishnu. A dormant substance. Guess where the other 10 DNA strands are? It's simply melanin. The other 12 DNA strands is the melanin. But the melanin and all of that type of stuff here was supposed to come back online, and that's what this thing is dealing with here with this Dambala-Wato and Ada-Wato, the two twin serpents. You see what I'm saying? That's why you got this she came with the serpent around her head. That's a part of Ada-Wato, St. Martha, as well as Urzuli. It's a form of Ada-Wato. Then you also get a goddess called Urzuli, or you get a god called La Sarine. She's called Olokun in Yoruba. She's called Mamewata in Dahomey. You see what I'm saying? That's the same stuff coming up out of the water. You see? So the DNA has changed, and so therefore they had to scramble and get ready to lock down the country and do all this type of stuff here. Now, believe it or not, Bush is playing the god Horus. Now try to understand this in the ritual. Father Bush, George Bush Sr., was president for 4 years and then he was defeated. You see what I'm saying? That's what's playing the Osiris. His son avenged his defeat by winning or being elected or being appointed in 2000. And that represents the Horus, the avenger of the father Osiris. They're taking our rituals and playing their own aspects. So he is the Horus character. Horus is called what? The god of war. And what is he doing? He's sending people to war. Not only is that Horus or Shiva, and him is the god of destruction. And that's what he's doing. He's destroying America for the global elite. So in one way they're doing something because they know they got to do it. Because the simple fact they're trying to contain, they're trying to isolate the alien DNA that's inside of you. You see what I'm saying? Not no spook, big-eyed, bug-eyed alien. No, you are the ones. And they're trying to isolate that. And so he's destroying America. You know what I'm saying? Which was prophetic anyway. You see. So it's a lot of stuff going on ritualistic. Now you got to understand this. It might not be over because I got very seriously that they're going to find jobs. Come on now. Let's get the hell up out here. Niggas couldn't find jobs in the last 3 years. And all of a sudden they're going to find jobs for 100,000 black people that the Mexicans done took up.
Yeah.
And now they telling, and you notice some stuff, they're telling black professionals, we don't have no more pension plan for you. We don't have no more retirement for you. They got black professionals, they got people with PhDs that not only can't find a job, what they're doing here is they say, we'll put you to work, but you can't, we don't have no salary for you.
Right.
You got to work on straight commission. So my point here is, how the hell, if they got PhDs and stuff like that they talk about straight commission, how are they going to take a bunch of people, you understand what I'm saying, in New Orleans and give them jobs, and you believe that stuff? Come December the 1st and January the 1st, and on into the they get ready to do away with them niggas.
Have you heard about them, like in Oklahoma, that where they set up, like they call them where they removing the people from Oklahoma, where they set up detention centers?
They open up that part of the King Apple plan. They opening up all these army bases.
Where they can't come out.
Right, now this is the other thing also too. So they got the bird flu, but they also got this other thing. They got something that they said that the people from New Orleans came, some of them tested with this stuff. It's like SARS. It's something that's being, it's a bacteria. You see what I'm saying? So they got a lot of stuff what they're trying to do. This chapter ain't closed on this yet. Because, come on, now they ain't gonna find no 100,000 jobs for no black folks. How the devil they gonna find $100,000 for some people in a damn hurricane and you ain't got that in your whole existence of America? See what I'm saying? You know.
And just like what you were saying, I guess, Paul, there's a group up in New York like that. And they got them isolated and they won't let them off. And they were giving them $4 a day to survive on. And because the people wanted to leave and go someplace else, and they didn't, they took the $4 a day that they were having to live on.
Hey, not only that, I mean, they got these people, they got these people all in a jam in the aspect of what they gonna do about these hotels and stuff when they gotta get up out of there and stuff like that. You see, they just waiting. Now, what they said was, now all of a sudden, New Orleans became the murder capital of the world. And they said, this is how the cracker lie so bad. You're gonna say, it's the murder capital of the world, and they got virtually no crime in New Orleans. But yet, all the places where the evacuees went to, crime has rose, has risen. I'm supposed to believe this stuff. You see what I'm saying? So this is how you see they do things. You see, getting ready for something that's going on. But remember now, their hands are forced. They're only doing this stuff because they're scared.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They're only doing this thing because they're scared. There's some stuff that's going on and they know it. And all. Now, when we come back, we're gonna go to take a little quick break. You can go up the street and get some food or whatever the deal here is. I have these things. This is a CD off of a radio program I did, an internet radio program on Katrina and all this kind of thing. It's unbelievable. It's historic. And also we got these available for the people that want them. It's unbelievable. The energy to hit on this thing is very powerful. And also we got these plus other pictures that you can also get too. Also, if you're interested, you can sign up for this reading that I do. It's really catching on. Whereas this reading tells you what God and goddess you are, but it goes into multiple goddesses and gods around the world. And so it's not really interested in what your life is here on a personal thing. You know what I'm saying? You know what you are and what you do, and you know how many pimples you got on your butt or whatever. It's not about that. But this is talking about what you are on the spiritual level. So it's an hour video, 30 minutes on one side, 30 minutes on the other side. It's awesome. So if you're interested in those readings, you can sign up to get those readings, and I'll send you a cassette with all your stuff on it and the breakdown of that type of thing. Breakdown of that. So, like I said, if you're interested in the pictures, we got tons of other things and all. These are just some of the newer ones. Now remember now, these Egyptian doors are the doors that transform you. And remember I was talking about the other temple, where these are the actual doors that, lo and behold, we was able to get out of a book that one brother broke in the closet in one of them colleges and got this old 70-year-old German books on Egyptian stuff, and some of this stuff in here. We see these doors for the first time, but I saw them in museums. And a year before, we stared into these doorways, and something transformed. So we actually have those particular doorways. We got 3 different ones and all. This one here is very powerful on her Zulu. This woman dancing with the chicken. You know, some people, you can get sexual experience, but some people, you get a whole lot of power behind that. You see, the dance in Shiva, all these hurricanes and storms and different things that's going on is because this particular Shiva energy is back on this earth, and it's real powerful in this particular time. So this is called Shiva Naharaja, which is the dance in Shiva. This is protection, which is St. Martha ritual. We got all different types. We got tons of things. We still got Egyptian temples, Temple of Angkor Wat. We got other Lakshmis for the people that want to still get a hold of that. Now she's done real good. And also we have those things also. So we're gonna take a break, and the people interested in the CDs, you can get those. And also I have a book. If you didn't get the book the last time, a little book on melanin for $5 that I got. It's called it's in one of these bags and stuff. It's a book on melanin. I got it in one of these bags and stuff that I got out after we're all subject to. So with that, we're going to go to a break.
Give him a hand, y'all. Come on.
The subject that he talks about divorce history and all the other things that he's discussing, we have classes every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock here that go into details about the subjects that he's teaching. Great detail, way beyond the detail. He's trying to give you, as much as he can in one night. Every Wednesday meeting here at 8 o'clock, we tear these subjects apart bit by bit. And we got a lot of subjects on the history and science of how our dark-skinned women raised all these nations. So you're welcome to come every Wednesday at 8 o'clock.
Leslie, how you
Are you stopping?
We back? Okay. This is interesting here. Here's Darth Vader. This is called Information Week, May 16, 2005. And even though it says Hollywood 35mm film legacy is winding down, but the digitizing movie industry will cost billions. And here they got a picture of Darth Vader, and it says the end is near. You see what I'm saying? Now they had one on the Journal of Atlanta Journal-Constitution on the cover, and it said, "Turn to the dark side." So it's just real interesting. Yeah, on how, just real interesting in how these things, and they put it in big red letters, and although it's talking about 13mm going to this digital format, still yet they got Darth Vader, they got the end is near. Someone sent me this in the mail. So it's just very interesting on how these things happen this way. And this is interesting here because I noticed you got everything is everything. They got these shots on Katrina. And look at this. This looks like either some Haitians, or it looks like some Africans, or it looks like something from a third world country, quote unquote. You see what I'm saying? Now you got to understand this refugee thing because they were telling the truth. Refugees are people without a country. Well, if we're not United States citizens, then we're refugees. And then there's the black people didn't know, say, how did they call United States citizens refugees? You know what I'm saying? We're not citizens. So they were actually naming it right. Certain things happen. Like when they were left there for 5 days. People are saying, how could you all leave for 5 days? And these people so stupid they don't understand. That was a part of the plan, including the guy Michael Brown, who was over FEMA. His job was to be the patsy and be the so-called incompetent. See, this is all role playing. Just like Bush's job was to be the court jester. This is role playing. So they hired him to play the negligence. You see. Meanwhile, that was the decoy for leaving them there for 5 days, because that was all a part of the goals and the objectives of the global elite, or what you would call FEMA and all that. It was all planned that way. Even down to the point that when Bush finally met with him, Bush looked at Michael Brown one week and said, I want you to know you're doing an excellent job.
Yep.
Then they get rid of him a week later. He steps down. You got to understand the science. When he went to court, when he went to the Senate hearing, to answer questions, they asked him, why did you get there on time? He said, what you talking about? We were there on time. We were there the second day. They said, where? He said, Mississippi and Alabama. You see what I'm saying? So they're showing you that it was all contrived. And the people are thinking that this is some type of mishap. Why did this happen? How could we let this happen? You see, and that's the decoy for the King Alfred plan. This thing is, you know, they've been planning this thing, they say, for maybe 2-3 years. Since 9/11. That was interesting. But here's the spiritual side. Because even though they might say something, or they might have one particular aspect in hand, or one thing that they're trying to convey, the spirit is always on another side. And this is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution paper, and they got the big word Exodus. And then they show the army lined up, and they got all these Katrina victims. But they got the words Exodus. Now, according to Jeremiah's works, Ancient Egypt Light of the World, and we do know that the Egyptians had the Exodus story before the Hebrews got it and turned it into a historical event. The Exodus story, and this is very key to understand this, because what they're saying is this. Now, the ancient Egyptians or ancient Canaanites had this story long before the Exodus story became a historical event that didn't take place. You know what I'm saying? The Egyptians had it in the Hemmitt text. And as a matter of fact, all you got to do is get any type of Walter Scott's Hermetica book and then get the Tanakh, and you can understand it. You can look at the certain styles on the way certain things were written. And between the Hermetic text and the Exodus and the book of Isaiah and the different books in the Hebrew Tanakh, what it's called, it's pronounced Takana. It's spelled Takana, but it's called the Tanakh. And you look at that, and you can clearly see that this is nothing but works that came out of the major libraries of ancient Kemet, temples of ancient Kemet, put together in a historical form, or put together and tried to pass off as a historical form. So the Exodus, in the original one the Egyptians had before they whittled it down to a historical form, Moses was drawn out of water, to draw out of water. And Moses leads the Exodus. In the Egyptian aspect, or the Canaanite aspect, in Jeremiah's Light of the World, when they talk about the Exodus, it's talking about the Exodus of the souls from Amenta, the land of the dead. Well, where's the land of the dead? The land of the dead is the west. Osiris is called the west. Where's the city of the dead? The city of the dead is New Orleans, because they have an official day of the dead other than other parts of the country that don't. Their day of the dead is locked into one day of the dead, which is Halloween. You see what I'm saying? And everybody should celebrate Halloween. You don't celebrate nothing, celebrate Halloween. Because you're talking about ancient, primordial rituals that came all the way from the indigenous world and handed over to the Celts or the Europeans and stuff, where they got that stuff from those black folks who used to live in that land. And around the world, every place around the world, they have a Day of the Dead. The only one they have in the whole country is Halloween. And you say, well, how is this spiritual? At least trick or treat. They say whenever you give the candy to the little children, those little children represents the souls coming to get their gifts. And that's why they have on the ghouls and the goblin outfits and all of this. So it's a ritual that's going on. This year, well, my new sister in my life, she came through, and last year, she was there about 6 months, and she said, no, we're going to celebrate Halloween. And then I finally got the concept when the children came, and she said, now, these are the souls that's actually coming. So this year, we looked up, and we said, well, let's go. It's about 8 o'clock, we ain't seen nobody. I guess we bought this candy for nothing. And then all of a sudden we looked outside and there was about 25 children at once. So they take them all down, they put them all together for safety. So we had 2 crowds of 25 and another 25, and then it was over, and we was out of candy, and it was perfect. But those were the souls coming to visit. So this was a spiritual ritual that's going on. Now, the Exodus represents the souls coming from Amenta. So Amenta is the west. Amenta is also, in the present state, or the state that we're going out of, it was the land of the dead. exodus out of a mental means that our souls, our DNA, and our chakras, and all of that is rising. You see how that goes? So this exodus, they got this right because it was a spiritual event. You say, well, what is the water? The water represents the flooding. Well, the first, when they talk about the flood in Atlantis, that is the physical world flooding over the spiritual world. We got trapped down in this particular realm and took on physical bodies and developed this ego that supposed that the physical bodies are actually our true selves and forgot our spiritual selves. So the next flood that comes, you see what I'm saying, plus fire. Next time by fire, it even had fires that they set off by the 4th or 5th day, or by that next week. So I said, these white folks is do a whole grand ritual, but the ship was on it. But the next flood was us coming out of the matrix. So in so many words, what I'm saying here is this. They say for everything you see in the physical, there's something spiritually in another dimension that's going on also. So when you saw all of those particular people, you see what I'm saying? Displaced as refugees, it also means that you don't have a country, and it means that Pharaoh has let you go. I hate to use that term in the biblical sense. Yeah, you all right? You tough. Tonka tough. Built the last. In that particular aspect, I hate to use the biblical exodus as this thing, but what we're talking about is the slave master has let you go. That's why it's imperative that they say December 1st, bam. There's a lot of things, see, when they make these declarations in the physical, there's a spiritual counterpart to everything they do. And sometimes they can get so insidious or they can get so arrogant until they don't know it's based on their own demise. So I do believe that that particular part, I don't know whether it was a part in Exodus or not. I mean, in order to do it, you got to get you have to get the Tanakh, these bigger books, these bigger Jewish books. You know, the Bible consists of Old and New Testament, and this big, but they got an Old Testament this big. So that means that's the one you need to read. I'm going to be honest with you. I do know this in this particular time, that with all our Hemmitt, all our Yoruba, and all our sophistication, which we gladly deal with, I think at this particular time, because we deal with fragment and text, that I don't even think you can even throw out the Bible. Because by it coming from ancient Gnostic texts, and although there's a theology that the preacher been giving you this wrong, I found out when you go in, let's say if you take this Bible and you go in, and you say, I'm going to read this thing, but I'm not going to go based on what I was taught. Then you find all kind of esoteric stuff jumping out. Because it's still done off of esoteric motifs, like the book of Isaiah 45, I will give you the treasures of darkness. And that whole text is an alchemical text. So when you read them as something other than the way you were taught, then you get more into the Egyptian mythology of things. And I think at this particular time, you can't throw out none of this stuff. All of these things are to be needed as a little key, as a, and so I can't say you can even find some things like, I do know this particular part. When they say that transform within the twinkling of an eye. Now, with all the esoteric stuff that I have studied, I still can't see how this thing going to go down if you're not talking about a twinkling of an eye, because it's far too massive. But so it has to be something where they say, oh, yeah, transform within the twinkling of an eye, which is an alchemical aspect. Remember how these texts, before they were biblical texts, they basically took a people's text and plagiarized them. All you got to do is dehistoricalize them. And then they become magical guideways. So my point here is, but I'm not just talking about the Bible, I'm just giving you an incident. For instance, I'm giving you an example for what you can do with all these texts. And I think all of them add as keys at this particular time. So in one particular part, when Moses says, to the Pharaoh, and I hate to use that, but I'm using that as an example of a concept or paradigm other than a historical reality. When he tells him, he said, well, you know, we're going to kill the firstborn son, and he said, well, he said, you know, it's your son that will die. Don't you know every hand that you try to judge me by, you're going to get judged. And I do believe in a karmic pattern that that's the way it has to be. You see what I'm saying? Everything that they do, they dig a bigger hole. So whatever action, cause and effect, if they create a situation of mass people being thrown out of their homes and mass people being have to exit a certain way, there is also mass spirits rising. You see what I'm saying? And you got to look at these things now at this particular time. The yogis say go within. But whether you say go within or whether you just say, listen, look at this thing as a bigger picture of what is actually happening. Then you get the benefits to understanding there's a greater thing that's going on. This, when they say it is the biggest natural disaster that hit America, then if you look at it on the physical realm, you say, oh, it's just tragic. I knew women for a month that do nothing but cry every day. I said, well, you know, these have lit a fire under y'all dead-ass niggas. You know, they didn't do nothing, but my point here is if you look at it that way, of course you can say it's tragic. But if you look at it in the spiritual realm, it's the greatest thing going. You see what I'm saying? It's the greatest thing going because we are actually seeing certain things that's happening, and although it's registering as death and mayhem and tragedy down here, we're actually seeing gateways and portholes and different things like that in the realm of possibilities. Now let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. On July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning, the government did something. They opened up a gateway at a point of no return. This is called the Comet Temple 1. NASA sent a bomb up and blew a hole in Temple 1, which is a comet. They blew a hole in a comet the size of 2 football fields. You see what I'm saying? Inside of a comet about as big as Manhattan. As big as about 2 Manhattans. Anyway, this comet, they said, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, July 4th morning. Now this is the beginning of the end. They said that this particular comet, is it black? Or you put some in it? Black. Yeah, I ain't need no sugar. I need no sugar. I did this by default. I was drinking it with the cream, and one day I ran out of the cream and couldn't drink it with the cream no more. Taste buds changed because I had to drink it, ran out of cream, so I had to drink it with, you know, sweet, but without the cream. And then one day I ran out of damn sugar and drank it straight black, and the taste buds changed, and I had to use alcohol. So after that, you know, it's after that, I couldn't do it no more, so it's got to be black now. It tastes nasty. Now, the point here is they blew this up and they said this comet contained material that was in the universe before our particular solar system was formed. And this is major. Because this was on July 4th, all this Katrina and all this stuff these students got going after a chain reaction. So they blew this up. So you could say, well, why did you blow that up? Don't you know anything you try to do is going to backfire on you because your time is up? Or could it have been the spirit world that were actually inspiring them to do this? So they said it had the building blocks that was in the solar system, in the universe before this solar system was formed. Now, if you understand as above, so below, There is no such thing as space and time. The here is there, and the there is here. And why are we saying we standing right side up when we could be upside down? It's all things to be pondered. Is this black? Is this blue? To be or not to be? That is the damn question. You see what I'm saying? And if this is an illusion, a series of events that never happened, a series of dreams, then they blow up a comet that has the building materials in it before the solar system was formed. What does that say about the DNA in us? Which is the melanin and the latent stuff in us that was asleep. And they woke it up. Now H.P. Lovecraft in his Necronomicon and Cthulhu mythologies talk about a god called Yog Sathos. And he said Yog Sathos is a god that sits between the spheres or the nexus of the universe, where all spheres from space and time and everything that's in the universe meets. And he's the key. And he's a Shiva-like figure. You see what I'm saying? But once he leaves that position, all the universe comes together and it's one. Well, them blowing up this temple one set everything in action. You see? And the DNA inside of us. And they said this particular Yog Sathos, which is a fictional character, is a Shiva-like figure with multiple arms. When he does his cosmic dance, things start to be destroyed. This Osiris-Horus complex called Shiva in India. Shiva. You take the S off, you take the A off, and you got HIV. We must fight against HIV. Shiva. You see what I'm saying? My queen showed me that. And I said, well, you should. I know this is coming from the spirit world. Shiva. You see what I'm saying? Now, so, they blew up this temple one, and as a result, it unleashed a latent DNA or something that was asleep in us, that divine spark. And the doors cannot be shut back. You open these doors, it's like a pinhead in the damn Hellraiser in the box. Once you open it up, we come for you. A gateway. And they blew a hole in this and was clapping and all that, and they said it spewed debris for a month. And that debris is those particles. You see, right after that, a spirit came through, a Shiva-like spirit came through, and said it woke us up. So this is some major things that's going down. You see what I'm saying? This Temple One that happened on July 4, 2005. And they blew it up before July the 26th, which is supposed to have been 12/12. You see what I'm saying? So it was supposed to have been 12/12. Moving right along. And I'll show you where that leads in a minute. Y'all all right? Yeah. So, as of now, you see, those gateways can't be closed. You see. And it is Europe that's saying, look, we need to shut down America and contain those spirits that's coming at us. Now it's interesting because isn't it interesting in 1999, the same people in Pakistan, they went to Pakistan and the people said that they was worshiping a bunch of hidden gods that was in America. We're talking about us. You know. Now, Ranoba Rashidi went to India. They got dark black India. And black India, they say they got more Africans in India than any other country on the planet. Well, I just saw something on Brazil, and they talking about, they said they had 80 million, they're saying it's 150 million Africans over in Brazil. You see what I'm saying? They had the biggest slave trades and an abduction of human cargo in world history in Brazil. But they said they got the most amount of black people than any other country in India. And what you see in India, they always go to the lighter skin that came from the northern migration. You see what I'm saying, like the Europeans. But even with them, they still ain't as light as the Europeans. You see what I'm saying? But they say that the most racist thing on the planet is the white East Indian. I don't want to say the caste system, the lighter East Indian. And the white boy got them all over the planet. You go down to Trinidad, they running. You go to most of the islands. You go to Trinidad, they run the jail systems, and even on all the islands in Africa, they got them all over. But it's interesting here because he went to India. They told him the last time when you come back, they said he's been here 3 times. Next time you come, we're gonna deal with you. Because when he came, I think they said it was something like 12,000 of these black people came out to see him in India, Ranoka Rashidi. And he did a lecture. He said, but the guy who opened for him, which was a native, did a lecture on the life history of Malcolm X.
Wow.
Apparently, their heroes and who they worship and who they look up to over there is the African American and our achievements. You see what I'm saying? That's who they look up to. But then again, that's who the whole world look up to. You see what I'm saying? And all, you see. And they look up, and he said the Black Panther Party, that's their thing. You know, they into that image. And he said, went to the Fiji Islands and all those islands, they got these black women with these big afros and all this, and they all look up to us. You see. So, but the people in Pakistan said, we will worship in 99, and we will worship a group of black gods, hidden gods in the United States. And ever since then, they have had all kind of scunion thrown on them, including this doggone earthquake. You see what I'm saying? And that particular area at the time, before it was Pakistan, was all land of Sheba. Going on into Kashmir. All that was land of Sheba. So this is why they're attacking. It's a spiritual war that's going on, you see. It's just interesting. So we are gaining ground, no matter how dismal this thing looks. You see what I'm saying? On the other hand, I welcome any agitation whatsoever. And that's why it's good not to be on. One of the greatest times, it's good that Uncle Tom's get this thing, is because you couldn't tell a Negro nothing if Colin Powell was his hero. But did you see Colin Powell come on TV apologizing and saying that he has a stain on his career because he made the case for war and there wasn't none? And I said, well, you know, that's good you did it because you followed that white boy, just the grinning and the shucking of the jive, and now it's led to some dangerous thing. And that's why I remember when Dr. Bill said, a black man that don't know his history is dangerous. You see what I'm saying? So that's very interesting on how this thing is going. I wanted to, but this Temple 1 is the key. Now, when you get the book, The Laughing Jesus by Peter Gandy, and you read the chapter on the greatest, what it's called? There's a chapter on there called, I didn't bring the book, it was called Greatest Man Who Never Lived, the most famous man or something who never lived. Yeah, and in there, but they talk about the Gnostic Jesus. And the Gnostic Jesus was a person. Now this is very key. The Gnostic Jesus, which is the one that came out of Egypt, was a person who led a non-violent protest and movement. Non-violent movement. And in so many words, when they break down the characteristics of what he did, It is literally the life of Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
And this is interesting here because a brother in theological seminary told me back in 1991 that Martin Luther King Jr. was a messiah for white folks. He told me, I never forgot that. They literally took these Gnostic texts which the British and their government agent, Gandhi, was trained under the same text. So that they could get out of India without getting killed. And did the nonviolent thing that set up this nonviolent movement for Martin Luther King. But in so many words, the origin of it comes from this so-called, the mystical Jesus. And so Martin Luther King is a messiah for them. Because I often ask this question, does it make sense for every street in every city to be named a Martin Luther King? When you don't have white folks that's their heroes got a street in every city? You see what I'm saying? But if you're trying to create a messiah, you see, for yourself, and he has to be the Jesus figure, because if he has children, then the children would be the Jesus figure. And why is it that all of his children are in their 40s and 50s and they ain't got no heirs? You see, all of Martin Luther King children and all of Malcolm X. Malcolm X he had one daughter that had the boy. And they got rid of the boy. You got to look at these things because we're talking about this legacy. But when you read the Peter Gandy's book, The Life of Jesus, and you read that part, there's a section in there where he starts to talk about the Gnostic Christ, the original one, versus the historical one, which took 200 years to make. And the Gnostic one and stuff is the life of Martin Luther King, which these white boys literally came in and actually fashioned this thing. Even down to the mountaintop and everything he was given to say, it was almost eerie in the particular aspect of a Jesus figure. For them. You see what I'm saying? Led all the people to D.C., that's the same as feed the people in the breadbasket. If you understand wisdom and knowledge, that's a form of food. You see what I'm saying? Led them to the mountaintop. You see, led them back to Memphis. Memphis is Kemet, Egypt. You see? It's just a lot of things. So this is, it's just interesting how these things go down. Let me give you another thing. Why is it that Houston decided to take 100,000 people, refugees, or so-called evacuees? The thing here is most of Texas' economy was built off of prison labor. But even in prison labor, you can only keep non-violent offenders in prison for about 10 years, and then after a while, these people they'll even get the message and won't become repeat offenders. After a while, that wears off. So after a while, what it is you got to get a new group of people. So that was new material that if they have their way, they can turn into criminals. You see what I'm saying? Because their whole system, they said that they had just about wiped out, they had more people in prison in Texas than on the planet Earth. You see what I'm saying? In per capita, you got more people in America in prison than you have on the whole planet. And Texas had more people in prison than any place else in America. And so they got to keep this particular slave machine and free labor machine going. So they said, well, send us all of these wretched so we can turn them into prisoners. You see, this is how these things come. You see, so it's just interesting how a state, you see what I'm saying, as racist as Texas, you see, would end up getting all these people because they try to make new slaves. Now, when you see the movie The Skeleton Key, the woman she's in New Orleans, Goldie Hawn's daughter. She's in New Orleans, and there's a scene in the house where it's raining and she's trying to take this old man, this zombie-like figure to safety or whatever, and she has on she has this dancing Shiva t-shirt on. The Shiva, not how Roger would, but Shiva also represents a storm that's coming. So she did this movie came out 2 weeks before Katrina, 2 or 3 weeks before Katrina. It is interesting how this thing goes down. Now, I want to show you something here. The god Shiva, because remember the last time I was here, well, let me see something. Last time I was here, but there's a movie you need to go see called, before I get into that, the movie you need to go see called, it's a brother named Bob down in Atlanta hit me to this. Rent this movie called Joe versus the Volcano. Very spiritual movie. Everything he did is very spiritual. He meets up with what's the girl? Meg Ryan. She's playing 3 parts in the movie. And the one that he finally hooks up with is the one that's enlightened. The first person he meets up with is dead. The second one is halfway dead, but she don't want to take no halfway enlightened, but she don't want to take no chances. And the last one, she's enlightened and she takes this boat. And Tom Hanks gets on this boat with her and is going to this particular volcano. Because a rich man paid him, said he had a brain bubble, and paid him money to jump in this volcano because he's supposed to have terminal cancer. And gave him all the money, and they said because if you jump in the volcano, the natives on this particular there's some type of ore or something that the natives have on this island. In order for him to get this ore, they got to get a sacrificial body to jump in the volcano because the natives are too scared to jump in the volcano. But the volcano has to have so many sacrifices every so many years. So he meets up with Meg Ryan, which is the same rich man's daughter, and she's on the boat, and she tells him that my father says that every body down here on earth, the majority of them are asleep. And there's only a few of them that's awake. And the ones that's awake are in constant amazement. It's a very spiritual movie. Now, Ozzy Davis has a teacher in the movie. You got to analyze it. And at the end of the movie, he jumps into the volcano, but before he jumps into the volcano, he declares his love for Meg Ryan. And Meg Ryan said, I'm going to jump with you. And they jumped in the volcano, and because they jumped inside of the volcano, they was in love, the volcano spit them back up. He took the island, and they ended up out in the sea. You see what I'm saying? Floating on some suitcases. Some suitcases that saved his life because he wasn't cheap to buy the best suitcase. They were selling the suitcase, and the guy said, which one? He said, well, this is the best one. He said, well, I want that. You see what I'm saying? That's another thing. Don't be cheap. Because people is cheap and misers. That's something where you are locked into the physical. When you can't, when something is so important that you can't let things go. And that's the one way also to get money, is to spend it. When you hoard it, the money stops. You see what I'm saying? Like, take for instance, now, let me show you about spirit. 2 weeks ago, Kuan Yin was coming in my head. She's the goddess of compassion. So when I went to see her, which I got 2 of them, basically it's my queen I'm with and the other sister, Kimberly. And I said, is Kuan Yin trying to contact me? She said, yes. I said, what? She said, she won't. I said, should I get a statue? And she said, no, she said, no, a picture would do. So now, let me show you how the spirit works. I said, well, why a picture? Because they had these beautiful Kuan Yin statues they just got in the stores down there. And they were real inexpensive, like $15, compared to porcelain and stuff. They could cost a lot of money, you know what I'm saying? So I said, I was willing to go buy. She said, no, she wanted a picture. And I had this book, and it had about 1,000 pages in the book. It was 2 volumes. And at the end of the book, at the very last page in the book, they had this picture. And I said, well, why do you want the picture? And she was, because I understood that she wanted a picture because the picture could immediately go to the people in the election thing. So what is this saying? Let me show you how the Spirit works. Obviously, this woman showed up, a female Buddha of compassion. And she said she wanted a picture because she wanted to go to the people. So spiritually, what it means here is, because this is the last one that showed up, it means if you get the picture, you get the benefit. And I'm not trying to say this just to sell pictures or nothing like that. But that's how the spirit world goes. She wanted to come to you for some reason. Now that means if you get the picture, it might be something down the road that you need to call on. You see. And if you get the picture, you get the benefit. Now anybody know, if anytime you see me selling shit, you know it's got to be spiritual, because I went for 10 years and didn't sell shit. And my goddamn gas was cut off every damn summer.
Okay.
I learned how to take cold baths, cold showers. So you know I don't care nothing about no money in the particular aspect. I just started selling my tapes after 13 years, everybody making money off of it. Now, it's not like nobody got over on me because I got into the business for people to bootleg it to get the stuff out. But the point I'm trying to make here is that's not my forte, is to, you know what I'm saying? So if I'm doing this and stuff, it's not necessarily, it's for spiritual purposes. You see? So my point here is that's how the spirit world works, because that's the Kuan Yin she came. And you see what I'm saying? And it's a rare picture. And to show you another journey, I went and bought this rare book and paid $40 for a rare book and got outside the store in Chicago and the pages unraveled. You see what I'm saying? But so I'm just trying to say, whatever she came for, somebody need to leave with her. I don't think I sold one. Huh? It's an old book. But whatever, so my point here is that these entities come back for a certain reason. And she wanted me to take on the road and stuff like that. No, she is a female Buddha. See, they always talk about the female Buddhas, but they don't really tell you who they are.
Right.
She's the goddess of compassion. And some of us need some mercy. You see what I'm saying? You see, so I'm just trying to say, this is how this thing works. This is how this thing works. So, you know, so just remember that on how these things go. I just wanted to put that past you. And I want to get to a couple other things where I deal with another thing. There's a guy named Peter Moon, wrote the book Black Sun, Pyramids of Montauk. He wrote the Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, which was one that came out in 2004. And he wrote Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, and how tall is she?
6, I don't know, 5'8".
No, I'm 5'8". I'm 5'8" and a half. She's 6 and she ain't a day. How old is she?
12.
12.
And wear a size 10 shoe.
Does she know anything about a rubber ball called a basketball?
No.
Well, if she ain't that, you need to put her on one of them real diets and get her real skinny. She could either be a model or play some ball somewhere. You see, get her real skinny, she could be a model. But he wrote Pyramids of Montauk, Black Sun. He wrote the new last one, 2004, was Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, and he got out another called Montauk Book of the Dead. So this white boy now went through the occult world, and he's determined now that his only out salvation, him and a group of other white fellas, and there's a lot of them in the occult, that they done went through Crawley, they done went through all the occult world, and they feel now their only salvation is to become Moors. See, in the book, The Zelator, by Mark, by David Hetzel or something, a book called Zelator by Mark Overson or something like that. In the back of his footnotes, he said the only hope for white esoteric orders is they got to find some black Masonic order. He died in 1997. So they went through the old bogus Freemasons. Understand, that ain't nothing but just a branch of Christians. Mark Overson. I think his name is. The name of the book is called The Zealotar. Came out in 2000. So he said the only hope for white folks is they got to hook up with a black Masonic group. So, and then the thing came out on the internet in 2000 that the African Americans are the heirs to the earth, or white group. So, Peter Moon and Preston Nichols and them, who was these occultists and wrote these books, and all of them, the guy Al Bielek, who was a part of the Montauk experiments in Montauk, the guy Azariah went to see Peter Moon at his house in New York, and he said when he walked in, there was a bunch of white boys sitting up in there with fezes on. You see what I'm saying? So they was like saying, the only way we're going to get up out of this thing is to become Moors. You see what I'm saying? So obviously they are trying to get straight for some kind of reason, and obviously they don't want to be no Jesus freaks, and they didn't want to be no tuxedo wearing Jesus freaks, or penguin, Freemasons, or the Prince Hall lollygag and stuff like that. No, you know what I'm saying? Drinking, licking, driving cab. So obviously, so they run into the whole Moorish thing. You see what I'm saying? They run into the whole Moorish thing. And so it's just amazing how this particular thing goes down now. It's interesting because his new book is called Montauk Book of the Dead, and he even said that the Melungeons in there is actually the Moors. You see what I'm saying? His new book. And so he's on the whole Nova Drew Ali kick. The last two books. Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal and Montauk Book of the Dead by Peter Moon. And the other one just came out. So they in that whole kick and stuff. So obviously they trying to merge with something. One of the keys here is this. I'm going to see if I is this. The democracy comes from the word demons. It's a metaphysical term. Now, John Henry Clark said true democracy could never be. Well, the word demon comes from the word Damien. The word Damien comes from the word Amian, and Amian comes from the word Amen. Hidden God, hidden substance, which means one's own true genius. Because the ancient demon is different than the modern demon degraded by Christians. Just like the ancient genie, you see what I'm saying, later on becomes jinn. You see what I'm saying? Now, John Henry Clark said that true democracy will never be practiced in America because it would fall overnight. That means they have to do what they said they're going to do. You see. So you ain't got to never worry about that. The democracy that was set up by the Moors was not necessarily talking about democracy in the human form. That's impossible. Especially this day and age. And even if the white man wasn't around, we are worse than the white man. Because if we are the white man's made product, then that means all of his lower half and all of the pathology that he got, we are the ultimate manifestation of it. See what I'm saying? Even if you just talk about the cornerstone of civilization is good manners and being polite. If you've seen white people lately, they are the most polite people. I'm like, you people you done been free for so long, you done killed the world, you had all the money. To all of a sudden, y'all at least transform yourselves in your behavior. It might be a chameleon, you might still be the mass murderers and all that, but my point is, Their behavior compared to ours is getting worse and worse and worse. We're taking on their lower self. Because we are a main product and the dumping, we're actually, they're garbage now. As far as ours, and compacted with years and years of oppression. You see what I'm saying? So even that, it's through. Humanity can't participate in no democracy. The democracy that was set up as a vision in the future and an experiment in America was not talking about ultimately of people physically giving freedom. Because white people has done the opposite of what they preach. Freedom, 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 where everybody indigenous is living in hell. And not free. And look at all the laws and the restrictions you got in this doggone country. You know what I'm saying? They just outlawed the vitamins on July the 4th. So you got to get a subscription to get some vitamin C probably by the 1st of next year. And the damn thing passed. Outlawed the vitamins. You see what I'm saying? So how you gonna say freedom and you don't even have certain basic freedoms based on these laws? You know what I'm saying? Based on these laws. You see. So you know what I'm saying, you know, you can smoke a cigarette, but you can't smoke no joint.
Okay.
So what's that?
Well, you take 6,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day, and you can bypass any flu. So
Yeah.
they want to give us this flu so we can have that flu vaccine.
Right.
So, you know,
Yeah.
that's what I thought about when you said vitamin C.
Yeah, it is. They outlawed the vitamins. They've already outlawed it. They done this, what, July 4th or July whatever? Oh, what's that?
And also around here in Cleveland, they got 4 cameras that can take your picture, your license plate, and the light that you running and the speed at the same time. And they're going to have 24 of them spread all out through the city.
Look.
Already up.
Look.
Right.
My hometown, Mother, South Carolina. Mother, South Carolina ain't on most maps. They got cameras on the street. They flash all day long. And be taking, Negroes got to go to jail because the cameras caught them selling dope or whatever. They got them all high tech. This thing is almost like Demolition Man or something.
They got them here in the city?
Yeah. Niggas got to go to jail because the cameras done caught them standing on the street selling dope.
That should be inadmissible.
You see?
That should be inadmissible.
Well, it should be.
Because it's not a witness.
It's like it should be what the white man wanted to be. Like I said, you find justice and you gonna find just us. Richard Todd told you that. But anyway, the democracy that they was talking about was this now. What it is this. And I'm going to show you something how divine this is, because when we get to this particular level, you know it's something major getting ready to happen.
Right.
In the spirit world, they had this big argument. There was the spirits that just are waking up. So apparently, let's put it this way. Wherever you are right here thinking, you know, well, you know, I get a 401k, and what's my future like, and what are my grandchildren gonna be, and all this sort of stuff, and you thinking you got a life here. Your soul is in another dimension that has a whole other civilization, and they're going on about their own life in the other civilization. Some amazing stuff. You are in another, your soul now has been reanimated. You see what I'm saying? You got to get that new Earth, Wind, and Fire. It is D-bomb. You got a song. The second song, Won't You Wake Up and Turn Towards the Light.
Illumination.
Illumination. Out of this world. Yeah, oh man. I got, you know, I get bored with stuff quick. I ain't took it off out of the CD thing in 2 weeks. Yeah. And so, but not here. And sometimes you feel like all things are lost.
Yeah.
And, you know, nothing is worthwhile. You can't get no enjoyment out of nothing. Everything is so routine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's because your soul is not in the same activity in what you're doing. You are lying. They say bury your own cross. Well, the soul is on the cross, but the cross is the human body. So it's just a cross being drugged. So you in this dimension, your soul is in the other dimension, and they're actually having activities, and they are engaged in a whole brand new civilization. So we peeked in on a conversation, and they had this big argument on who was going to rule, because it was a bunch of newly souls that just woke up, and then there were some older spirits that's been there, and the other spirits, which is the souls that just woke up, are the demons.
Right.
The demon means a soul in a human body, the daemon, one's own higher self. So they just woke up, the asuras. They just woke up. So they're saying, well, wait a minute now, we going to be a subordinate deities, or we going to be, you know, like this, and the older ones are saying, well, you know, we don't want to be under y'all feet. So the question was, how's it going to be? And I told them, well, it should be a democracy. Everything is equal. And then I said, oh, now I understand. Whoever developed this country, they were not talking about a democracy that was in the physical, because we never had it. See what I'm saying? And they fighting like cats and dogs right now. And this Iraq war is the straw that broke the camel's back. And I'm loving it, because they showed the picture of the 2,000 people is dead. And it wasn't no less than about 20-something blacks in the whole thing. All white boys. You see what I'm saying? My point is, you know, I ain't even looking at it based on how many white boys died, because there more of them in the country than us, and we've been dying. So they got to play catch up. I ain't even talking about that. I'm just saying, even the Honorable Muhammad said that you'll know the end when the infighting amongst the elite. Because the thing about him was, although you said he was taught by Master Farad Muhammad, a lot of the stuff that they experienced with him in the 60s, especially in the 70s before he made the transition, that was coming from him. Especially the theology of time and those types of things. You see what I'm saying? You know, and stuff like that. But you will know the changing of the guard when there's infighting amongst the elite, and it's getting ready to break this country. They fight like cats and dogs. You see what I'm saying? This is a beautiful time. The stuff is going on. You see what I'm saying?
This is why we're starting to see more CEOs being prosecuted for fraud.
All time, if you know what, and see, even if they thought that they were playing this role-playing game for illusion, the spirit world is interceding. And whatever they're doing, they're the ones that actually get caught up in the bull. So I'm saying, it's a beautiful time. If you don't get into the whole personal things on how much more material things you're going to get, and how much, you know, more sneakers you got to buy, them old 2-foot children you And if you listen to that Earth in 5 Seconds song, that's exactly what it was talking about. Don't be worried about these material things. Look at the light. You see what I'm saying? Look at the light. This thing is on. It's on. It's beautiful if you look at it. Yeah, you know, you gotta hang on, you know, like I said, you know, I gotta pay the man on Monday. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, when you look at it, the invite, so the democracy that they're talking about is our souls being at one. It ain't no more fighting. There's some beautiful stuff that's going on. But they're going to distract you, especially when they all fail. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about. See, it's just really getting cold. But they already told you, when the white man tell you something, you need to listen. Now, D.L. Hunt tell you something. need to be listening. He said, be prepared. It ain't got nothing to do with no car gas. They done got that back down a little bit. Be prepared for natural gas or gas that heats your home. So the ones that's got the gas that heats your homes to go up 50%.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I got off cheap last year. My gas was $300 a month. And I got off cheap. So that's going to be $600.
Yeah.
That's rent and mortgage. So this is how they're going to come at the people with this gas thing. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about. Now, they had what was the Hurricane Rita? And I asked myself this. If Hart is directing this, and that Hurricane Rita was going to Houston. Then it doubled up and went to Beaumont, Texas, and Port Arthur. I've been out there. I would lecture in Houston every year, and the guy who used to have me to come lived in Port Arthur, Texas, and we used to have to pass Beaumont, Texas. And what people don't know is this here. Beaumont, Texas, they got an oil refinery. That's one of the biggest oil refineries in the world. Right in Beaumont, Texas. And when we really hit, that thing was up underwater. And you got to ask yourself, why would you take one of the biggest oil refineries, not in this country, but on the planet, and it ends up underwater? And why would you take the FEMA and direct that type thing if you ain't trying to do some serious shutting down something and you need an excuse to do it? Meanwhile, you got my man, this guy down that Pat Robinson called for his death.
Oh, yeah.
Chavez down in Venezuela. You see, and he called for this guy's death, and they called for the death because this guy is selling gas cheap to Cuba and all these types of things, and they want this man dead. And that's what this thing is about. You see what I'm saying? But so they're trying to cripple the world based on this gas, and they're going to do it with the heating gas. That's why I went out and bought some space heaters. I said, my electric bill might be $200 a month, but it still be cheaper than the gas. You see what I'm saying? It'd be cheaper than the gas.
We also have some pallet stoves that I heard about. They said that the pallets burn hotter than the regular fireplace. Yeah. So, I mean, that's something that we...
And the other thing here is plastic. You got the plastic up your windows.
Oh, yeah.
You got to put that, keep that, because most heat can stay in there if you plug it up the cracks.
Right.
Exactly. Well, you got to put that plastic over the windows, even in apartment complexes.
Right.
You see,
Yeah, the gas company also saying that they're going to work with people, you know, after all this, like the spring or you know, with the gas bill. So basically, it's going to be a thing with the money.
Yeah.
See, what I'm saying is, it's about heating them up. It's about you worrying. You know, you off your square worried about, and then when the spring comes, you got to pay for the pipe.
And let me tell you, say what you want. They doing it only because, not because of no natural disasters. They doing it only because they can do it. They said that almost every company in this country in the last 2 months took a loss, except the gas companies. They got record highs in the history of gas companies.
What happened to me was I had like a $3,000 gas bill from 2 years ago that I had never paid off, so they had me paying like $100 a month during the year. And it's never going down.
It's never going to go down.
So now it's really 2,000, so I went and paid somebody $50 to let me file bankruptcy downtown. That little, you be trying to pay that. And the first thing I got in the mail today was they said they wiped out the old bill, they got to start a new account for me. And if I don't get them $351 out of 12, that they will cut my gas off.
It's a good law from the
No law.
Not unless they pass the ordinance.
Check.
Right.
I work
You
with
see.
the gas company.
I'm telling you. You know, they can do, you know, I mean, like I say,
They do whatever they want. What they do is they go by the degree a day. If it's a degree a day, you may not be cut off that week. But as soon as the temperature to rise up, they gonna get you.
They gave me a new job and worked that out, but they only given me 2 weeks to get $300-something together. If I just start bankruptcy,
And then
And the bank, and I don't, when did you file bankruptcy?
14.
Of October? Of October? Because as of now, you can't, no, it was the 16th. Don't know what it
I
was.
did it the
15th, the day before, yeah.
if I could let you know this again, you know, when they sold out and they regulated the gas, they got like 100 gas companies that they selling gas to at a cheaper price.
Exactly.
So, but when it comes to you going directly to Dominion here, you gonna pay $15.
They did the same thing all over the country.
Yeah, so you know, I mean, they could have gave that benefit to the country.
Yeah, no, it's a form of slavery. It's a form of slavery. Let me tell you what happened this now. To show you this too. Like I was saying right now, I'm gonna be honest with you. All groups now, all of them, are on the terrorist bill. That's why you gotta line yourself up with just the gods. Just like one of the sisters say, by my father, Lucifer. And they ain't fuck with her no more. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, whatever devil you got, it's daddy. See what I'm saying? You see, I'm its daddy. You see what I'm saying? You see. But all the groups are on the terrorist bill. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. And they're making you a whole nother citizen. And it's a terrorist. Let me show you what I'm talking about. My queen, or my goddess, got a friend that she's been friends with him for years, since the 80s or whatever. He's gay. But that ain't had nothing to do with it. What he did was, ain't nothing wrong with this brother. This brother had a little bit of pneumonia. He said he had some pneumonia. He couldn't breathe or whatever. So this nigga went to the hospital, went to the emergency room because he wanted to lay up in the hospital and faked the fallout. He said, I was up in there, I just fell out. So, next thing you know, a couple of days later, he HIV positive. When shit wrong with it. He went up in there, you see what I'm saying? Fell out. They said, let's get this nigga.
He want to be sick.
And he was all happy because he figured it's benefit. They said, we're going to give you all the benefits in the world. He all happy about that shit. And they got him filling out pages and documents. And all the documents, they was actually making him into a whole nother citizen. So they got like, these groups, they got certain citizens. So everybody that's the AIDS is under a banner. And so, like I said before, you had sex with somebody, and you got this, and you fill out all these papers, then you a terrorist.
That's right.
So they made him into a whole compartmentalized entity. You see, that he's so stupid, he's so stupid. And the only way he came to his senses was about a week into it, they transport this nigga to a damn loony bin. What shit wrong with him? But see, they say, well, motherfucker, you want to come up in here and, and be this way, we're going to show you what time it is. Next thing you know, a week later now, nigga ain't had nothing. Shortness of breath, now he in the loony bin. And they was getting ready to put some electrodes or whatever to his head, and he signed, he got up out of there. You see, but he all signed all up. So my point here is, be careful on what you get up under when you sign up with some stuff. And declare yourself outside of your spiritual thing. You declare yourself anything in this doggone beast. You don't need to declare yourself nothing. As a matter of fact, he shouldn't even be a part of anything when it comes to you in negotiation or whatever type thing and stuff, because they don't even exist. You see what I'm saying? You see? And so my point here is, these people, man, you gotta understand, they are a warfare machine.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And you ain't got no standing army.
That's right.
Not unless you got a spiritual army. It's just amazing how this thing goes down. Now, let me go into some things right now on some things that is going down that happened so you can understand the scientific part of what happened in New Orleans and what this battle is really about. Get the movie Vampire, Interview with the Vampire, and go back through it and see what you can get out of that with Katrina, the Creoles, New Orleans, and all that. Now, in this movie, which was Anne Rice and them, the book came out in the 80s, the movie came out in 94. And in the movie, it was a bunch of old vampires that wanted to go into the new era, and the Creole guy, who was played by Brad Pitt, was the one that was the bridge and the link to the new era. Now, in the spirit realm, it's the same way. It's a God force that there's a bunch of gods dying. And so you got this Baron Samedi and stuff, and these particular ones that the Skull and Bone is using. And they're dying, and then there's these new gods rising up. There's these new gods rising up. And so, as a result, there's this battle whereas they are using and trying to feed the old gods the ka. The ka. Trying to feed them the ka to sustain them. So it's a war going on. We got a group of gods that's rising up, our souls. Then you got these old entities that's dying. They just represent the matrix. Represents the ego and other things. They're dying. Because the battle now is going on. There's a battle that's going on, but it's an apocalypse of the heart chakra. Everything now that's going on, this apocalypse in you, is how you react based on your heart, whether you true to things. You see what I'm saying? It's an apocalypse of the heart that's going on. Now, there's a battle going on because there's these new souls coming in, which is your souls. And these old ones is trying to get this ka, which is the melanin, which is only a component of your soul. Your soul gives off a shadow. That shadow is called the ka. Your soul is called the ba. So in New Orleans, they were killing these people, and these particular entities was eating their ka. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of souls that's taking the ba, which is the true essence of these spirits, and turning them into soldiers. Now, what does this got to do with us? Everything that's going on out here is going on the inside of us. It's just like every time the Highlander cuts off a head, he gets quicker. So in this particular thing, for every 50,000 people that they killed in New Orleans, and every 50,000 people they killed over in Pakistan, they got the car feeding that. But these entities is dying. They can't even sustain. That's not even sustaining them no more. You say, well, how do you mean this car? It's just like when they sacrifice a goat or a pig or whatever they sacrifice. It's not the blood, it's the melanin in the blood, it's the car spirit in the blood that the God's feeding on. You see what I'm saying? But with us, it's the car, but there's the ba. So for every 50,000 ones that they fed on with the car, and these entities, it's not even helping them no more. It's just like the movie called The Thirst with David Bowie. He's a vampire. And he's immortal, but after a while, he starts getting older, ain't nothing he can do. He done sucked up enough blood and car energy, and that's not sustaining him no more. And he becomes old in a couple of hours. See what I'm saying? And dies. He got too old and he could not, you see what I'm saying? He could not save himself after so many times of you see what I'm saying? Of getting this car. It's the same thing with these spirits, these dead spirits, these old spirits, they're dying. It's like in the movie Dark City with these black figures. He said, we dying. Meanwhile, our souls are taking the energy, which is the bar, and turning it into the warrior that they talk about on a metaphysical or a genetic level. We are being enhanced by that. So every 50,000 one of those people that died, we are enhanced by it because we got the true essence, which is their souls. And it's making us stronger and it's helping us rise up to another level. You see what I'm saying? Y'all all right? Yeah. Okay, let me explain this particular part here. Okay. This book is one of the ones you need to get. This guy, let me show you what you need to get. Hold on 1 minute. Oh, I should roll this up. This is a picture here. See, can you zoom in on this? This is a picture. What's wrong? It says, what is wrong with this picture? They got black refugees on the back of trucks. And then they're rescuing them from Katrina. And look how they rescued the dogs. They got them on airplanes. You see that? They got the dogs being rescued on airplanes and the black people being rescued on a pickup truck. Who do they value the most?
The dog, the animal.
See what I'm saying? That's amazing. That's amazing.
Their ancestors. They value the dog.
Now, got clothes and all kinds of stuff. Let me show you this. Anyway, this guy here put out 2 books. His name is Harish Johari. Harish Johari. Harish Johari. This one is called The Chakras. The other one is called Tools for Tantra. The Tools for Tantra, you get the yantras in that book. They got the color yantras. Tools for Tantra, by the same guy. This one is called The Chakras. Now, what I want to show you in this particular book is this. Tools for Tantra. And this one is called The Chakras. Now, he got several books out. This is one. But I'm going to show you in this particular book, because I've had several books with the chakras over the years. But this one is very interesting, because this one here shows exactly what's going on. Here's the basic chakras that's in the body. But what makes this book so unique is they show you in each chakra you see people up in there. So it's trying to show you, you looking at this, and they say heaven is within, that the gods and the goddesses, you see what I'm saying? Is inside of you, inside of the chakras. Now, there's 160 chakras. There's 7 major chakras. So that means there's whole civilizations inside of you. And this is what's being energized. You see? That's inside of you. This is an excellent book to try to understand this. It's called The Chakras by Harish Johari. This is the one you need to get. It's $19. But just to look, and I looked at this one and I said, wait a minute, hold on. This is the whole concept. We were about this out here, and all the other stuff is inside of us. Ancestors and everybody. You see what I'm saying? It's inside of us. This is it. This is the mothership.
Yes.
And as the British occultist Kenneth Grant tells you, the mothership, and when you see these lights out here in the sky, they go red, green, yellow, blue, like the basic chakra. Those are nothing but illuminated spirits that have freed themselves from the physical body and was advanced enough not to go into the recycle of incarnation, and they out there as spaceships. It's spirits. But here it is, the basic concept, what's on the inside of us. And I'm saying, man, this thing here, this Katrina thing, man, this is the end all, the be all, because they done hit home. You see what I'm saying? This thing is on. It's on. Now you add that up. You add that up with the winter solstice.
Come on, Bobby.
We cooking with some gas here. You see what I'm saying? So this thing, you see, this is major. They said Exodus in the paper. Notice everything is everything. You see, everything is everything. It's just, you know, so it is key in the particular aspect of, I wanted to show this particular part here in this particular book on the chakras. Get this book. There's another guy got a book, his name is John Perkins. He got a book called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. And basically what it is they come in and they'll say, they'll come in and they'll go to these countries and they need these raw materials. And if you don't agree to be with them, what they do is that they got this, they'll send this hitman in and they just kill the leader of the countries. And take whatever they got to do. Well, this guy here is revealing all this stuff because he was the economic hitman. His name is John Perkins, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Now, this is very interesting here. This is very interesting here. White folks will come up to you and say, you people need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You need to do this. We came to this country, even these immigrants. We came to this country and we built this country and we did this and we did that. We the one that built the country. And we came here and we did this and we did that. You know, you heard these stories before about us. We need to do this and our parents came here and all this. There's one thing. Today, so on C-SPAN about a month ago, they had your boy, what's his name, the boy from Yale, black out the afro. Cornel West, and had other group of people, and they was on there, and they was congratulating this guy. Cornel West said, well, I'm congratulating this white man, because this white boy, he said, you didn't let your career trump your honesty and your decision to do what was right. So these black people was praising this guy. They had a whole conference, like, you know, they were speaking at the conference on certain things based on affirmative action. But they was really giving it up for this white boy. So I said, let me see what this white boy about, because he got really doing some stuff, man. He was giving it up Cornell and all them. So the white boy got up and started talking. And I'm listening to this guy. I said, oh shit, I never thought about it that way. Anyway, they flashing his book on the screen, a #1 bestseller. And he giving it up on these white folks in this particular aspect. And I never really thought about that. And this is what it was. How can white folks say you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you need to do this, and we built the country, and all these immigrants, and they all of them come over and say the same thing, and say you lazy, shiftless Negroes. When there was a certain thing called the stock market crash in 1929, which was the Depression, which put everything that was earned in this country, was built in this country, back to square one. So you got to ask yourself, from 1929 in the 1930s, when the country was basically broke, how is it that you end up broke and everybody else end up on top when we was all at square one in the Depression? So this white boy wrote a book called When Affirmative Action Was White. I don't know the guy's name, but it's a bestseller. All you need is a title. And what he's saying here is from 1945 to the 1970s, they literally came in and these groups and these corporations created a white middle class out of thin air. It just basically gave them all this stuff, which is called affirmative action. For us now, it's the same thing. Gave them this affirmative action and made this middle class and upper middle class and this rich class out of thin air. And he's right, because what happened to those poor people that was in them soup lines in the 1930s? And if we was all poor together, how is it that these people here become the dominant society that we still working for? And they got a pot to piss in and a bed to throw it under, a window to throw it out of. And yet, What happened with this picture? And he's going through agency and agency and agency, which was affirmative action agencies. Everything from the GI Bill, to this bill, to that bill, and agencies, and this corporation and that corporation that made this thing. You see, and it's just interesting here how when we omit history and don't really study stuff like that, we can forget and be duped.
Yeah.
The white boy has done this. I just wanted to just throw that out there. It's called what, huh?
Just to tag on it, there's also a book that was written by a gentleman by the name of St. Clair Lewis, whose father was a slave that ended up being a woman. But he wrote a book, Southern Prophecy, and he laid the whole book. And what is happening, there are Europeans that's piggybacking off his book that he wrote. It's called Southern Prophecy by St. Clair Lewis.
Well, I was saying this stuff is coming out. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is interesting. Is anybody familiar with the Yoruba tradition? Obatala is the god that wears white. And this is amazing, but I know the guy knows what he's talking about. I went to a lecture for a sister in Virginia, in Richmond. And, I went to Hampton, and when I first went to Richmond in 2004, something about it, the spirit is just owned. It was just real powerful. And I said something about this city, and they were saying, man, this city had a slave auction block on every corner. So those spirits was up in there. And they got this black college there. I can't think of the black college in Richmond. But anyway, they got a whole jet pillar of Osiris in the middle of the thing, and it's some type of I don't know if it's a monument or some type of something that they got it. I don't know what it is, but anyway, it's a jet pillar. I can't think of the name of the college. I think the sister went to it. It'll come to me in a minute, but anyway. The jet pillar is the backbone of Osiris, so the form of the Kundalini, all this type of thing. So, was up in there, and this sister, she won't be 30 until December. But yet in 2001, she opened up a black school, and she got a black school, I think it's 1 through 8 or something like that, I don't know. But she got a whole black school, and she did this thing in her 20s.
Where is she?
This is in Richmond, Virginia. Sister named Celia. Anyway, I went down and I lectured for her about 2 or 3 times. And so last time she had hooked up with this guy who was a Yoruba priest, a practitioner, but he's into all types. She said he's into everything. He's into multi-traditional thing. But said he got some white folks come to the class. And so, in the Yoruba tradition, they got to give you your head. Your head is a leg bar, it's a bantala, it's Oshun, it's this, it's that. Yelanya, Oya, Shango, and all of those. So, in this one, every white person comes to the class, they can only get one reading, no bantala. But we know bantala wears white.
Right.
And they were like, why is there all these black people got heads? He's Shango, he's Ogun, he's, Legba, she's Yenya, Ochu, and we just Obatala. She said, you all are children of Obatala. We know Obatala is the god that wears white. But if you understand the African mythology of Obatala, then you'll understand why he's calling the children of Obatala. The story goes that Obatala was creating some of the humans. And he got drunk. That's why I say you don't offer him liquor or any kind of alcohol to this day. He got drunk and he created a bunch of retarded children. And type a bunch of messed up debauchery or some stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not like this guy is a racist or something that he just automatically gonna cast him. No, this guy divines, and every time he divines these white folks that come up with Batala. As is to say these particular,
Is he
Huh? Well, it's got something to do. It's got something to do with that. And I'm quite sure it's not every white person, because you got to realize finding out now that a lot of some white folks didn't come through the strain or whatever this genetic engineering. Some of them, because we found to that, because there was this debate whether they genetically engineered or whether they were climate adaptability, true cradle theory, whatever, you know. And you got two histories. You got a genetic engineering, but then again you got a climate adaptability, which means those are black folks. You see what I'm saying? Those are black folks. But it's just interesting that he would come up with in that particular story. So when I heard the story, I said, man, this is amazing. What's that?
That's they talk about Yumbo, which means albino.
Yeah.
That's why they're albino. Albino is considered like you said, mutated, messed up.
Right. That's the thing. So he said children of a Batala. So it's just clever, just like that. But this is what the brother Ali Bey is saying, which is just interesting here, because I was baffled with this too. How is it that all these white girls is coming down with this booty?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. They're taking serotonin pills and melatonin.
Yes, but no, it's something more than that too. He's also saying he is. White folks is eating a lot of tofu and soy products. And the soy products is putting booty on them also. Which I know is interesting because remember now I was allergic to soy all last year, and then this year I started cleaning out and I just sweated the whole summer and just detoxed. Spirit was doing it, and now I can eat what I want. But thing was, when I was allergic to soy, and I started looking on the label, I found out everything pretty much got soy in it. And so they got a soy civilization, and as a result, the white folks is getting these booties also even from the soy. You see, there's another thing, but it's amazing here because ain't no white girls had no booties when I was growing up. Where were they, and where did these new ones come from with all this ass?
They want one. It's in their mind. They make it. It's fascinating.
You know, they do have butt implants. They did show them on they do have butt implants and stuff. You know, you can go get a new butt.
But you know, they want to be like the black woman. Right. So you know, if it's in your mind that you want to have this butt, it's called miscegenation.
Right.
You know.
A symbiosis.
And I mean, they having a whole thing with the butt in June. We was in Vegas in April. And it seemed like all the advertisements was about the butt. And that thong. And I was like, what is this for the butt? But it's something that's a new thing, the butt.
It's part of the stuff in the food that eat the steroids and chicken and stuff.
Well, I'm just saying, but the soy products, which was interesting here, because they were saying also that the Matrix. Okay, go ahead.
Definition of our own. How can we consciously assist that effort and really make an impact?
I can go by my spiritual experience. The more and more you put yourself in that world, in the mind, it's a mental thing. The more and more you basically divorce yourself from this world and put yourself in it mentally. A lot of this stuff is mentally. The more and more the body will automatically start to come online and coincide with the mind. But I want to show you something here. This is interesting because I was getting ready to get out of here and didn't give you this. One thing happened this summer, right after they blew up this comet. The Shiva appeared and said, we want to burn these blue candles. So we got some blue candles and, burn immediately stuff started happening. Y'all got Kroger's down here? That's what, you don't have Kroger's?
Used to, years ago.
Used to. I know it started from here. Because I know they got, they sell the dollar can, they sell 7-day candles for $1 down there. And you might have some grocery stores that do it. But anyway, get you some new candles and all, but look at this. Immediately, something happened, and you got to study the story of Hercules, which is nothing but the Phoenician Heru. So you get the Phoenicians, later on the Canaanites and all that, the Phoenicians and the Sumerians and all that. Ain't nothing but the black land, and later on became Greece, because the first 200 years or so many years of Greece was black. Minoans, Etruscans, Rome, Etruscan. It's just black people stuff, and these people take over. And it's debatable that Greece was even a white land, because like I said, most of those statues were built in the late 1800s. It's about like, the word Islam didn't come up as a religion until 1919. It was called Mohammedanism before it was Islam. You see what I'm saying? It's interesting how these things occur. You know what I'm saying? You know, like the white man always think he knows something. Let me give you an example. This white boy said he's doing research on the Maya. He want to know how the Maya died out. So he said the Maya, he's the foremost authority on this Mayan civilization. This white boy said something dumb and stupid. I'm supposed to believe this shit because it's a white man said it. He gonna say, the Mayans didn't have rainfall, so they didn't have rivers and streams and stuff, so they had these reservoirs that they would put all this water in by rainfall. And these reservoirs, you know, like an irrigation ditch and this pond and stuff, is the way the civilization strived off these reservoirs. And then it stopped raining for a couple of years, and the reservoirs dried up. And the civilization died out. I'm looking at this thing saying, now, wait a minute. I do believe I can watch regular National Geographic. And I can see hippopotamus, giraffe, elephants, hyenas or whatever. There'll be a grazing water hole. And when the water hole dry out, they just get on all fours and walk the hell to some more water. And here's some people that so advanced that they can build pyramids and you can't. And the reservoirs dried up and the mines were so dumb and stupid until they go, well, I guess we gotta die now because we got no water. They couldn't say put one foot in front of the other and walk hell to some other reservoirs or walk the way the other people are drinking some water in Mexico. And I'm supposed to believe this white man that you got advanced civilization now, they build an advanced miraculous civilization, and all of a sudden, their water hole dry up, water hole 9 dries up, and they go, well, we just gonna lie down and millions of people just die out. And nobody ever thought that to put one foot in front of the other of this magical thing called walking, and walk to another water hole. We got people that migrated all over the country, all over the earth on foot. The first humans took them 1,000 years to get from Africa to took them 600 years to get from Africa to Australia. And yet these fools can't walk to another part of Mexico, or Meso, or wherever it is, to another water hole, or walk to the sea, or walk wherever they got to do. They just laid down and died. And this is supposed to be a white, big anthropologist that's going to give me this cock and bull junk. We believe what the hell they say.
That's why you got to know history.
See what I'm saying? Anyway, this, when Sheba showed up, you got to study the mythology of Hercules, and they had a hell of a Hercules special came on about a couple of weeks ago. It was awesome on Sci-Fi, but I got it on tape. Now, Hercules is Horus, a Heru. He goes through his 12 labels, which is the 12 signs of the zodiac, 12 DNA strands, 12, what is it, 1,012,000 sevens. All you got to do is look at the back of Jeremiah's ancient Egypt out of the word. Look at all the sevens and the 12s. It's amazing. Anyway, after he finishes his 12 labors, because he's Horus or Heru, he finishes his 12 labors. And after he finishes his 12 labors, he's rewarded the prize of life. Hercules was rewarded what is called the golden apples. Well, the guy, Robert Anton Wilson, said the golden apples was breasts. I said, I like that too. You know what I'm saying? On a mundane level, yeah, man. Nothing like a good pair of titties.
Yes, sir.
You see? You know. But the point I'm trying to make here is, there's got to be something more than that. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But I can stick around with that for a couple thousand years too. But he's rewarded the golden apples. So Sheba came and presented, he said, you got the blue candle, now I'm going to present you the golden apples. Now what is a golden apple? I said, well, you want me to go get some yellow apples and it don't rain, the little green apples in the summertime or whatever? The yellow apple, no. He was rewarded the golden apples. What is the golden apples? And just think about it. I want to just, I don't like to class guess, but what is a golden apple? Okay, to make it easy. What is a fruit that's a golden apple? No, pomegranate ain't gold, it's red.
Pear? Banana.
No, it's named apple. Make it even easier. And it's golden. But it ain't an apple.
So it's not an apple.
Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Oh, yeah.
So, pineapple is pineal gland.
Yes.
So Sheba came up and said, I want you to eat some pineapples. So I ain't talking about that little dough stuff that they put in the can and add all that sugar to. Why you want, pineapples are so sweet, why you want to add sugar to something?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's making some fruit cake or something when you add stuff like that. You want some candy? And for some reason the structure changed when they canned it. You know what I'm saying? No, we talking about fresh pineapple that you gotta cut yourself. The most amazing thing happens. Well, Sheba, in this book, and in several books of Sheba, he drinks what is called the world's poison. And what is poison? Poison in the metaphysical sense is just like filth. Now, in the Kabbalistic aspect, when they say filth, they're not talking about something that's filthy. In that case, we all get, because the human body is just nasty and just foul. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just nasty and foul. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about washing once a day. If you really was to really keep this thing clean, you gotta wash at least 3 times a day. Who got time for that? But they talk about the unclean spirits in the Kabbalistic and the Hebrew thing, and they talk about Sheba drinking the world's poison. The unclean spirits. Now remember now, to show you the parallel. This is all metaphysical. The unclean spirits that the Spirit gave me the clue to that back in 98 was, when they say unclean spirits, they're not talking about something that's unclean physically. They're talking about a substance that is not necessarily produced within the context of creation. It is something that is beyond creation, and because it being beyond creation, It's alien. And so the unclean spirits just mean that which is above, that which was created in this solar system, that which was created in this particular realm, or what we call creation period. It's outside of known creation. Well, we know that there's substances outside of known creation because if you read the text, they talk about these entities in a whole other world that existed before our creation. And then and those worlds was broken down and turned into creation, but they got these leftover particles. You see what I'm saying? It was never a part of creation, and those are aliens, and that's what this comet is. And Shiva shows up after the comet and says, eat pineapple, but then in the mythology, Shiva drinks the world poison, and the world poison is that which is alien to this creation of this dispensation of time or whatever. So to break this thing down, my queen went down to South America and visited Dr. Savy. Where's he from? Where's Dr. Savy stuff from? The girl died. I think that girl went down there and died. Aruba? The girl from TLC.
Honduras.
Honduras. Went down to Honduras, and Dr. Savy would say that the pineapples are poison. So the worst thing you eat is pineapple, is poison, whatever type thing here. Then according to Dr. Savy, you can't eat nothing. You're trying to find out what can you eat, nigga. You can't eat nothing. So anyway, she said that's what he said was ironic. Shiva comes and says, eat pineapple, but she was known for drinking the world's poison, which is just the outside substance. And the curious thing happened. So I went and started eating these pineapples. We buy the pineapples. The queen would cut them up. She would cut them up. Would eat the pineapples. And I just couldn't get enough of eating them. I just was almost obsessed with this thing. So it's interesting. After eating pineapples, I would drink water, and water would taste bitter, like poison. Apparently, there's an enzyme in the golden apples and the pineapples that the cells need.
Bromelain.
Huh?
Bromelain.
What is it called?
Bromelain.
Bromelain. That the cells need. Well, that's Brahma. That the cells need, or these new cells need, to help them come online, this new DNA. So it's taking this stuff, it was just unbelievable. It's an enzyme, it was cleansing, it was healing, and all of that. So you gotta get you some pineapples now. They sell them in the grocery stores, but then after the summer they take them out of the regular grocery stores, but you can still get them at the farmers markets. Because they're not just, they get them around year round. Okay, now this is the key. Our sister heard the tape I was talking about, because I said this in Virginia. And the sister she's from Atlanta, but she moved to South Dakota. And she took the bus back to South Dakota. And apparently she was on the bus, and I think she met an African. And the African said that he had yellow jaundice, that's the jaundice in the eyes or whatever. A lot of drunks get them when they get cirrhosis of the liver also. And stuff. So the African told her he had yellow jaundice, and he said that in the eyes, and said the doctor said, we don't know, we can't help you. So he just called home to his mama, and the mama said, take some pineapple rind and the pineapple skin and boil it and make you a tincture and drink it. And she said he drank it and he got cured overnight with this. So obviously, one of the things that help the cells along to help the cells along is pineapple and, well, just eating the pineapple because you're going to get the juice and stuff like that. Now, I don't know about the pineapple juice when you buy it because they put all this sugar in and stuff and all. So that probably has an adverse effect. So you just got to get you a whole pineapple. You see what I'm saying? And this is one of the keys on some stuff that help with the season because with this particular coming on to this new DNA rising, because the key here is, when he came, that's the main thing he said, you see, is to get the pineapple, you see. That's very key. Let's go into a question and answer right quick. Get the ball rolling. What's that?
Did you see the movie Constant Gardener?
I haven't seen it yet.
About the pharmaceutical industry, how they...
I heard about that, yeah. I haven't seen it, but yeah.
It's hard to find now. I haven't seen the person myself either yet.
Well, it didn't too long come out, so obviously it must have been who that was talking about.
Constant Gardener?
Yeah, this brother here, you had his hand up.
I was asking earlier about what you think, or do you know anything about what happened with Dr. Barry Shamma, this Luca, and also why it seems like all the Afrocentric people that's speaking are dying out.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's quite the contrary. I thought that Afrocentric people actually lasted longer than most people.
I mean, like...
I just thought it was just horrible, man, the way they did Dr. Ben.
Oh, yeah.
He was up at the Million Man March just slobbering and stuff.
Yeah.
Like he
had a stroke or something.
But he had a couple of things, I don't know, but just horrible. I'm like, come on, man. You know, just spitting all out the mouth and stuff like that. I'm like, man, come on, you don't do that. Don't y'all know you ain't learned from Ronald Reagan? When that fool got sick, you ain't never saw him again. And that keeps the memory. That's why they parading Muhammad Ali around like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Make him into this Frankenstein monster. He used to hold up his fist like this to say, now he can't even hold up the fist no damn more. And they're making a clown out of this person that they turned into the Frankenstein monster. You take yourself off the street. That's what happened to Cary Grant. That nigga retired in his damn early 40s or his late 40s. You didn't see him no more until about 2 weeks before he died. That's what you do. They got thousands of old movie stars that still living. You like, I thought they were dead about 20 years ago. But they tell them, look, you disappear. This is the way we make legends and stuff. Not no, he all around. Muhammad Ali need to be locked up on some place and they don't see him no more. It's too late now. He might as well, you know. And they didn't like no damn Muhammad Ali in no 70s.
No, they hated him.
All of a sudden they just fall in love with Muhammad Ali, and that's a, you know.
What about, what about Richard Pryor too?
Richard Pryor is fucked up. And then they got this white woman in there holding his soul captive. He was about to die, and she kept him there, and he can't even talk. He worse, at least what's his name can walk. You go, ooh. He looked like Frankenstein and stuff. But Muhammad Ali is in a damn wheelchair.
I mean,
Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor is messed up.
But it's all about image, you know, the image they try to project.
I'm just saying they try, that's how they tear down stuff. You see what I'm saying? Muhammad Ali needs some cyanide. As well as, especially Buster, he can put it out his mystery. At least like Muhammad Ali can walk. Richard Pryor needs to get some lethal injection or something. Take him on to the stars. He is messed up.
The top model in the United States is a black man called Mr. J. He is embarrassing because he inspires him to be special. His name is Mr. J. And when he walks the runway, he teaches them how to be a lady. You know?
Yeah, I know. But like Bar Shango, what I was getting ready to say before, but anyway, about Bar Shango. Bar Shango, it's just mysterious how he died. They say he was homeless and his wife had put him out. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, it's just, you know, I don't know, it's just mysterious. And, you know, you have to, the red flag got to go up.
Yeah.
When it's some mysterious stuff like that. You know. when it's some mysterious stuff, you know, it has to go up, you know. But I do believe this here too. You vulnerable if you believe in somebody invisible up there watching your back. Spirit world say they go another sucker. You know what I'm saying? Now look at this thing. You go, and all you gotta do is look at the anthill. You stand over anthill, and some anthill saying, Bobby's over there looking over me, and I'm seeing a billion ants, and I'm going, which one? It's impossible. And I was talking to him one time, and he was like, I just want to do the Lord's will. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, man? You got to get out of these cliches, and you got to whittle this thing down to yourself and the energy that you can deal with for your own humanity. You see what I'm saying? You know, for your own humanity and stuff like that. And no, for your own salvation. And it's going down to that, and you know, so I mean, this Lord thing, I say, well, that's an invisible, that's just like saying, I just want nothing to do nothing for me. You see, so my point is, you got to have a protection. You see what I'm saying? You got to have a protection. And ultimately, you got to link that protection as nothing but a component of your own self. You see what I'm saying? And this is how this thing works and stuff like that. So, you know, you can't get on this road of enlightenment and still want to be a glorified Christian. You see what I'm saying? Bowing down to Allah, which is nothing but yourself, but you thinking of some man up in the sky. You see, this sister had her head out here.
Okay, you said that we exist here on a physical plane, and then there's a spiritual plane.
Yes.
We also exist.
We exist in that. That's our true self. This is the illusionary self.
Okay. Is there a way that we communicate with this, our spiritual
You can, but what you have to do is,
us and
there's a way you can do it. The best way to do it is start to peeling back the layers. You peel back the layers by dethroning or devaluing aspects of yourself. Pride, this, that, you know what I'm saying? I might walk around the house drinking out of a damn pot. Get me a pot and drink out of it. And I'm doing this because I'm trying to break the traditions of what makes us so human. You know what I'm saying? What makes us so human? It's like making that antenna out of, take that antenna and making it into from a clothes hanger. You got to break things, and you got to get out of the pride and tradition of what makes you so refined as a human. And the more and more you start devaluing family, children, different things like that, and you start making them secondary, and the more and more you start going to no self. I hit that before, whereas Bobby Hemmitt failed to be. You see what I'm saying? Bobby Hemmitt failed to be. So I don't get teary-eyed over my past. You know what I'm saying? That was when I was nothing. It was almost like when you saw the movie The Matrix, and when he first got out of the Matrix no longer, from that moment on, had any value to him other than rescuing people out of it. So you have to constantly peel back the layers. You constantly,
When you are in your dream state, are you closer to your spiritual self?
That is close to your spiritual self. It's just that you have to decipher it, not in the literal sense. It's just that the earth only gives you the literal sense, so you only can, because we don't know other ways, we only can read from what we call literal, but you got to permeate through that and say, well, what is this really saying? If you have dreams and there's a whole lot of people around, like football stadiums or parties, you're actually partaking into that other civilization, and those are the people in the other world that's registering as people. That's how you really know. A lot of banquets, a lot of games, just registering in your things on the earth that you have a whole bunch of people like rock concerts or music concerts. But in so many words, on the other hand, you are just basically partaking in that civilization of those spirits. You You see what I'm saying? So that's a part of it. You see that, you know, that's a part of it. But my point here is, you know, you have to work your way up out of, you know, being so careful about stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, and just, you know, start looking at tragedy as one-upsman. That's gaming. You see what I'm saying? You see. That's, you know, you just got to, it's just like when Pinhead comes, he said, I have such sights to show you, and the sights is pain. But what is pain but something that's alien to the physical body? It's going against the grain. So it's interesting because in that book by Rick Straussman, DMT spirit molecule, if you read closer, they say, what creates the DMT spirit molecule? They say, stress. Stress. We got a lot of that. That grinds into enlightenment and that illuminates stress. That's why they're giving you pills for your high blood pressure to shut down all of that. And you only need water. You see what I'm saying? Lots and lots of water. You see, very key. But go ahead, give me some questions, whatever. Yeah, what's that?
Getting back into talking about the different people that we're losing at a certain cycle. What is your take and your insight into Oscar Davis? And I understand he was making the movie, but I haven't heard of what movie this movie he was making.
Well, it was a big soul, I tell you, because we lost him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was a big soul, you know. Conscious. Now, I remember back in 1996 at the Clark Atlanta University, they had the Olympics down there. So they had all the schools to do these events. So they brought in Ozzie Davis and Ruby Dee. And he was sitting back there, and that nigga was standing up asking all these old Hollywood questions. So he went along with it for a minute, and Ruby just was, you know, she's a space cadet. She was entertaining them with all that stuff. And he was sitting back there, and he said, I am really disturbed. They was like, what? He said, I come to this school, and I figure you all need to be up on it. He said, they got black people dying in Africa. They got black people dying in the streets of America. They got things. He said, it's the worst period we had, and y'all niggas is up here and ain't, you know, you all didn't think to ask me nothing but some old Hollywood questions, which, you know, they never really was accepted in that part, you know what I'm saying, until they got older. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, the older black man is not the threat, so they can put him in movies. But my point is, he was like, you know, and nobody asked nothing. I'm sitting up there just laughing my ass off. You know what I'm saying? These dumb, stupid Negroes, you know, thinking they got it on the ball and they ain't talking about nothing. So that was a big soul. You see what I'm saying? That was a big soul. You see, yeah. Well, she raised hand in you. What's that?
Did you see 50 Cent movie?
No, I ain't.
I mean, it's laid up underneath the radar because it's about love and you know, with the black man, the black woman, and the child. And he told his story, stay with his family. And I remember you saying that they really don't show that much, but I think that kind of slid up underneath the radar. Yeah. And I mean, they made some real hot, passionate love, and at the end, they were together.
Oh, okay. Well, that got past me.
They humanized him. It humanized him.
Well, that's gonna be one of my bootlegs for sure. Yeah, I hear you. What's that?
Can you shed any metaphysical insight on this thing between Bill Cosby and Dyson? You know, Dyson is basically attacking Bill Cosby for saying something he's right. No, he's not. I mean, but see, that's what I'm saying. You know,
well, let's put it this way. Now, we got to look at this now. You got to look at the humane thing about this. Because a person makes a lot of money does not, I'm going to say this in behalf of Bill Cosby. It does not mean because he made a lot of money that he doesn't have the right to say the same damn shit that you say in your living room about the same old fucked up niggas. You know these niggas ain't about nothing. I ain't talking about what make you feel good. You go the whole way when you see these Negroes. I saw some women on the train when I was riding into the airport. And I saw a brother last night. This thing is going past gender. And literally, I said, right now, if I pour some acid on these fools and burnt their heads off, nothing in the universe would take a doggone pause because they're just zombies.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because they're zombies. Now, when you try to uplift them, it has been proven that they don't like that. They don't like the positive stuff. We know as conscious people, we've been giving them all the stuff. They done had conscious rap, they done had this, they done had that, and they done had that. So here come another person take another approach and say, your problem get out of school every day. Cursing and this and they can't read. But he ain't saying no more than what Jesse Jackson said. And although you might say these people Uncle Tom, whatever, like Jesse Jackson said, when we went to the LA prison to visit them, there's a distinction between the violent crimes and people who can't read. You see what I'm saying? So now on one hand, we can say, you know, he Mr. Boulay and he this type of thing. All I'm trying to say here is the heart chopper now. What if he said that black people don't sit in their thing and say the same thing about these doggone Negroes? I'm watching Fred Sample the other day about the episode where the guy bought him, what's my man, TJ or what TC that was on, what's his name, on Magnum, what's it up?
Oh, you
Roger Mosley, buy him a watch bear, scare away prisoners or scare away criminals, and he go out there in the episode, he go back inside and got a call the police, say, I want to report a stolen watch bear. So I'm just trying to say, on one hand, okay, so everybody can answer the same what he's saying, but I think he's saying that for a class and a cadre of people that know better. And we might say, how dare you say that to me? But my point here is, and my point here is, but the thing about it is, I don't even care even if the white man put him up to it. It's not like the thing, see, I've been in the concert, I've been for black people, and I come and I speak, and I do this kind of thing, I uplift black people. But the reality is, every time I get on that train, or that bus, I see somebody, you know what I'm saying, I'm on the bus, and I'm talking to this brother. I got on a leather jacket, and I got a book in the leather jacket, and the book is swinging and hitting this brother on the knee. This brother get mad at me because I'm on the thing, and I didn't want to go into it that way, but this brother was a Muslim brother, and he had some consciousness and stuff. The brother's like in his late 60s. He's been in this thing for a minute. He done been to Moors, been like Muhammad, and he's done been to some yoga stuff and stuff like this and stuff. And he started talking this metaphysical thing, and we was on the bus, and he saw me, and I'm like, man, this ain't the place of time around. These dogs gonna bring their niggas. Somebody gonna get mad. I'm on the bus, and he talking and stuff, so I get into conversation with him. And there's a brother behind me. It's like C3 Manel say, them niggas will get mad at you because you know something. They want to know why they don't know that. Goddamn nigga, use a brain dead nigga. Ain't never wanted to know shit. Use expression. And so this brother like, yo, man, and look at this is the oxymoron, what this guy says. He says, yo, man, your book has been hitting me on the knee the whole time he was talking. I said, well, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't know. Yes, you did. I ain't no fool. Like you trying to fill me up. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on now, wait a minute. At first you said, yo, brother, your book is hitting me on the knee, and you explained that I wasn't aware of it. And I said, okay, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't know. Then he said, yes, you know, I ain't no fool. I'm looking at you, bitch. And the people on the thing and stuff like that, and I say, hey, brother, I said, man, I can't even dignify this thing here. Because I already know what was going on, you see what I'm saying? This nigga was mad because there was a conversation going on, and he didn't know that humans could be privy of some bullshit other than basketball. See what I'm saying? I get on the train again, and a brother starts saying something, start talking to me, and looking, and I'm saying something and stuff, and I stop the conversation. And one other brother said, "That's right, brother." He said, "You getting on here?" He said, "You about to wake these fools up. And they're gonna be fighting." See, this got so bad now. And when you come up there and you doing some enlightened stuff, it's discombobulating non-thought. Our people are utter savages. This thing is real, man. Don't let nobody, because what we do in the conscious community is, when we get in the conscious community, we create this alternative world around us, and we think that everybody's conscious. And that could be our drug, and we need that. We need of that for our own sanity. But the reality of it is, the rest of these niggas out here is food. And that's the world we live in. That's why we conscious. That's why this consciousness is here, because there's such a alternative world of just straight up zombies. You see what I'm saying? Now he's in his little education thing, and I think he's misleading to think that the revolution is somebody being educated. Because just like Arthur Davis, he's sitting before the educated people saying, "What are you fools? Why aren't you all asking questions about our survival?" So I think that he's misguided on that thing, but for the basic fundamental level. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, what's the name say? He wasn't eating pudding pops all his life. He grew up in the projects.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And although he's well, shoot. You see what I'm saying? Well, them project niggas is trying to get rich too.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, on one hand, Eric Michael Dyson might have things say, you rich and now you want to turn back and you want to say this thing about what's going on. But then again, on the other hand, is Bill Cosby wrong when you shed all the money and look at a person that's being a concerned person, even if he's embarrassed? Well, goddamn it, my mama embarrassed too.
No, you know what? Bill Cosby drew all his marks towards lower class whites. He was not talking about middle class.
Oh, yes, he
Well,
was.
guess what, though?
Yes, he was.
And not only that, most of the people who
But guess what, though?
most of the people who defend him did not hear everything he
Yeah, I understand that.
I mean, he said some very
Yeah, I'm quite sure he did. I'm quite sure he did, but my point here was in this here. Whatever motivated, I know that what it motivated him to be some sick embarrassment. And I don't know. I said, no, I'm not talking about this here. I'm saying whatever motivated him might have been from another reason on why I'd be motivated and stuff like that. But my point here is, and he probably did, but my point here is, the fact of the matter here is, we had a crisis. You see what I'm saying?
And he's part of the problem.
Well,
There's a bourgeoisie black person.
You know what?
That's a part of the problem.
And you know what? And normally I made my career talking junk about bourgeoisie people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But my point here is that somebody got to have some relief. Because even if he, whatever the deal he is, he really, it doesn't matter about him because the simple fact he's only just one person.
Exactly.
But the fact of the matter here is, and I'm going to tell you the truth also too, we need to quit being embarrassed about what somebody thinks. Now, I'm not talking about you or nothing, but being embarrassed of what white people think. Because white people ain't stupid. They created this march.
Exactly.
You see. So on one hand, you're right, and on this thing about Eric Michael Dyson might be right, but I'll say this one reason why. Because we never know, by him being a boule, Bill Cosby, we never know if the white man didn't put him up to that.
Come on.
So I'm looking at one aspect and saying, you see what I'm saying? Because when I'll tell you, when them poor people showed up to see Bill Cosby in Atlanta, they wasn't looking at things. They was really taking what he said to heed. Them people liked what he was saying. Their mamas liked what he was saying. So my point here is, even if it's negative, it made some good because they was like, yeah. You see what I'm saying? Because after all, who the poor people looked up to but the bourgeoisie people in the first place. But my point here is, but the only thing like you saying, and you probably right about this, because we got to look at I always kind of do both sides. That's the way I'm able to think. On the other hand, you're right. This could be a conspiracy. Somebody should probably put him up to that, too. You see what I'm saying? You got people that call him in a room and say, hey, nigga, you need to go out there and talk junk about it. So I'm saying, I'm giving both sides, but you know what?
Yeah, because he said, most of the stuff he said is the same kind of stuff that Ku Klux Klan will say.
Right, see, my point here is, so on one hand, you got a point here, too. Because I'm speaking in my experience about what I'm thinking, but on the other hand, you really see what it is by me being metaphysical. I don't need to be one-sided in looking at this thing. Right. We also need to look at this too. Because I do know for a fact that there's been a history the last 10 years of black people being paid to say things. Like Chris Rock is a rich man. Now, Chris Rock worked for 10 years and didn't get nothing until he stood up on stage and said, I love black people, but I hate niggas. I'm like, what are you but a nigga?
Okay.
Who the hell are you to determine what is a nigga? Because you know how to tie a Windsor knot in a tie? Because you done bought a new leather jacket? Most refined black people are just advanced shoppers. The only thing that separates an Oprah Winfrey is she got 100,000 credit cards. You understand what I'm saying? I don't necessarily make her a genius. You understand what I'm saying? So my point here is, on one hand, when we say black achievement, it's only in monetary gain. Other than that, we're some of the worst humans on the planet. Educated or not, we just became bell shoppers.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
You see what I'm saying? We worse than our grandparents. So when Chris Rock said, I hate niggas, but I love white folks, I know that the white man paid him. And now there's a thing. All you got to do to be successful now is say something against O.J. O.J. Simpson heard it so bad they say, look, this is the criteria. Steve Harvey comes on and say O.J. Simpson did it, he gets a TV show. Now it's the standard all of what people call O.J. Simpson. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, so you are right when you say this particular part here too. I think it goes beyond Eric Michael Dyson. My thing metaphysically is, although I agree with some of whatever the thing here is like that, but I do say this particular part. You gotta also raise the question on who put Bill Cosby up to that. You see what I'm saying?
He lost his son.
Yeah.
So, and by very precarious means. So that now that he's coming before us, now to me, what I got from what he said, and I really couldn't take listening to it. I didn't try to go and hear him speak, because what I got from the overall of it, trying to look at it, the bird's eye view of it, it was that he was blaming the victims for their condition. I couldn't take that in.
I can't, You know, I first said that too.
So that to me, if he would be paid for anything, it would be to do exactly that.
Yeah, I also raised the point that I always say, who put him up to that? So it's one thing for you to come with your own heart, and he has the right to his opinion, but there's another thing too. Who made that platform to say that you're going to go on a tour?
Check.
You see what I'm saying?
But what happened that the lady in Canada tried to put a molestation charge on him, and he shut up. What happened there? You know? You know what happened there? He shut up for a while, and then he came back onto the scene.
Right.
He came right here at the community college.
So, I will say that both sides need to be raised. And Eric Michael Dyson, you see what I'm saying? You see, there is a point there too. There's a point there too. And because there is a crisis, don't necessarily mean, like you're saying, that in actuality, you know, he can be genuine. Because I always got to put this, who put you up to it. And the reason why I say that is this. When people are really saying something, they don't get televised. It's one thing for you to say something. It's another thing when the white man says, I'm going to televise you. And that means they televise you for the mere fact he gets national coverage, meaning in actuality, ultimately, somebody done put him up to something. I will say that particular much. I'm not going to come to that much defense on the what's called. I was basically, when I was doing that stuff, I'm talking about my stuff. But then again, on the other hand, there's one thing I'm talking about this here too. I would never, ever, no matter how true this is about the slimy niggas I would never go before any white man and ever say anything about what's going on. I don't give a damn if a nigga is punching holes in my drawers on my clothesline. When the white man come, I say, oh man, that's just a new air conditioning ship you make. I'm gonna make it into lemonade. But I would never go before the white man and air your dirty line. I don't give a damn if I could be in go to hell. You know what I'm saying? Niggas can be chained with my ass. Feeding me dirty water. You see what I'm saying? But when it comes to the white man, these ain't no chains. This is blank blank. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I do agree with that. And that's the only thing I say. I talk to you about black folks because I'm only in my company, and this is the people we talk about, and this is no more than what we say every day. That nigga crazy. But I would never say that around white folks. Never. I don't give them the pleasure of that. They don't deserve that. That's one thing about it. I would never say that around white. And all I know that white folks know some of this stuff. I would not be the nigga that they hid from. I'm sorry. You see what I'm saying? Just like, you know, these white folks so clear. They had a thing for years, and I don't know why black people are so stupid. They had an ape in the Atlanta Zoo. He finally died in the late 90s called Willie B. Now who ain't called? Come on, they got an ape called Willie B, and nobody said, hey, what they doing, they referring to a black man, and everybody's all in love with Willie B. And all these so-called, the mammy-pammy bourgeoisie niggas is all in love with Willie B, and ain't nobody burnt down the damn Zoo Atlanta. So look, I killed all these animals up in here before I did one called named Willie B. And Willie B finally died. And these crackers named this thing Willie B. You see what I'm saying? And that's why shaking ass is the way he fucked up the way he is, because he fucked up his spiritual, excuse the expression, his spiritual protection. Muhammad Ali, when he stood up there and on planet Earth, he called for over millions of people when he called, what's his name, a gorilla? When he called, Joe Louis was a gorilla, he messed his dog, Joe Frazier. The thriller in the Manila with the gorilla, he called a black man a gorilla. He's supposed to be conscious and stuff and say he all is here, and all the things you got so egotistical and stuff, and you hated the fact that this nigga knocked you on your ass. That's what it was. He hated the fact that Joe Louis was the first person to put him on his ass. Joe Frazier. And he gonna result in calling this man a gorilla. And ever since then, the white people got to him and they gave him that rat poison or whatever they gave him, and that nigga ain't nothing but a Frankenstein now. But he will be credited, go down in history of calling another black man a gorilla. See what I'm saying? And he ain't never did that to no white man he ever fought. You see what I'm saying? I gotta be able to call them names. You see, so you know, so I'm just saying, it's the foolishness still continues. Also, give me some questions.
Do you have any insight on the two moons or the two suns that are coming up in December? It's like.
Well, I do know. Huh?
Second.
Is it two moons?
Two new moons, the 1st and the 31st.
Oh, new moons.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, but I do know the second sun in what they're talking about, and when you see mythology or when you see the science fiction, the second sun is the ultimate manifestation of the pineal gland, which is the sun, which is the true sun. It's in us, the sun in man, the same as the son of man. So the second sun is inside of us, which is the pineal illumination of the third eye, the eye of Peru, son of Osiris. S-U-N-S-O-N is the same.
Is there anything to maybe do ritual?
Well, right now, the best thing you can do is, your spirit tell you to do something, do it. You see what I'm saying? What else you got? If your spirit, what's that?
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about them finding what they call the so-called, was it 10th planet? You know, they found this other planet that...
Oh, they find stuff out there all day long in the hologram. But it's only stuff that's appearing in us. So whatever they find out there is just some stuff that's going on inside of us, because that's an illusionary world.
But do you think that's like, since it's in the solar system. Do you think that's like what they were talking about Nibiru, you know, like the prophecy?
Yeah, Nibiru, see, that's all metaphysical. Nibiru is Neb Heru. It's a book called Bruce Ruff's Architects of the Underworld. And so they call it Nibiru in Sumeria. It's Neb Heru in Egypt, which is nothing but another form of the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? That type of thing, you see what I'm saying? You know, what's the name talks about Nibiru? Dr. York, you see what I'm saying? I don't know what his take was on, but basically it's nothing but the ultimate illumination of our inner being, the true self, the true sun. Yeah, you see.
Because you know they were saying that it's supposed to channel. They said the end of the world, but I say the end of one age and the beginning of another one. And right after the Nibiru showed up, then you have Katrina and wars, and then you had this earthquake, and you had all this other stuff.
Yeah, that's just the after effects, the byproduct. What's really going on is an upheaval in us. New suns, new cells, new bodies, the sons of God. All this stuff is nothing but the constitution of our inner worlds, the inner worlds. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. The inner worlds. That's the ultimate and stuff. It ain't gonna be no Star Trek. You see what I'm saying? And no Star Wars on that particular thing. It's inside. You see, yeah. It's, what's that?
Are you familiar with this white lady? I think she's in California, but I go to this expo in Columbus called the Light Expo. Her name is Amina, and she claims that her DNA is changing, and she, like, if she got examined by a doctor today, they would say that she had lead poison, but it's because her body is going through all of these changes. And she claimed to regenerate herself, like she's supposed to be 60, but she looks very, very young. And, you know, I'm just listening, you know, I just thought about what she said and what you said about our DNA.
Okay.
And I'm just having doubts about this lady making all these fantastic claims. She's going through all these DNA changes.
And what's her end result? What she trying to say?
I guess she's saying that we all can evolve to that
we can,
level,
but she got it.
But she's already there, basically.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put a red flag up on some white woman talking this junk. You see what I'm saying?
She's blonde hair, blue eyes. She said that she changed her DNA so she can look the way she looks. And I'm thinking if you have that much knowledge, you wouldn't be blonde hair, blue eyes.
Those who, let's put it this way. This is what I'm gonna tell you something about this. Those who can do, don't ever say. Those who say can't do nothing. The mere fact that she gotta announce it means that she's a hoax. Believe me. You see what I'm saying? Anybody who really got their stuff together ain't the media. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gotta take no ad out in no paper. The mere fact, they got, just like they had this black man that was supposed to be Yahweh coming. He was supposed to come do all this stuff by the 4th of July or something. And what happened to him? You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Anybody who say it ain't it. That's why Dr. York is locked up to this day with that same old Planet Rich foolishness. See what I'm saying? They can't get out of jail. You know what I'm saying?
I said the one dude that did get out of jail is that, I think his name was, he's one of the Hebrew leaders, Yahweh.
After 9 years they let him out.
Yeah, but
they told that nigga he can't even say the word Yahweh. His ass go back to jail. He can't do nothing.
But I said one thing, I never did see a brother with all that stacked on to get out like that. I'll give it that much.
But he spent 10 years.
Yeah,
and they disbanded the whole thing. This brother had schools, he had everything, he had a whole thing. When they got through with him, he ain't even had a doghouse. I mean, in the story, they broke the man, you know what I'm saying? Then they got the nerve to say that they dehumanize you, say that you can't call yourself Yahweh, and you didn't do nothing wrong, but a person in your organization killed somebody and they arrest you. That's like the Democratic Party. How many people is Democrats done killed somebody? They don't arrest the head of the Democratic Party because somebody in the Democratic Party killed somebody. You see what I'm saying? But my point is, I'm trying to see what's miraculous about him. I mean, like I said, he made it out of jail, but I mean, he ain't got nothing. You see what I'm saying? You see, he don't have nothing. You see, you know, because like I say, you know, so I'm just saying, you know, those who can, don't say. Don't have to boast about it. And my point is, why would you want any old? Black people's already messed up on them. Why you want somebody to follow you? You got to be a sick and deranged person. You say you need somebody to believe in a lie. And there are the people that went through hell. Now you're going to take the downtrodden, they're going to have them just oppressing them more just for your own egotistical amusement. You know, but they say those people, they really have a Messiah complex. They actually believe they're that way. It's a form of mental illness. What happens is they go to, see what happens is when you raise yourself up to a certain spiritual level, what happens is if your heart is not pure, then the ego inflates and becomes a form of mental illness. You see what I'm saying? So I keep asking this question. Why, Lord, after 13 years and over 20 years of this stuff, I'm still poor as hell. I said, look, nigga, just the way it is. You just gonna have to be humble because we don't want you to be around here like everybody else and stuff, walking around on the road and stuff. Oh, I am this and I am that. You see what I'm saying? So we keep them bill connectors knocking on your door to give you reality. So ain't no Messiah stuff creeping in. Now once I get them off me, I truly can be blessed to call something. But then again, it's gonna be over.
Now they will be showing on TV, I think next week, that he called, he has a congregation, and I didn't see it, but I saw just a little excerpt of it, that he claimed himself the Messiah.
But you know how many of them people it is?
I mean, this is just happening now.
They've been having them every age for the last 1,000 years.
Yeah, that's true. And people
are saying last 1,000 years and stuff. They got a thing called We're USA, and We're US, and it comes on the History Channel.
Yeah.
And in every other episode, they done got a whole self-proclaimed Messiah. Not just black people, but white people. This thing is one rampant. Everybody want to be so damn special. For what?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, shoot. You know, so I'm just saying, you know. So that whole thing is, anytime you hear somebody say something, and they don't, and the government ain't killed them already, they in with it.
Yes,
go ahead on, nigga. You go ahead on. You see, you right. What's that?
Yeah, you know, I was watching the Million More Movement on C-SPAN because I taped it all of it. You know? And Erica Badu came on there, and then I got some feedback from my friends that said, she was this and that. She must be high on some stuff. But she came off with some stuff, though.
But there's one thing about her, though.
Who was she again?
Erica Badu, she came out the same. Then she said, I'm going to preach.
Yeah.
And she was pausing because she didn't have no script to go by because she was making it up. But I guess she got this caught up in the excitement.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? All I know is God knows, boy. She had a waist like a waltz and ass like a horse.
Oh,
yeah. She was looking good.
Like a goddess.
She was kind of like trying to give respect to the next person that come out before her, after her. And that's what she basically was saying, that she didn't want to take.
Yeah, but they were saying, they sister told her to go ahead and sing.
Right, she was trying to honor the next speaker, which really, he was already timed and, you know, to come when he got ready.
Yeah.
And then, nobody told her to say that, so then after she seen that wasn't what, they wanted her to stick with the script. In other words, you know,
Yeah, she got a little excited.
Yeah, she
you know.
She wanted to like give all this allegiance and, you know, show her respect for the, Bear kind of come up next, but his daughter got on there.
Yeah.
Gave a big long speech about, you know, the introduction.
Well, let me tell you the deal on the Farrakhan.
Wait, I want to say one thing about Farrakhan. And then what happened is after that, when he got up there, the person that got up there after him was trying to say something about her husband getting killed and it was on death row or something. And they showed the camera, he was over in the corner, wasn't even paying no attention. The next speaker, they were getting to the high eyes about how bad they was over there when they got up.
Let me tell you something about that. That Million Man fiasco. Million more fiasco.
Yeah, fiasco.
Think about this now. These people are coming up on camera on C-SPAN. We gotta be smarter than what we are.
Right.
We are not analytical people. And these people are coming up on the camera on C-SPAN, and they got flash. What this person is and what this person does.
Right.
You ain't figured it out yet. This was a roll call.
Okay.
Made in video or digital whatever. A digital roll call for who's who. Niggas to track or whatever. Now here it is. This is a government TV show. And they got your dossier coming up before you, which means that they had to turn all that in for them to do it.
Right. Okay.
You see? Now let me drop on this here. What was said. In 1995, United States government, or what you call the IRS, told Farrakhan that they were going to indict him on $5 million, and he was supposed to be indicted 1 week after the Million Man March. On that day, that Monday that it was on, he was supposed to be indicted the next Monday. Went to the Million Man March, passed the bucket, made millions, paid the United States government off. First march. So this one was millions more march, because he get ready to retire in Africa. You see what I'm saying? He get ready to retire in Africa. You see. So what he does, he give you a big football jamboree of nothing. Bunch of niggas running off at the mouth to be seen. It's an ego fest. And he getting paid, laughing all the way to the bank. Millions more march. Meanwhile, they got a dossier of everybody that went up there. You see what I'm saying? In the nation's capital, and on C-SPAN, government installation.
Couldn't there also be said to have been a distraction from what they're really doing since Katrina, what that whole thing was about?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Spiritually, for everything that has an action has a reaction. On the spirit world, it was the gathering of the souls. Only for one reason. Because those people, black people, didn't know the conspiracy behind it. So therefore, it was great both times. You got to understand that. You see what I'm saying? It's like Kwanzaa. Government invented. But spiritually taken over by black people because they don't know nothing about the government aspect of it. And so therefore, it's ours. Huh? I mean, Martin Luther King did it, but there's all kind of conspiracies on what happened and stuff and why he created it. But it don't matter. Black people believe in it, they took it over, and we make it spiritual. We made that no good religion, Christianity, spiritual. We wouldn't even be talking about it if it wasn't the nigga jumping up with them tambourines. I saw some niggas on there when they start doing that stuff there. They done put some juice to that stuff. So on one hand, those was also a form of the gathering of the souls. They ain't having to do with Farrakhan. Farrakhan is getting the payday. You see what I'm saying? Well, he brought it off and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? And because the people didn't know and really didn't care. You see what I'm saying? On the other round, it becomes the gathering of the souls. So I'm finding out now that everything that happens, no matter how conspiratorial it is, in the spirit world, it's supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen. You see. Because I'm not thinking on the mundane level, and I can give you years and years of the conspiratorial thing about how nigga ain't nothing, but on the other hand, it's all good. Even down to the so-called people. I was on the train and seeing them, and seeing them people out there, seeing them two sisters and this brother acting a fool. But don't you know, like I said, don't you know that's a decoy for white folks? Because when they look at those people and see how savage they act, they will never think that we will unseat them. And we can go with ease conspiring against them now. And plotting our strategy, because guess what? They're going to kick us out the pasture. Nobody believes in us. And that's the way the Spirit does. Those people are there as decoys. And the more you got of them, the more and more we can go and do what we got to do. And that's the way the Spirit works. They say these people are blocking for you as the idiots. But that's a smoke screen so you can get your thing together. You see what I'm saying? That's how this thing works. So I'm finding out now everything is beautiful. You see what I'm saying? Everything is beautiful in the aspect is A. Because the spirit world, you know, it's supposed to be the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Now they're trying to get the Hispanics in California and the blacks fighting against each other. See what I'm saying? Two Negroes fighting against each other. See what I'm saying? Because whether you like it or not, them the Native Americans, what's that called? That's right. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And you know, and some of them are darker than most light-skinned people walking around here. You know? But I'm saying they pitting us together with that, you know, that thing. Some of them fools, a lot of them fools got melanin. You see what I'm saying? I ain't talking about no white Hispanic, because them babies is rich, and they ain't even part of Chicanos and 400 people in one Volkswagen. You see what I'm saying? You see, so that's a whole other. Give me some questions, right? We got 15 minutes. Give me some questions. Any more questions?
I have one.
Yeah.
Do you have any metaphysical commentary on the government, well, the IRS? If any church or any 501c3 speaks against the government, and this was a whole big dialogue, then they could take your tax exempt status.
Yeah, that's and they upped it once. That was 501c3 law, 501c3. But they upped it once with this faith-based initiative. That's why you didn't see no church or nobody, no mosque, nobody, no synagogue or nobody speak out against the war. You see what I'm saying? Because they got paid off. You could be a Muslim. You could be a Satanist. You see what I'm saying? You got paid off. That's why you didn't see no religious organization speaking out against the war, because they got paid. Faith-based initiative. So they just upped it one. You see, give them money. Give them money. Any more questions?
I heard you speaking of pineapple and cleaning out the DNA. Is that cleaning out the DNA?
No, it's not cleaning. It enhances whatever it is. It enhances, or what it does is it destroys a certain amount of toxins or things that retard progress. That there were enzymes in there, or they help do something like that. Yeah.
I know it's supposed to come to mucus out the voice of arthritis people and all that. Yeah. But do you think that with us putting the toxic things that we do eat and we know that are toxic in our bodies, do you think the pineapple is still can
be honest with you, see, this is where it gets mortal for a lot of people that focus a lot on the diet. In one aspect, you start to lose the sense of the spirit world. The body itself ain't no temple. The body is foul. The body is a debauchery. The temple is on the inside, is ethereal, and it really don't have anything to do with the physical. jump above the physical. Because let me tell you what I'm talking about here. I'm liable to eat some dirt off that floor. And ain't nobody more spiritual than me. But it's not talking about that. It's talking about the spiritual aspect of this thing. What I'm saying here is, I don't even think it was the toxins that was talking. I think it was beyond the toxins. What this thing was, it was dealing with the cells in the DNA. The cells in the DNA. And I think if we get to that particular level, that we focus on that too much, I think what happened, we don't have a million years. I got a brother that's the opposite of me. He's the example of not eating anything. They really master this thing. I don't know what they eat. But yet he's about 10 years behind me in consciousness, and we all started off at a certain level together. You see what I'm saying? 10 years behind me in consciousness and stuff. And so my cells and my stuff is going on to a whole other level because he is stuck on the physical or worrying about everything that the physical is going to do. You see what I'm saying? And I think when you're dealing with this thing, what they're talking about here, this is not a dietary supplement what I'm talking about when it comes to this pineapple. This is something else. This is something that has something to do with something beyond the physical and something in the spirit realm.
Kind of metaphysical empowerment.
Yeah, we're talking about a DNA thing, and it talks about the DNA, and it talks about how gold is placed in the mud. The gold can, although it can be in the mud for thousands of years, the mud can never harm the gold. You wash it right off. You see what I'm saying? Well, ultimately, that's what this thing here is talking about here. I'm not necessarily saying that having a good diet is not beneficial. What I'm trying to say here, when it comes to this thing here, it ain't got nothing to really do with diet. When it was talking about eating the pineapple, I might have got off on the wrong track because I didn't want you to think of they talking about the golden apple, I don't want you to think of a dietary supplement in the aspect of something new you need to do in the long line of things that we already take. I'm talking about something on another spirit level. You see, because if you study Shiva, man, my goodness, you might catch cancer living the way he lived. You know, he hangs out in the funeral parlor and got ash all over his face with dead people ash and matted head and stuff like that. But it ain't talking about, it's not talking about that on that spiritual level, because there's a whole group of people think that this diet is going to illuminate them, and it ain't. The diet is just going to keep this shell more functional. The ultimate key around here is the diet. That's why I'm so glad that people like Marvin Gaye will always know him as that brother that gave him. He was supposed to die. He wasn't supposed to be no old man walking around here. You see what I'm saying? Talking about, you know, on some stage and stuff. He was supposed to die. You'll always know him as that. Death is a crown in Jew. So we as black people have become, the Europeans were the only people that didn't understand death on the planet. They used to teach the Egyptians in Hemmitt. They start them off as a child, teaching them about death and the funerary stuff. So, guess what? If you learn about death, life is a cakewalk. Because you're already in love with death. And you're waiting for that day. And some of the people made graduation before us. So there will always be a beautiful Bob Marley or Minnie Riperton. And I don't care whoever killed and stuff like that. They had the ultimate key. Because they get to be immortalized. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And not seen like that zombie of a person that they are taking advantage of called Muhammad Ali. He just checked out after 1978, and we would have had us a God. Why not? Didn't they deify Elvis? And he was a doggone trash can, you know. You see? And but my point here is I went off, but I'm just saying, no, I don't think this has anything to do with diet. I don't think, the reason why I know, because I'm in that spirit world. And when they show up, they don't never say, Bobby, you don't need to be eating that chicken. They on a whole other world. That don't have nothing to do, because guess what? Your body's meat. Your body's meat. You see, so, you know, So my point here is it goes beyond that. It goes beyond it. But this pineapple thing was not talking about, and I think I must have got, it was talking about something on a metaphysical level. Whatever it was, I'm not talking, and there are the properties of that, but what this was talking about here, and it wasn't talking about the people that's dead, that you know, it's talking about the people on a whole other metaphysical level, because ultimately, whatever you're doing right now, the function basically is you thinking it's died, it's your mind that's actually keeping you alive and keeping you healthy. Right. You see what I'm saying? Keeping you alive and keeping you healthy. Mm-hmm.
I had a question. What do you think about now? They're coming out, they had a special on WBIZ, and now the Europeans are trying to explain away AIDS, why they're not getting like we are. They're saying because AIDS looks a lot like the Black Plague that ravaged Europe for like 700 years or something. Now they're immune to it. And now they're trying to say that me and them have become immune to that.
Come on, man. Everything we have ever thrown at us, we became immune to. You know these white people just lie. You see what I'm saying? They're immune not for taking AZT, which is what riddles the body. Ain't no AIDS. These white people come with everything. They gotta make some excuse up. You know what I'm saying? These people here, like one sister said, she went and she went to visit this white girl, and the dog went and stuck his face right in her crotch the whole time. And they say whenever a dog do that, come and stick it, that means that white girl, the dog is used to licking that white girl, and that's what they do. They get them dogs, and them dogs lick them. You see what I'm saying? And all like that, and all, you know. And so when the company come over, they're like, oh, here goes some black stuff. Or whatever. So my point here is that these people do all kind of stuff, you see what I'm saying, and they ain't catching no AIDS or whatever because they ain't using that AZT, or they not giving it to them.
I figured they designed it around themselves.
Yeah.
But I figured they
there ain't no AIDS. That's the thing. Ain't no AIDS. It's AZT.
Last question.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Brother Bobby, I was full-blown AIDS. Weighing 148.
Yeah, but my point here is this, though. Was you, okay, I understand where you're coming from. But, this is the point I'm trying to say. It could have been something else.
Okay.
See, my point here is, even when they classify things.
I understand, because I was drinking that liquid crack called St. Ignorance, St. Ives, so maybe that was...
You see what I'm saying? It just depends on what they classify, because they really don't have a classification for AIDS. I'm not necessarily saying you didn't have anything. I'm just saying it's based on classification. You see what I'm saying? Now, they got plenty of things that people come down with or whatever type thing here and stuff. But my point here was, obviously, it wasn't the shit that got Arthur Ashe off the planet and the rest of you people like Freddie Mercury and Liberace and all this kind of thing here. You see what I'm saying? My point here is, I'm thinking it's based on some type of classification. Now, in Africa, it's a whole nother thing. They basically just killing them. You see? And so this thing here, it goes multi-level. And basically, they calling a whole bunch of things that people catching, you know, having certain things that could be something else medical, they're putting it all under AIDS.
All right.
That's all I'm saying. Like my man, when he went up there and fell out in that hospital, and them doctors, when that doctor got there, they said, "This ain't nothing wrong with this nigga here." Bam, HIV. You see what I'm saying? Like that. So my point here is, and I know that, you know, so I'm just saying, it's just based on the classification. You see what I'm saying? Who knows what you had? You see what I'm saying?
Add to that, they've changed cervical cancer, venereal warts, and a couple other names. They've changed the classification. It's no longer called that. It's called AIDS.
Not only that, they call anemia now AIDS. Anemic. They did a whole movie on this guy that was anemic the whole time, and they never called it AIDS, but he was taking AZT, and his friend and his liver died from it. They never called it anemia. It's called Behind the Red Door with Kiefer Sutherland. Behind the Red Door, Kiefer Sutherland and Cura Cedric. So they can call it what they want. And in this movie, they was calling AIDS with the AZT, but they never said AIDS. They said anemic. They set it up a certain way. So that's all I'm saying here is not necessarily that you didn't have anything, but the classification on how they do stuff. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. You see, one more in the out here. What's that?
Okay, the metaphysical changes that our bodies are going through, or that some of us have gone through, ultimately, what's the purpose of that?
The purpose is to go back to what we originally was here for. We originally came here as deities, and the whole thing here is point blank. If it ain't about becoming God or that which is above God, it ain't about nothing. Because we done been there and done that and got the t-shirt. And got whatever ailments that came with it. It's over and over and over again. You see what I'm saying? Now I don't necessarily say that you're supposed to neglect anything else and any other speaker come before you. This person is trying to tell you this. This person is trying to tell you to get your diet together. This person is trying to tell you to get your finances together. And all I'm trying to say, ultimately, you see what I'm saying? Like I say over and over and over again, this thing is about redoing humanity into the metamorphosis stage of superhuman. You see what I'm saying? You see, so whatever that might be, you say, well, how's that? I don't know, because it hadn't never been done before. In this particular universe, we had worlds before, so we got to see. But whatever it is, it's graduation time.
You said that's going to take, like, this may be the beginning, but it'll take, like, generations and generations.
Oh, no, man.
For the species to actually jump.
If it is, I hope not, because I won't be speaking next week if I know it's going to take generation and generation. See what I'm saying? I'm going to go somewhere and find me some tree and sit under with some pina coladas and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Get me an automatic ass wiper or something.
Aren't we ultimately supposed to be moving towards thinking as one mind, using these keys, these ways to find portals?
Yeah, all of that is the exercise. All of that is the exercise. You know, let's put it this way. If it's generations and generations, you need to go see a movie called THX. That's what George Lucas called his sound system now to go with his movies and his stuff. But it was a movie from 1971 or 72. And the only time they had a black person in there, he was a synthetic thing on the TV screen, because they had wiped out all the black folks. That was a dinosaur. So if it's generations and generations, we might as well just quit right now and be dinosaurs, because we gonna be dinosaurs. You see, no, it ain't going down that way. And the white boy letting you know that. And he might let you know that too, because we don't know what he might do with that 150,000 people that's incapacitated right now. Those evacuees, they got 8,000 in the hotels in Atlanta. They got 37,000 altogether. They got 8,000 that they talking about kicking out in December. You see what I'm saying? Now, I do know just about this. All I can do is have a track record of when I was delinquent on that light bill and they cut off my lights. If it's the same white man I know, some nigga gonna be in some trouble. They might give him a deferment of 2 weeks, might give him the first of the year, but sooner or later them lights getting cut off. You know what I'm talking about, because some of y'all done had your shit cut off before. If I'm correct about this white man here, you see what I'm saying? He ain't in love with some Negroes that the mourning period and the bleeding heart period was 2 months ago. He's gotten over that now. He worried about his own children out of the Iraqi war. You see what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I don't know if you talked about the tents that they set up after Katrina, post-Katrina, where they took the bodies, even the people that wasn't even dead, it was just like hanging on to life.
Right.
And they took them to this, they put them all under this tent.
Yeah.
You know, they was probably cutting off body parts and...
They said that the levees that they blew was built with body parts from the last time they blew levees. They got body parts that was in those levees. You talking about a diabolical scarecrow here.
But they got, I mean, you know, they took all kind of parts and...
Man, it's a crazy. Everything is everything. I was watching The Wizard of Oz and I never saw it. I saw The Wizard of Oz 1,000 times. Every year it used to come on. And it's right there in the black and white part of it. When she first run away, she go to the little man that give the crystal ball. Yeah. And he said, this is a crystal ball that was once used by Isis and Osiris and passed down to Cleopatra, Mark, and he dropped all that right in the middle of the movie. It's in the black and white part. See, everything is everything.
They talk about it from a standpoint of improving the technology of the sound and picture aspect. They weren't telling them to program some more stuff into it.
Black people, no heart, no courage, no brain.
Right.
But it's all within us. You see what I'm saying? It's all within us. You know. It's something, I tell you. But anything else? I guess we gotta get on out of here. Like I said.
Let's give Bobby a hand.
We still got some other stuff, but like I said, it ain't got nothing to do with no money. But the sister came 2 weeks ago. And 2 weeks ago, and she said, this is the time for her. So, whatever it is, I don't know what she's going to do, but you need to get that Kuan Yin before it goes. That Kuan Yin, goddess of compassion, a female Buddha. She can't say, I want them to have me. Y'all